large and small groups, as well as with interested individuals. He was a well-known writer and speaker on fundamental philosophical and spiritual subjects. His subject matter included, but was not limited to, the purpose of meditation, human relationships, and how to enact positive change in global society. At the age of 34, he publicly renounced the fame and messiah status he had gained from being proclaimed the new incarnation of the Maitreya Buddha by the Theosophical Society, and spent the rest of his life publishing regularly and holding public talks, mostly in South Asia, Europe, and the United States. At age 90, he addressed the United Nations on the subject of peace and awareness, and was awarded the 1984 UN Peace Medal. Reference Wikipedia org 33, The Powers That Be, meaning the established government of authority. Origin from the Bible, Romans 13:1 King James Version, Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God, the powers that be are ordained of God. Reference Wikipedia org 34, Columbus. The name Christopher Columbus is the anglicization of the Latin Christophorus Columbus. Also well known are his names rendering in modern Italian as Cristoforo Colombo, in Portuguese as Cristóvão Colombo, formerly Cristóvão Colom, and in Spanish as Cristobal Colon. Reference Wikipedia org. Pre-Columbian transoceanic contacts involve the interactions between the indigenous peoples of the Americas and peoples of other continents, Europe, Africa, Asia, or Oceania, before the arrival of Christopher Columbus in 1492. Many such events have been proposed at various times, based on historical reports, archaeological finds, and cultural comparisons. Please refer to the following website address for details of many other contacts with the New World before Columbus. http://n Wikipedia org/wiki/Pre-Columbian Transoceanic Contact 35 Unexplored Universe. That is, unexplored by Homo sapiens. Much like Columbus, who discovered the Western Hemisphere, which had not yet been explored by Europeans, it had obviously been explored by the millions of indigenous inhabitants long before Europe existed. If any of the information in the alien interview transcripts is factual, it appears that the universe has been very, very thoroughly explored indeed, but not by humans. The editor 36, show us on a map of the stars which is the star of your home planet. There are probably more than 100 billion, 10-11 galaxies in the observable universe. Most galaxies are 1,000 to 100,000 parsecs, approximately 3086*1016 m, 3262 light-years or 176, 75, 967, 324 937 miles, in diameter, and are usually separated by distances on the order of millions of parsecs, or megaparsecs. Intergalactic space, the space between galaxies, is filled with a tenuous gas of an average density less than 1 atom per cubic meter. Beginning in the 1990s, the Hubble Space Telescope yielded improved observations. Among other things, it established that the missing dark matter in our galaxy cannot solely consist of inherently faint and small stars. The Hubble Deep Field, an extremely long exposure of a relatively empty part of the sky, provided evidence that there are, at least, 125 billion galaxies in the universe. Reference Wikipedia org 37, a Japanese language specialist from the Navy. John A. Newball was of mixed Samoan-American ancestry. John was an acclaimed Pacific Island playwright who died in 1992. Born of Samoan, English, and German ancestry, Newball grew up in his Samoan grandmother's thatched hut until he was 13 years old. He was educated at Punahou and Yale and wrote plays for the Honolulu Community Theatre. He joined the U.S. Navy in 1942, entering the U.S. Navy Japanese Language School at the University of Colorado in July 1942, and graduated in August 1943. He served as a Navy Japanese language officer. After the war, he spent 20 years as a TV writer in Hollywood, writing scripts for The Wild West, Waterfront, Markham, West Point Story, and other shows. John wrote the story for the Star Trek, the original series episode Bread and Circuses, although he did not receive screen credit in the finished episode. Overview: Captain Kirk and his companions are forced to fight in gladiatorial games on a planet modeled after the Roman Empire. References Wikipedia org and http://209, 85, 173, 104/search. Q equals cache ZEMBPD Arkedge, Uckblueberries, Colorado, edu/archives/collections/JLSP/interpreter 131, doc plus Langua 38. The Japanese people have a great number of homonyms. In linguistics, a homonym is one of a group of words that share the same spelling and the same pronunciation, but have different meanings. Some sources only require that homonyms share the same spelling or pronunciation, in addition to having different meanings. Examples of homonyms are stalk, which can mean either part of a plant or to follow someone around, bear animal and bear carry, left opposite of right and left past tense of leave. Some sources also consider the following trio of words to be homonyms, but others designate them as only homophones, two and two actually two and two being, for the purpose or as in to make it easier, the opposite of from, also excessively and two, respectively. The word homonym comes from the conjunction of the Greek prefix homo, meaning same, and suffix onym, meaning name. Thus, it refers to two or more distinct words sharing the same name. Reference Wikipedia, org 39, Standard Chinese Characters. A Chinese character or Han character, simplified Chinese, S, traditional Chinese, pinyin. Hanzi is a logogram used in writing Chinese, Japanese, sometimes Korean, and formerly Vietnamese. The number of Chinese characters contained in the Kangxi dictionary is approximately 4735, although a large number of these are rarely used variants accumulated throughout history. Studies carried out in China have shown that full literacy requires a knowledge of between 3,000 and 4,000 characters. In the Chinese writing system, each character corresponds to a single spoken syllable. A majority of words in all modern varieties of Chinese are polysyllabic, and thus require two or more characters to write. Cognates in the various Chinese languages dialects which have the same or similar meaning but different pronunciations can be written with the same character. In addition, many Chinese characters were adopted according to their meaning by the Japanese and Korean languages to represent native words, disregarding pronunciation altogether. Reference Wikipedia, org 40, McGuffey's Eclectic Readers. McGuffey's Eclectic Readers were written by William Holmes McGuffey, who began teaching school at the age of 14. He was a professor of ancient languages at Miami University from 1826 until his resignation in 1836. He then served as president of Cincinnati College, 1836-1839, and Ohio University, 1839-1843. Returning to Cincinnati, McGuffey taught at Woodward College from 1843 until 1845, when he became a professor of moral philosophy at the University of Virginia. He was ordained as a Presbyterian minister in 1829. It was during his years at Miami when McGuffey was approached to write a series of readers for school children. In addition to the work done on these by William Holmes McGuffey, he was assisted by his brother, Alexander Hamilton McGuffey, who also compiled a speller and had sole responsibility for the fifth reader. Alexander taught school while working on his law degree and opened a law office in Cincinnati in 1839. The McGuffey readers sold over 125 million copies. McGuffey became a roving teacher at the age of 14, beginning with 48 students in a one-room school in Calcutta, Ohio. The size of the class was just one of several challenges faced by the young McGuffey. In many one-teacher schools, children's ages varied from 6 to 21. McGuffey often worked 11 hours a day, 6 days a week in a succession of frontier schools. He had a remarkable ability to memorize and could commit to mind entire books of the Bible. The first reader taught reading by using the phonics method, the identification of letters and their arrangement into words, and aided with slate work. The second reader came into play once the student could read, and helped them to understand the meaning of sentences while providing vivid stories which children could remember. The third reader taught the definitions of words, and was written at a level equivalent to the modern 5th or 6th grade. The fourth reader was written for the highest levels of ability on the grammar school level, which students completed with this book. McGuffey's readers were among the first textbooks in America that were designed to become progressively more challenging with each volume. They used word repetition in the text as a learning tool, which built strong reading skills through challenging reading. Sounding out, enunciation, and accents were emphasized. Colonial-era texts had offered dull lists of 20 to 100 new words per page for memorization. In contrast, McGuffey used new vocabulary words in the context of real literature, gradually introducing new words and carefully repeating the old. McGuffey believed that teachers should study the lessons as well as their students and suggested they read aloud to their classes. He also listed questions after each story, for he believed in order for a teacher to give instruction, one must ask questions. The readers emphasized spelling, vocabulary, and formal public speaking, which in 19th century America was a more common requirement than today. Henry Ford cited McGuffey's readers as one of his most important childhood influences. He was an avid fan of McGuffey's readers' first editions, and claimed as an adult to be able to quote from McGuffey's by memory at great length. Ford republished all 6 readers from the 1857 edition and distributed complete sets of them, at his own expense, to schools across the United States. McGuffey's readers contain many derogatory references to ethnic and religious minorities. For example, Native Americans are referred to as savages. There are those who regard the references in the book to the Jews and Judaism as anti-Semitic. For instance, in Neil Baldwin's Henry Ford and the Jews, the author makes the case that Henry Ford's self-avowed antisemitism originated with his study of McGuffey's as a schoolboy. Baldwin cites numerous anti-Semitic references to Shylock and to Jews attacking Jesus and Paul. He also quotes the 4th reader to the effect that Jewish authors were incapable of the diction and strangers to the morality contained in the Gospel. The readers further characterize Jews as Christ killers and labels their reverence of the Old Testament as superstitious, and teach that Jews have been rejected by God for being unfaithful. You may download text versions of the McGuffey's reader from the following website: http://www.gutenberg.org/etext/1464041. The phonics method. Phonics refers to an instructional method for teaching children to read English. Phonics involves teaching children to connect sounds with letters or groups of letters, e.g., that the sound K can be represented by C, K, or CK spellings, and teaching them to blend the sounds of letters together to produce approximate pronunciations of unknown words. Reference: Wikipedia, org 42, brought in a set of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. The Encyclopaedia Britannica is a general English language encyclopedia published by Encyclopaedia Britannica, Inc., a privately held company. The Britannica has a popular reputation for summarizing all of human knowledge. To further their education, many have devoted themselves to reading the entire Britannica, taking anywhere from 3 to 22 years to do so. When Fat Ali became the Shah of Persia in 1797, he was given a complete set of the Britannica's 3rd edition, which he read completely. After this feat, he extended his royal title to include Most Formidable Lord and Master of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Writer George Bernard Shaw claimed to have read the complete 9th edition, except for the science articles, and Richard Evelyn Bayard took the Britannica as reading material for his 5-month stay at the South Pole in 1934. The articles in the Britannica are aimed at educated adult readers, and written by a staff of 19 full-time editors and over 4,000 expert contributors. It is widely perceived as the most scholarly of encyclopedias. Since the 3rd edition, the Britannica has enjoyed a popular and critical reputation for general excellence. On the release of the 14th edition, Time magazine dubbed the Britannica the patriarch of the library. In a related advertisement, naturalist William Beebe was quoted as saying that the Britannica was beyond comparison because there is no competitor. References to the Britannica can be found throughout English literature, most notably in one of Arthur Conan Doyle's favourite Sherlock Holmes stories, The Red-Headed League. Reference: Wikipedia, org 43. Her favourite books were Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, 1865, is a work of literary nonsense written by English author Charles Lutwidge Dodgson under the pseudonym Lewis Carroll, considered a classic example of the genre and of English literature in general. It tells the story of a girl named Alice who falls down a rabbit hole into a fantastic realm populated by peculiar and anthropomorphic creatures. The tale is filled with allusions to Dodgson's friends and enemies, and to the lessons that British schoolchildren were expected to memorize. The tale plays with logic, ways that have made the story of lasting popularity with adults as well as children. It is considered to be one of the most characteristic examples of the genre of literary nonsense, and its narrative course and structure has been enormously influential, mainly in the fantasy genre. Reference: Wikipedia, org 44, Don Quixote de la Mancha, an early novel written by Spanish author Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. Cervantes created a fictional origin for the story based upon a manuscript by the invented Moorish historian Said Hamid Benengeli. The work was published in 2 volumes, the first in 1605 and the second in 1614. The protagonist, Alonso Quixano, is a country gentleman who has read so many stories of chivalry that he descends into fantasy and becomes convinced he is a knight-errant. Together with his earthy squire Sancho Panza, the self-styled Don Quixote de la Mancha sets out in search of adventure. The lady for whom Quixote seeks to toil is Dulcinea del Toboso, an imaginary object crafted from a neighboring farm girl. Her real name is Aldonza Lorenzo, by the illusion-struck knight to be the object of his courtly love. Dulcinea is totally unaware of Quixote's feelings for her, nor does she actually appear in the novel. Published in 2 volumes a decade apart, Don Quixote is the most influential work of literature to emerge from the Spanish Golden Age, and perhaps the entire Spanish literary canon. As a founding work of modern Western literature, it regularly appears at or near the top of lists of the greatest works of fiction ever published, and is the best-selling non-religious, non-political work of fiction of all time. Reference: Wikipedia, org 45, 1001 Nights. 1001 Nights Arabic, Kitab Alf Layla wa Layla, Persian, Ezaro Yaksab is a collection of stories collected over thousands of years by various authors, translators and scholars in various countries. These collections of tales trace their roots back to ancient Arabia and Yemen, ancient India, ancient Persia, especially the Sassanid Hazar of San Persian. Lit. Thousand Tales, Ancient Egypt, Ancient Mesopotamia mythology, Ancient Syria, and medieval Arabic folk stories from the Caliphate era. Though an original manuscript has never been found, several versions date the collection's genesis to somewhere between AD 800–900. The main frame story concerns a Persian king and his new bride. The king, Shahryar, upon discovering his former wife's infidelity, has her executed, and then declares all women to be unfaithful. He begins to marry a succession of virgins only to execute each one the next morning. Eventually the vizier cannot find any more virgins. Scheherazade, the vizier's daughter, offers herself as the next bride, and her father reluctantly agrees. On the night of their marriage, Scheherazade tells the king a tale, but does not end it. The king is thus forced to keep her alive in order to hear the conclusion. The next night, as soon as she finishes the tale, she begins, and only begins, another. So it goes for one nights. The tales vary widely. They include historical tales, love stories, tragedies, comedies, poems, burlesques, various forms of erotica, and Muslim religious legends. Numerous stories depict jinn, magicians, and legendary places, which are often intermingled with real people and geography. The historical Caliph Harun al-Rashid is a common protagonist, as are his alleged court poet Abu Nuwas and his vizier, Jafar al-Barmaki. Sometimes a character in Scheherazade's tale will begin telling other characters a story of his own, and that story may have another one told within it, resulting in a richly layered narrative texture. The different versions have different individually detailed endings. In some, Scheherazade asks for a pardon. In some, the king sees their children and decides not to execute his wife. In some, other things happen that make the king distracted, but they all end with the king giving his wife a pardon and sparing her life. The narrator's standards for what constitutes a cliffhanger seem broader than in modern literature. While in many cases a story is cut off with the hero in danger of losing his life or another kind of deep trouble, in some parts of the full text, Scheherazade stops her narration in the middle of an exposition of abstract philosophical principles or complex points of Islamic philosophy, and in one case during a detailed description of human anatomy, according to Galen. And in all these cases turns out to be justified in her belief that the king's curiosity about the sequel would buy her another day of life. The Indian folklore is represented by certain animal stories, which reflect influence from ancient Sanskrit fables. The Jataka is a collection of 547 stories, which are for the most part moral stories with an ethical purpose. The tale of the bull and the ass and the linked tale of the merchant and his wife are found in the frame stories of both the Jataka and the Arabian Nights. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 46. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, 1884. Often shortened to Huck Finn, by Mark Twain. The book is noted for its innocent young protagonist, its colorful description of people and places along the Mississippi River, and its sober and often scathing look at entrenched attitudes, particularly racism. The drifting journey of Huckleberry Finn and his friend, runaway slave Jim, down the Mississippi River on their raft may be one of the most enduring images of escape and freedom in all of American literature. Reference, Wikipedia, org 47, Gulliver's Travels. Gulliver's Travels, 1726, amended 1735, officially travels into several remote nations of the world in 4 parts. By Lemuel Gulliver, first a surgeon, and then a captain of several ships, is a novel by Jonathan Swift that is both a satire on human nature and a parody of the traveller's tales literary subgenre. It is Swift's best-known full-length work, and a classic of English literature. The book became tremendously popular as soon as it was published. John Gay said in a 1726 letter to Swift that it is universally read, from the Cabinet Council to the nursery, and it is likely that it has never been out of print since then. The book presents itself as a simple traveller's narrative with the disingenuous title travels into several remote nations of the world, its authorship assigned only to Lemuel Gulliver, first a surgeon, then a captain of several ships. Reference, Wikipedia, org 48, Peter Pan. Peter Pan is a character created by Scottish novelist and playwright J. M. Barrie, 18,601,937. A mischievous boy who flies and magically refuses to grow up, Peter Pan spends his never-ending childhood adventuring on the small island of Neverland, as the leader of his gang the Lost Boys, interacting with fairies and pirates, and from time to time meeting ordinary children from the world outside. Barrie never described Peter's appearance in detail, leaving much of it to the imagination of the reader and the interpretation of anyone adapting. Character, he describes him as a beautiful boy with a beautiful smile, clad in skeleton leaves and the juices that flow from trees. Peter is mainly an exaggerated stereotype of a boastful and careless boy. He is quick to point out how great he is. Peter has a nonchalant, devil-may-care attitude and is fearlessly cocky when it comes to putting himself in danger. Barrie writes that when Peter thought he was going to die on Maruna's Rock, he felt scared, yet he felt only one shudder run through him when any other person would have felt scared up until death. With his blissful unawareness of the tragedy of death, he says, "To die will be an awfully big adventure." Peter's archetypal ability is his refusal to grow up. Barrie did not explain how he was able to do this, leaving the implication that it was by an act of will. Peter is a skilled swordsman with the skill to rival even Captain Hook, whose hand he cut off in a duel. He has remarkably keen vision and hearing. Peter Pan is said to be able to do almost anything. Peter has an effect on the whole of Neverland and its inhabitants when he is there. Barrie states that the island wakes up when he returns from his trip to London. Peter is the leader of the Lost Boys, a band of boys who were lost by their parents and came to live in Neverland. He is friends with Tinker Bell, a common fairy who is often jealously protective of him. Reference, Wikipedia, org 49, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. A short story by Washington Irving contained in his collection The Sketchbook of Geoffrey Crayon, Gent, written while he was living in Birmingham, England, and first published in 1820. With Irving's companion piece, Rip Van Winkle, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow is among the earliest American fiction still read today. The story is set circa 1790 in the Dutch settlement of Tarry Town, New York, in a secluded glen called Sleepy Hollow. It tells the story of Ichabod Crane, a lanky schoolmaster from Connecticut, who competes with Abraham Brombones Van Brunt, the town rowdy, for the hand of 18-year-old Katrina Van Tassel, only daughter of a wealthy farmer. As Crane leaves a party at the Van Tassel home on an autumn night, he is pursued by the Headless Horseman, supposedly the ghost of a Hessian trooper who lost his head to a cannonball during some nameless battle of the American Revolutionary War, and who rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of his head. Crane disappears from town, leaving Katrina to marry Brombones, who was to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related. Reference, Wikipedia, org 50, Sanskrit of the Vedic hymns. Sanskrit Sar-Sk Tarvak, for short Sar-Sk Tam, is a classical language of South Asia, a liturgical language of Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Jainism, and one of the 23 official languages of India. Its position in the cultures of South and Southeast Asia is akin to that of Latin and Greek in Europe, and it has evolved into, as well as influenced, many modern-day languages of the world. It appears in pre-classical form as Vedic Sanskrit, with the language of the Rigveda being the oldest and most archaic stage preserved. Dating back to as early as 1500 BCE, Vedic Sanskrit is the earliest attested Indo-Aryan language, and one of the earliest attested members of the Indo-European language family. The corpus of Sanskrit literature encompasses a rich tradition of poetry and drama, as well as scientific, technical, philosophical and religious texts. Today, Sanskrit continues to be widely used as a ceremonial language in Hindu religious rituals in the forms of hymns and mantras. Spoken Sanskrit is still in use in a few traditional institutions in India, and there are some attempts at revival. The scope of this article is the classical Sanskrit language as laid out in the grammar of Panini around the 4th century BCE. Reference: Wikipedia, Org 51, part of the search required interaction with the human population that inhabited the adjoining at that time. Editor's note: the western borders of Pakistan include the Khyber Pass and Bolan Pass, traditional invasion routes between Central Asia. The closest civilization using Sanskrit at the date, and nearest the location of the domain base, would have been in the foothills of the Himalayas. This was in the area of Mayagar, an early beginning of the Indus Valley civilization which has been recently excavated. Bolan Pass Urdu is a mountain pass through the Toba Kakar range of mountains in western Pakistan, 120 kilometers from the Afghanistan border. Strategically located, traders, invaders and nomadic tribes have also used it as a gateway to and from the South Asia. The Khyber Pass, also spelled Kariba or Kariba, Urdu, altitude, 170 m 510 ft, is the mountain pass that links Pakistan and Afghanistan. Throughout history it has been an important trade route between Central Asia and South Asia and a strategic military location. Mayagar is now seen as a precursor to the Indus Valley civilization. Discoveries at Mayagar changed the entire concept of the Indus civilization. According to Ahmad Hassan Dani, Professor Emeritus of Archaeology at Quaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad, there we have the whole sequence, right from the beginning of settled village life. The Kachai Plain and in the Bolan Basin are situated at the Bolan Peak Pass, one of the main routes connecting southern Afghanistan, eastern Iran, the Balochistan Hills and the Indus Valley. This area of rolling hills is thus located on the western edge of the Indus Valley, where around 2500 BC, a large urban civilization emerged at the same time as those of Mesopotamia and the ancient Egyptian Empire. For the first time in the Indian subcontinent, a continuous sequence of dwelling sites has been established from 7000 BC to 500 BC. The Chalcolithic people of Mayagar also had contacts with contemporaneous cultures in northern Afghanistan, northeastern Iran, and southern Central Asia. In April 2006, it was announced in the scientific journal Nature that the oldest and first early Neolithic evidence for the drilling of human teeth in vivo, i.e. in a living person, was found in Mayagar. According to the authors, their discoveries point to a tradition of proto-dentistry in the early farming cultures of that region. Here we describe 11 drilled molar crowns from 9 adults discovered in a Neolithic graveyard in Pakistan that dates from 7,500 to 9,000 years ago. Reference: Wikipedia, Org 52. They reported sighting vimanas or spacecraft in the area. A vimana is a mythical flying machine described in the Sanskrit epics. The predecessors of the flying vimanas of the Sanskrit epics are the flying chariots employed by various gods in the Vedas. The first flying vimana mentioned in Hindu mythology, the Pushpaka chariot that resembles the sun and belongs to my brother, was brought by the powerful Ravana, that aerial and excellent car going everywhere at will, that car resembling a bright cloud in the sky. And the king Rama got in, and the excellent car at the command of the Raghira rose up into the higher atmosphere. The Rigveda does not mention vimanas, but verses RV 1164-47-48 have been taken as evidence for the idea of mechanical birds. Dark the descent, the birds are golden-coloured, up to the heaven they fly robed in the waters. Again descend they from the seat of order, and all the earth is moistened with their fatness. 12 are the fellies, and the wheel is single, 3 are the naves, what man hath understood it? Therein are set together spokes 360, which in nowise can be loosened. Trans. Griffith in Dayananda Saraswati's translation, these verses become, jumping into space speedily with a craft using fire and water, containing 12 stamgas pillars, 1 wheel, 3 machines, 300 pivots and 60 instruments. But likelier in the original Indian symbolism when that hymn was composed, the wheel is a year, the 12 fellies are months, lunations, and the 360 spokes are days. In the Ramayana, the Pushpaka, flowery, Vimana of Ravana is described as follows: the Pushpaka chariot that resembles the sun and belongs to my brother was brought by the powerful Ravana, that aerial and excellent car going everywhere at will, that car resembling a bright cloud in the sky. And the king Rama got in, and the excellent car at the command of the Raghira rose up into the higher atmosphere. It is the first flying Vimana mentioned in Hindu mythology, as distinct from the gods flying horse-drawn chariots. Pushpaka was originally made by Maya for Kubera, the god of wealth, but was later stolen, along with Lanka, by his half-brother, the demon king Ravana. One example is that the Asura Maya had a Vimana measuring 12 cubits in circumference, with 4 strong wheels. Apart from blazing missiles, the poem records the use of other deadly weapons. Indra's dart, Indravajra, operated via a circular reflector. When switched on, it produced a shaft of light, which, when focused on any target, immediately consumed it with its power. In one exchange, the hero, Krishna, is pursuing his enemy, Salva, in the sky, when Salva's Vimana, the Sorbha, is made invisible in some way. Undeterred, Krishna immediately fires off a special weapon. I quickly laid on an arrow, which killed by seeking out sound. Many other terrible weapons are described in the Mahabharata, but the most fearsome of all is the one used against the Vrishis. The narrative records, Gurkha flying in his swift and powerful Vimana hurled against the 3 cities of the Vrishnis, and Antakas a single projectile charged with all the power of the universe. An incandescent column of smoke and fire as brilliant as 10,000 suns rose in all its splendor. It was the unknown weapon, the Iron Thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death which reduced to ashes the entire race of the Vrishnis and Antakas. Reference, Wikipedia, org 53. I have now scanned all of the books and material you provided me. This has been processed through the computers of the space station in this region, translated into my own language and relayed back to me. Editor's note: apparently Airl is able to scan something she sees through the lenses of her doll-body eyes, upload the data to a computer on the space station, have it processed and downloaded to her. Or maybe she does it telepathically. This is not clarified anywhere in the transcripts or notes. 54. I was outside of my body looking down from the ceiling. An out-of-body experience, OBE, is an experience that typically involves a sensation of floating outside of one's body, and in some cases, perceiving one's physical body from a place outside one's body, autoscopy. About 1 in 10 people has reported having an out-of-body experience at some time in their lives. It is claimed that those experiencing an OBE sometimes observe details which were unknown to them beforehand. The first extensive scientific study of OBEs was made by Celia Green, 1968. She collected written, first-hand accounts from a total of 400 subjects, recruited by means of appeals in the mainstream media, and followed up by questionnaire. Some 80% reported feeling they were a disembodied consciousness, with no external body at all. Another form of a spontaneous OBE occurs during a near-death experience, NDE. The phenomenology of an NDE usually includes physiological, psychological and transcendental factors, Parnia, Waller, Yeats and Fenwick 2001, such as impressions of being outside the physical body, an out-of-body experience. Typically the experience follows a distinct progression, starting with the sensation of floating above one's body and seeing the surrounding area. 55. The spacecraft was struck by a bolt of lightning. Lightning is an atmospheric discharge of electricity, which typically occurs during thunderstorms and sometimes during volcanic eruptions or dust storms. The leader of a bolt of lightning can travel at speeds of 60,000 ms and can reach temperatures approaching 30,000 degrees C, 54,000 degrees F, hot enough to fuse soil or sand into glass channels. There are over 16 million lightning storms every year. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 56. Electronic wavelength. In physics, wavelength is the distance between repeating units of a propagating wave of a given frequency. It is commonly designated by the Greek letter lambda a. Examples of wave-like phenomena are light, water waves and sound waves. In a wave, a property varies with the position. For example, this property can be the air pressure for a sound wave, or the magnitude of the electric or the magnetic field for light. The wavelengths of frequencies audible to the human ear, 20 Hz, 20 kHz, are between approximately 17 m and 17 respectively. Visible light ranges from deep red, roughly 700 nm, to violet, roughly 400 nm, 437.50 Thz. For other examples, see electromagnetic spectrum. Reference, Wikipedia. 57. Space opera civilization. It was not until the 1920s that the space opera proper appeared in the pulp magazines Weird Tales and Amazing Stories. Unlike earlier stories of space adventure, which either related the invasion of Earth by extraterrestrials or concentrated on the invention of a space vehicle by a genius inventor, pure space opera simply took space travel for granted, usually by setting the story in the far future, skipped the preliminaries, and launched straight into tales of derring-do among the stars. The first stories of this type were J. Schlossel's The Second Swarm, spring 1928, in Amazing Stories Quarterly, and Edmund Hamilton's Crashing Suns, August-September 1928, and The Star Stealers, February 1929, in Weird Tales. Similar stories by other writers followed through 1929 and 1930. By 1931, the space opera was well established as a dominant subgenre of science fiction. The transition from the older space voyage story to the space opera can be seen in the works of E. Doc Smith. His first published work, The Skylark of Space, August-October 1928, Amazing Stories, merges the traditional tale of a scientist inventing a space drive with planetary romance in the style of Edgar Rice Burroughs, but by the time of the sequel, Skylark 3, August-October 1930, Amazing Stories, which introduces the space-faring race of the Phenochrone, Smith had moved closer to a space opera mode. Space opera in its most familiar form was a product of 1930s-40s pulp magazines. Like early science fiction in general, space opera borrowed much of its style from established adventure, crime, and thriller genres. Notable influences included stories that described adventures on exotic or uncivilized frontiers, e.g. the American West, Africa, or the Orient. The imagined future of space opera included immense spaceliners, intrepid explorers of unknown worlds, pirates of the spaceways, and tough but incorruptible space police. Doc Smith's later Lensman series and the works of Edmund Hamilton, John W. Campbell, and Jack Williamson in the 1930s and 1940s were popular with readers and much imitated by other writers. By the early 1940s, the repetitiousness and extravagance of some of these stories led to objections from some fans. Reference, Wikipedia.org. 58, 1493 AD, The Requirement. The Requirement was published as a papal bull, issued by the infamous Pope Alexander VI, Rodrigo Borgia, Roman Catholic Pope from 1492 until his death, is the most memorable of the popes of the Renaissance. Because of the pre-existence of millions of people living in the Americas in 1493, the King of Spain had a small twinge of fear at the prospect that God might become angry at him for all the murder, theft, and mayhem he endorsed in the New World. So, he persuaded Pope Alexander VI to sanction an official proclamation intended to dissolve the stain of bloody culpability from the king's own immortal soul. This document, called The Requirement, was supposed to be read, whether translated into the native language of the inhabitants or not, to the citizens of every foreign nation just prior to their conquest. The gist of the proclamation was to inform the soon-to-be vanquished that their lands were being donated to Spain. The requirement read in part, I, name of the conquistador, servant of the high and mighty kings of Castile and Leon, conquerors of barbarian peoples, and being their messenger and captain, hereby notify and inform you that God our Lord, one and eternal, created heaven and earth and a man and a woman from whom you and I and all the multitude begotten from these over the past 5,000 and some years since the world was made. And so I request and require you to recognize the Church as your mistress and as governess of the world and universe, and the High Priest, called the Pope in her name, and His Majesty, the King of Spain in her place as ruler and Lord King. And if you do not do this, with the help of God I shall come mightily against you, and I shall make war on you everywhere and in every way that I can, and I shall subject you to the yoke and obedience of the Church and His Majesty, and I shall seize your women and children, and I shall make them slaves, to sell and dispose of as His Majesty commands, and I shall do all the evil and damage to you that I am able. And I insist that the deaths and destruction that result from this will be your fault. One of the first to hear the requirement were the chiefs of the Maya, whose scale of time for the creation of life on earth did not begin a mere 5,000 years earlier, as suggested by the Pope. Rather, the Mayan measured original creation in millions of years by the astronomical calendars they kept, which tracked the solar year accurately to within a few seconds a year. Their comment upon hearing the requirement was, "The Holy Father has indeed been generous with others' property." The requirement was originally intended as a response to complaints by Spanish clerics that the wars against the Native American peoples were unjust. Comparing them to Spain's wars against the Moors, the clerics claimed that Muslims had knowledge of Christ and rejected him, so that waging a crusade against them was legitimate. In contrast, wars against the Native Americans, who had never come into contact with Christianity, were unacceptable. The requirement was intended as a legal loophole to place the native population in the position of having rejected Christianity. It stated, "We protest that any deaths that result from this rejection of Christianity are your fault." Many critics of the conquistadors' policies were appalled by the flippant nature of the requirement, and the priest, Bartolomeo de las Casas, said in response to it that he did not know whether to laugh or to cry. While the conquistadors were encouraged to use an interpreter to read the requirement, this was not absolutely necessary, and in many cases it was read out to an uncomprehending populace. In some instances, it was read to barren beaches and empty villages, long after the natives had fled, to prisoners after they were captured, or even from the decks of ships once they had just spotted the coast. Nevertheless, for the conquistadors, it provided a religious justification for attacking and enslaving the native population, and because of its potential to enrich the coffers of Spain, the requirement was not generally questioned. Reference Wikipedia, org. The net result of the discovery of the New World, which wasn't really new, as it had been around as long as any other continent, and had a larger population than Europe, was as follows. 1. Hundreds of indigenous cultures were eradicated too. Approximately 100 million people were killed by disease and war brought upon them by aliens. 3. 100 million people from the Gold Coast of Africa were enslaved, and or murdered by Europeans in an effort to replace the labor force of slaughtered indigenous population of the Western Hemisphere. 4. Nearly all of the priceless literature, history, cultural and artistic artifacts of the Western Hemisphere were destroyed. 5. Most of the gold and gems mined over a period of thousands of years by indigenous people were stolen and shipped off through a handful of greedy, idiotic, uneducated, filthy, disease-ridden, superstitious, murderous thieves in Europe who squandered it on mindless self-indulgences. The editor. 59. They are interested primarily in the low-gravity satellites in this space station, which consists mainly of the dark side of the moon. According to the NASA astronaut Neil Armstrong, the aliens have a base on the moon, and the aliens told us in no uncertain terms to get off and stay off the moon. Sound far-fetched? Milton Cooper, a naval intelligence officer, tells us that not only does the alien moon base exist, but the U.S. naval intelligence community refers to the alien moon base as Luna, that there is a huge mining operation going on there, and that is where the aliens keep their huge motherships while the trips to Earth are made in smaller flying saucers. Luna, the alien base on the far side of the moon. It was seen and filmed by the Apollo astronauts. A base, a mining operation using very large machines, and the very large alien craft described in sighting reports as motherships exist there. Milton Cooper did Apollo 11 encounter UFOs on the moon, from the book Above Top Secret by Timothy Good. According to hitherto unconfirmed reports, both Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin saw UFOs shortly after their historic landing on the moon in Apollo 11 on 21 July 1969. I remember hearing one of the astronauts refer to a light in or on a Carter during the television transmission, followed by a request from Mission Control for further information. Nothing more was heard. According to a former NASA employee, Otto Binder, unnamed radio hams with their own VHF receiving facilities that bypassed NASA's broadcasting outlets picked up the following exchange. NASA, what's there? Mission Control calling Apollo 11. Apollo, these babies are huge, sir. Enormous. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. I'm telling you, there are other spacecraft out there, lined up on the far side of the crater edge. They're on the moon watching us. In 1979, Maurice Chatelain, former chief of NASA Communications Systems, confirmed that Armstrong had indeed reported seeing 2 UFOs on the rim of a crater. The encounter was common knowledge in NASA, he revealed, but nobody has talked about it until now. Soviet scientists were allegedly the first to confirm the incident. According to our information, the encounter was reported immediately after the landing of the module, said Dr. Vladimir Azhaja, a physicist and professor of mathematics at Moscow University. Neil Armstrong relayed the message to Mission Control that 2 large, mysterious objects were watching them after having landed near the moon module, but his message was never heard by the public because NASA censored it. According to another Soviet scientist, Dr. Alexander Kazantsev, Buzz Aldrin took color movie film of the UFOs from inside the module and continued filming them after he and Armstrong went outside. Dr. Ajaja claims that the UFOs departed minutes after the astronauts came out onto the lunar surface. Maurice Chatelain also confirmed that Apollo 11's radio transmissions were interrupted on several occasions in order to hide the news from the public. Before dismissing Chatelain's sensational claims, it is worth noting his impressive background in the aerospace industry and space program. His first job after moving from France was as an electronics engineer with Conveyor, specializing in telecommunications, telemetry, and radar. In 1959, he was in charge of an electromagnetic research group, developing new radar and telecommunications systems for Ryan. One of his 11 patents was on automatic flights to the moon. Later, at North American Aviation, Chatelain was offered the job of designing and building the Apollo communications and data processing systems. Chatelain claims that all Apollo and Gemini flights were followed, both at a distance and sometimes also quite closely, by space vehicles of extraterrestrial origin flying saucers, or UFOs, if you want to call them by that name. Every time it occurred, the astronauts informed Mission Control, who then ordered absolute silence. He goes on to say, "I think that Walter Schirra aboard Mercury 8 was the first of the astronauts to use the code name, Santa Claus, to indicate the presence of flying saucers next to space capsules. However, his announcements were barely noticed by the general public. It was a little different when James Lovell on board the Apollo 8 command module came out from behind the moon and said for everybody to hear, 'Please be informed that there is a SANTACLAUS.' Even though this happened on Christmas Day 1968, many people sensed a hidden meaning in those words. Rumors persist. NASA may well be a civilian agency, but many of its programs are funded by the defense budget, and most of the astronauts are subject to military security regulations. Apart from the fact that the National Security Agency screens all films and probably radio communications as well. We have the statements by Otto Binder, Dr. Gary Henderson and Maurice Chatelain that the astronauts were under strict orders not to discuss their sightings. And Gordon Cooper has testified to a United Nations committee that one of the astronauts actually witnessed a UFO on the ground. If there is no secrecy, why has this sighting not been made public? A certain professor who wished to remain anonymous was engaged in a discussion with Neil Armstrong during a NASA symposium. "Professor, what really happened out there with Apollo 11? Armstrong, it was incredible. Of course, we had always known there was a possibility. The fact is, we were warned off by the aliens. There was never any question then of a space station or a moon city." "Professor, how do you mean warned off?" Armstrong, I can't go into details except to say that their ships were far superior to ours both in size and technology. Boy, were they big and menacing. No, there is no question of a space station. "Professor, but NASA had other missions after Apollo 11. Armstrong, naturally NASA was committed at that time and couldn't risk panic on Earth, but it really was a quick scoop and back again." Armstrong confirmed that the story was true but refused to go into further detail, beyond admitting that the CIA was behind the cover-up. Reasonable activity of an alien civilization showed up unexpectedly close to us. We were not ready for it psychologically. We still can come across publications trying to find an answer to the question, are we alone in the universe? At the same time, presence of reasonable creatures has been detected just close to our home, in the moon. However, the discovery was immediately classified as secret, as it was so much incredible that even could shake the already existing social principles, reports Russia's newspaper, Vechny Volgograd. Here is an extract from the official press release. NASA scientists and engineers participating in exploration of Mars and Moon reported results of their discoveries at a briefing at the Washington National Press Club on March 21, 1996. It was announced for the first time that man-caused structures and objects had been discovered on the Moon. The scientists spoke rather cautiously and evasively about the functioning objects, with the exception of UFO. They always mentioned the man-caused objects as possible, and pointed out the information was still under study, and official results would be published later. It was mentioned at the briefing as well that the Soviet Union used to own some photo materials proving presence of reasonable activity on the Moon. And although it wasn't identified what kind of reasonable activity it was, thousands of photo and video materials photographed from the Apollo and the Clementine space station demonstrated many parts on the lunar surface where the activity and its traces were perfectly evident. The video films and photos made by US astronauts during the Apollo program were demonstrated at the briefing, and people were extremely surprised why the materials hadn't been presented to the public earlier. And NASA specialists answered, It was difficult to forecast the reaction of people to the information that some creatures had been or still were on the moon. Besides, there were some other reasons to it, which were beyond NASA. Specialist for lunar artifacts, Richard Hoagland says that NASA is still trying to veil photo materials before they are published in public catalogues and files. They do retouching or partially refocus them while copying. Some investigators, Hoagland is among them, suppose that an extraterrestrial race had used the moon as a terminal station during their activity on the Earth. The suggestions are confirmed by the legends and myths invented by different nations of our planet. Ruins of lunar cities stretched along many kilometers, huge transparent domes on massive basements, numerous tunnels and other constructions make scientists reconsider their opinions concerning the lunar problems. How the moon appeared and principles of its revolving around the Earth still pose a great problem for scientists. Some partially destroyed objects on the lunar surface can't be placed among natural geological formations, as they are of complex organization and geometrical structure. In the upper part of Rima Hadley, not far from the place where the Apollo 15 had landed, a construction surrounded with a tall D-shaped wall was discovered. As of now, different artifacts have been discovered in 44 regions. The NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, the Houston Planetary Institute and specialists from the Bank of Space Information are investigating the regions. Mysterious terrace-shaped excavations of the rock have been discovered near the Tahoe crater. The concentric hexahedral excavations and the tunnel entry at the terrace side can't be results of natural geological processes. Instead, they look very much like open-cast mines. A transparent dome raised above the crater edge was discovered near the crater Copernicus. The dome is unusual as it is glowing white and blue from inside. A rather unusual object, which is unusual indeed even for the moon, was discovered in the upper part of the factory area. A disk of about 50 meters in diameter stands on a square basement surrounded with rhombi walls. In the picture, close to the rhombi, we can also see a dark round embrasure in the ground, which resembles an entry in an underground caponnière. There is a regular rectangular area between factory and the crater Copernicus, which is 300 meters wide, 400 meters long. Apollo 10 astronauts made a unique picture, AS 1032-4822, of a 1-mile-long object called Castle, which is hanging at the height of 14 kilometers and casts a distinct shadow on the lunar surface. The object seems to be consisting of several cylindrical units and a large conjunctive unit. Internal porous structure of the castle is clearly seen in one of the pictures, which makes an impression that some parts of the object are transparent. As it turned out at the briefing where many NASA scientists were present, when Richard Hoagland had requested originals of the castle pictures for the second time, no pictures were found there at all. They disappeared even from the list of pictures made by the Apollo 10 crew. Only intermediate pictures of the object were found in the archives, which unfortunately don't depict the internal structure of the object. When Apollo 12 crew landed on the lunar surface, they saw that the landing was observed by a half-transparent pyramidal object. It was hanging just several meters above the lunar surface and shimmered with all rainbow colors against the black sky. In 1969, when the film about astronauts traveling to the Sea of Storms was demonstrated, the astronauts saw the strange objects once again, which were later called striped glasses. NASA finally understood what consequences such kind of control could bring. Astronaut Mitchell answered the question about his feelings after a successful return the following: "My neck still aches as I had to constantly turn my head around because we felt we were not alone there. We had no choice but pray." Johnston, who worked at the Houston Space Center and studied photos and video materials done during the Apollo program, discussed the artifacts with Richard Hoagland and said, "The NASA leadership was awfully annoyed with the great number of anomalous, to put it mildly, objects on the moon. It was even said that piloted flights to the moon could be banned in the program's network." Investigators are especially interested in ancient structures resembling partially destroyed cities. The orbital shooting reveals an astonishingly regular geometry of square and rectangular constructions. They resemble our terrestrial cities seen from the height of 58 kilometers. Mission control specialist commented on the pictures. "Our guys observed ruins of the lunar cities, transparent pyramids, domes and God knows what else, which are currently hidden deep inside the NASA safes, and felt like Robinson Crusoe when he suddenly came across prints of human bare feet on the sand of the desert island." What do geologists and scientists say after studying the pictures of lunar cities and other anomalous objects? They say such objects can't be natural formations. We should admit they are artificial, especially the domes and pyramids. Reasonable activity of an alien civilization showed up unexpectedly close to us. We were not ready for it psychologically, and some people hardly believe they are true even now. Translated by Maria Gauseva, original source equals http://English, Pravda, ru/main/2002/10/05/37771, HTML source, http://www.ufocasebook.com/moon. HTML 60, synthesized from gypsum. Gypsum is a common mineral, with thick and extensive evaporite beds in association with sedimentary rocks. Deposits are known to occur in strata from as early as the Permian Age. Gypsum is deposited in lake and sea water, as well as in hot springs, from volcanic vapors and sulfate solutions in veins. Hydrothermal anhydrite in veins is commonly hydrated to gypsum by groundwater in near-surface exposures. It is often associated with the minerals halite and sulfur. The word gypsum is derived from the aorist form of the Greek verb, to cook, referring to the burnt or calcined mineral. Because the gypsum from the quarries of the Montmartre district of Paris has long furnished burnt gypsum used for various purposes, this material has been called plaster of Paris. It is also used in foot creams, shampoos and many other hair products. Because gypsum dissolves over time in water, gypsum is rarely found in the form of sand. However, the unique conditions of the White Sands National Monument in the U.S. state of New Mexico have created a 710 km2, 275 sq mile, expanse of white gypsum sand, enough to supply the construction industry with drywall for 1,000 years. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 61. Electromagnetic force. In physics, the Lorentz force is the force on a point charge due to electromagnetic fields. Lorentz introduced this force in 1892. However, the discovery of the Lorentz force was before Lorentz's time. In particular, it can be seen at equation 77 in Maxwell's 1861 paper on physical lines of force. Later, Maxwell listed it as equation D of his 1864 paper, A Dynamical Theory of the Electromagnetic Field, as one of the 8 original Maxwell's equations. In this paper, the equation was written as follows. Although this equation is obviously a direct precursor of the modern Lorentz force equation, it actually differs in 2 respects. It does not contain a factor of Q, the charge. Maxwell didn't use the concept of charge. The definition of E used here by Maxwell is unclear. He uses the term electromotive force. He operated from Faraday's electrotonic state A, which he considered to be a momentum in his vortex C. The closest term that we can trace to electric charge in Maxwell's papers is the density of free electricity, which appears to refer to the density of the ethereal medium of his molecular vortices, and that gives rise to the momentum. A. Maxwell believed that it was a fundamental quantity from which electromotive force can be derived. The equation here contains the information that what we nowadays call E, which today can be expressed in terms of scalar and vector potentials, according to the fact that E can be expressed this way, is equivalent to one of the 4 modern Maxwell's equations, the Maxwell-Faraday equation. Despite its historical origins in the original set of 8 Maxwell's equations, the Lorentz force is no longer considered to be one of Maxwell's equations, as the term is currently used, that is, as reformulated by Heaviside. It now sits adjacent to Maxwell's equations as a separate and essential law. Significance of the Lorentz force. While the modern Maxwell's equations describe how electrically charged particles and objects give rise to electric and magnetic fields, the Lorentz force law completes that picture by describing the force acting on a moving point charge Q in the presence of electromagnetic fields. The Lorentz force law describes the effect of E and B upon a point charge, but such electromagnetic forces are not the entire picture. Charged particles are possibly coupled to other forces, notably gravity and nuclear forces. Thus, Maxwell's equations do not stand separate from other physical laws, but are coupled to them via the charge and current densities. The response of a point charge to the Lorentz law is one aspect. The generation of E and B by currents and charges is another. In real materials, the Lorentz force is inadequate to describe the behavior of charged particles, both in principle and as a matter of computation. The charged particles in a material medium both respond to the E and B fields and generate these fields. Complex transport equations must be solved to determine the time and spatial response of charges. For example, the Boltzmann equation or the Fokker-Planck equation or the Navier-Stokes equations. For example, see magnetohydrodynamics, fluid dynamics, electrohydrodynamics, superconductivity, stellar evolution. An entire physical apparatus for dealing with these matters has developed. See, for example, Green-Kubo relations and Green's function, many-body theory. Although one might suggest that these theories are only approximations intended to deal with large ensembles of point particles, perhaps a deeper perspective is that the charge-bearing particles may respond to forces like gravity or nuclear forces or boundary conditions. Reference, Wikipedia, org 62, quadrillion. Quadrillion may mean either of the two numbers. 100000 1000 million million, 1015, SI prefix peta, increasingly common meaning in English language usage, 10. SI prefix iota, increasingly rare meaning in English language usage. Reference, Wikipedia org, points of origin to establish age and duration. So far, scientists have not found a way to determine the exact age of the Earth directly from Earth rocks, because Earth's oldest rocks have been recycled and destroyed by the process of plate tectonics. If there are any of Earth's primordial rocks left in their original state, they have not yet been found. Nevertheless, scientists have been able to determine the probable age of the solar system, and to calculate an age for the Earth by assuming that the Earth and the rest of the solid bodies in the solar system formed at the same time, and are therefore of the same age. The ages of Earth and Moon rocks and of meteorites are measured by the decay of long-lived radioactive isotopes of elements that occur naturally in rocks and minerals, and that decay with half-lives of 700 million to more than 100 billion years to stable isotopes of other elements. These dating techniques, which are firmly grounded in physics and are known collectively as radiometric dating, are used to measure the last time that the rock being dated was either melted or disturbed sufficiently to rehomogenize its radioactive elements. Reference, http://pubs, usks, gov/gip/geotime/age. HTML64. The physical universe itself is formed from the convergence and amalgamation of many other individual universes. A creation myth is a supernatural myth-religious story or explanation that describes the beginnings of humanity, Earth, life, and the universe, cosmogony, usually as a deliberate act of creation by a supreme being. Many accounts of creation share broadly similar themes. Common motifs include the fractionation of the things of the world from a primordial chaos, the separation of the mother and father gods, land emerging from an infinite and timeless ocean, or creation ex nihilo, Latin, out of nothing. Reference, Wikipedia, org 65. Energy and forms can be created but not destroyed. In physics, the law of conservation of energy states that the total amount of energy in any isolated system remains constant but cannot be recreated, although it may change forms, e.g. friction turns kinetic energy into thermal energy. In thermodynamics, the first law of thermodynamics is a statement of the conservation of energy for thermodynamic systems, and is the more encompassing version of the conservation of energy. In short, the law of conservation of energy states that energy cannot be created or destroyed, it can only be changed from one form to another. Reference, Wikipedia, org 66. Tales of magic, sorcery and enchantment, fairy tales and mythology speak of such things. Magic, sometimes known as sorcery, is a conceptual system that asserts human ability to control the natural world, including events, objects, people, and physical phenomena, through mystical, paranormal, or supernatural means. The term can also refer to the practices employed by a person asserting this influence, and to beliefs that explain various events and phenomena in such terms. In many cultures, magic is under pressure from, and in competition with, scientific and religious conceptual systems. Adherents to magic believe that it may work by one or more of the following basic principles: natural forces that cannot be detected by science at present, and in fact may not be detectable at all. These magical forces are said to exist in addition to and alongside the four fundamental forces of nature: gravity, electromagnetism, the strong force and the weak force. Intervention of spirits similar to these hypothetical natural forces, but with their own consciousness and intelligence. Believers in spirits will often describe a whole cosmos of beings of many different kinds, sometimes organized into a hierarchy. Aleister Crowley preferred the spelling magic, defining it as the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with the will. By this, he included mundane acts of will as well as ritual magic. In Magic in Theory and Practice, Chapter XIV, Crowley says, "What is a magical operation? It may be defined as any event in nature which is brought to pass by will. We must not exclude potato growing or banking from our definition. Let us take a very simple example of a magical act, that of a man blowing his nose." Reference, Wikipedia, org 67, "They will capture other is-bees as slaves." The word slave in the English language originates from the Middle English sclave, from the Old French esclave, the medieval Latin sclavus, the early Greek sklavos, from sklabnoi, Slavs of Slavic origin, akin to Old Russian Slovene, an East Slavic tribe. The term sklavus originally referred to the Slavs of Eastern and Central Europe, as many of these people had been captured and then sold as slaves by Otto the Great and his successors. The former Latin word for slave was servus, cf. English serf. The evidence for slavery predates written records. It can be found in almost all cultures and continents. Slavery can be traced to the earliest records, such as the Code of Hammurabi in Mesopotamia, tilde 1800 BC, which refers to slavery as an already established institution. An important exception occurred under the reign of the Achaemenid Empire in Persia in 500 BC. The forced labor of women in some ancient and modern cultures may also be identified as slavery. Slavery in this case includes sexual services. Historically, most slaves were captured in wars or kidnapped in isolated raids, but some persons were sold into slavery by their parents or by themselves as a means of surviving extreme conditions. Most slaves were born into that status, to parents who were enslaved. Ancient warfare often resulted in slavery for prisoners and their families, who were either killed, ransomed, or sold as slaves. Captives were often considered the property of those who captured them and were looked upon as a prize of war. Slavery may originally have been more humane than simply executing those who would return to fight if they were freed, but the effect led to widespread enslavement of particular groups of people. Those captured sometimes differed in ethnicity, nationality, religion, or race from their enslavers, but often were the same as the captors. The dominant group in an area might take captives and turn them into slaves with little fear of suffering the like fate. The possibility always existed of reversals of fortune, as when Seneca warned at the height of the Roman Empire, when powerful nations fought among themselves, anyone might find himself enslaved. Reference, Wikipedia org. 68. Asteroid Belt. The asteroid belt is the region of the solar system located roughly between the orbits of the planets Mars and Jupiter. It is occupied by numerous irregularly shaped bodies called asteroids or minor planets. More than half the mass within the main belt is contained in the four largest objects: Ceres, 4 Vesta, 2 Pallas, and 10 Hygiea. All of these have mean diameters of more than 400 km, while Ceres, the main belt's only dwarf planet, is about 950 km in diameter. The remaining bodies range down to the size of a dust particle. The asteroid material is so thinly distributed that multiple unmanned spacecraft have traversed it without incident. Reference, Wikipedia. 69. The Big Dipper constellation. Within Ursa Major, the stars of the Big Dipper have Bayer designations in consecutive Greek alphabetical order from the bowl to the handle. Near Mizar is a star called Alcor, and together they are informally known as the Horse and Rider. At magnitude 4.1, Alcor would normally be relatively easy to see with the unaided eye, but its proximity to Mizar renders it more difficult to resolve, and it has served as a traditional test of sight. In the 17th century, Mizar itself was discovered to be a binary star system, the first telescopic binary found. The component stars are known as Mizar A and Mizar B. In 1889, Mizar A was discovered to in fact be a binary as well, the first spectroscopic binary discovered, and with the subsequent discovery that Mizar B itself is also a binary. In total, Mizar currently is known to be at least a quadruple star system. Reference, Wikipedia. 70. The body of the Archduke of Austria. Franz Ferdinand, December 18, 1863, June 28, 1914, was an Archduke of Austria Est, Prince Imperial of Austria and Prince Royal of Hungary and Bohemia, and from 1896 until his death, heir presumptive to the Austro-Hungarian throne. His assassination in Sarajevo precipitated the Austrian declaration of war. This caused countries allied with Austria-Hungary, the Central Powers, and countries allied with Serbia, the Entente Powers, to declare war on each other. Starting World War I in 1889, Franz Ferdinand's life changed dramatically. His cousin Crown Prince Rudolf committed suicide at his hunting lodge in Mayerling, leaving Franz Ferdinand's father, Archduke Karl Ludwig, as first in line to the throne. However, his father renounced his succession rights a few days after the crown prince's death. Henceforth, Franz Ferdinand was groomed to succeed. On June 28, 1914, at approximately 11:15 a.m., Franz Ferdinand and his wife were killed in Sarajevo, the capital of the Austro-Hungarian province of Bosnia and Herzegovina, by Gavrilo Princip, a member of Young Bosnia and one of a few assassins organized by the Black Hand, TSRNA Ruka. The event, known as the assassination in Sarajevo, triggered World War I. France and Sophie had previously been attacked when a bomb was thrown at their car. It missed them, but many civilians were injured. France and Sophie both insisted on going to see all those injured at the hospital. As a result of this, Princip saw them and shot Sophie in the abdomen. France was shot in the jugular and was still alive when witnesses arrived to his aid, but it was too late. He died within minutes. The assassinations, along with the arms race, nationalism, imperialism, militarism, and the alliance system all contributed to the beginning of World War I, which began less than 2 months after Franz Ferdinand's death, with Austria-Hungary's declaration of war against Serbia. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 71, force field. Originally a term coined by Michael Faraday to provide an intuitive paradigm, but theoretical construct, for the behavior of electromagnetic fields, the term force field refers to the lines of force one object, the source object, exerts on another object or a collection of other objects. An object might be a mass particle or an electric or magnetic charge, for example. The lines do not have to be straight in the Euclidean geometry case, but may be curved. Faraday called these theoretical connections between objects lines of force because the objects are most directly connected to the source object along this line. A local Newtonian gravitational field near Earth ground typically consists of a uniform array of vectors pointing in one direction, downwards towards the ground. Its force field is represented by the Cartesian vector, where points in a direction away from the ground, and m refers to the mass, and g refers to the acceleration due to gravity. A global gravitational field consists of a spherical array of vectors pointing towards the center of gravity. Its classical force field in spherical coordinates is represented by the vector, which is just Newton's law of gravity, with the radial unit vector pointing towards the origin of the sphere, center of the Earth. A conservative electric field has an electric charge, or a smeared plum pudding of electric charges, as its source object. In the case of the point charges, the force field is represented by, where is the position vector that represents the straightest line between the source charge and the other charge. A static magnetic field has a magnetic charge, a magnetic monopole or a charge distribution. The electromagnetic force is given by the Lorentz force formula, which in SI units is reference, Wikipedia, org. 72, electroshock. The story of electric shock began in 1938, when Italian psychiatrist Ugo Cerletti visited a Rome slaughterhouse to see what could be learned from the method that was employed to butcher hogs. In Cerletti's own words, as soon as the hogs were clamped by the electric tongs, they fell unconscious, stiffened, then after a few seconds they were shaken by convulsions. During this period of unconsciousness, epileptic coma, the butcher stabbed and bled the animals without difficulty. At this point I felt we could venture to experiment on man, and I instructed my assistants to be on the alert for the selection of a suitable subject. Cerletti's first victim was provided by the local police, a man described by Cerletti as lucid and well-oriented. After surviving the first blast without losing consciousness, the victim overheard Cerletti discussing a second application with a higher voltage. He begged Cerletti, non-uniseconder, mortiferal, not another one. It will kill me. Ignoring the objections of his assistants, Cerletti increased the voltage and duration and fired again, with the successful, electrically induced convulsion of his victim. Ugo Cerletti brought about the application of hog slaughtering skills to humans, creating one of the most brutal techniques of psychiatry. Electric shock is also called electroconvulsive therapy or treatment, ECT, electroshock therapy or electric shock treatment, ESD, electrostimulation and electrolytic therapy, ELT. All are euphemistic terms for the same process, sending a searing blast of electricity through the brain in order to alter behavior. Reference: http://www.sntp.net/ect/ect3. HTM, today electroshock therapy, ECT, is most often used as a treatment for severe major depression which has not responded to other treatment, and is also used in the treatment of mania, catatonia, schizophrenia and other disorders. It first gained widespread use as a form of treatment in the 1940s and 50s. Today, an estimated 1 million people worldwide receive ECT every year, usually in a course of 6-12 treatments administered 2 or 3 times a week. Electroconvulsive therapy has side effects, which include confusion and memory loss for events around the time period of treatment. ECT have been shown to cause persistent memory loss. It is the effects of ECT on long-term memory that give rise to much of the concern surrounding its use. The acute effects of ECT include amnesia. Registered nurse Barbara C. Cody reports in a letter to the Washington Post that her life was forever changed by 13 outpatient ECTs I received in 1983. Shock therapy totally and permanently disabled me. EEG's electroencephalograms verify the extensive damage shock did to my brain. 15 to 20 years of my life were simply erased. Only small bits and pieces have returned. I was also left with short-term memory impairment and serious cognitive deficits. Shock therapy took my past, my college education, my musical abilities, even the knowledge that my children were in fact my children. Ernest Hemingway, American author, committed suicide shortly after electric shock treatment at the Menninger Clinic in 1961. He is reported to have said to his biographer, "Well, what is the sense of ruining my head and erasing my memory, which is my capital, and putting me out of business? It was a brilliant cure, but we lost the patient." Reference, Wikipedia org 73, electric voltage. The general public may consider household mains circuits, 100-250 VAC, which carry the highest voltages they normally encounter, to be high voltage. For example, an installer of heating, ventilation and air conditioning equipment may be licensed to install 24-volt control circuits, but may not be permitted to connect the 240-volt power circuits of the equipment. Voltages over approximately 50 volts can usually cause dangerous amounts of current to flow through a human being touching 2 points of a circuit. Voltages of greater than 50 V are capable of producing heart fibrillation if they produce electric currents in body tissues which happen to pass through the chest area. The electrocution danger is mostly determined by the low conductivity of dry human skin. If skin is wet, or if there are wounds, or if the voltage is applied to electrodes which penetrate the skin, then even voltage sources below 40 V can be lethal if contacted. Reference, Wikipedia, org 74. Post-hypnotic suggestions. The ability of a human to be induced into a form of behavior or thinking pattern after coming out of the hypnotic state. Post-hypnotic suggestions are administered by the hypnotist and may optionally include a time scope. An altered sense of perception or behavioral pattern may be programmed into the person under hypnosis. Certain sequences of events may be set as triggers to enter or exit the post-hypnotic pattern. The behavior patterns resemble conditioned reflexes, though administered without classical behavior alteration techniques. Any number, color, object, etc. may be induced to be ignored by the patient after full consciousness. A certain keyword starts the suggestion and a different word ends it. The patient will not know nor use the item to be ignored. She may state that the C is colored red if suggested to ignore the color blue. A count of 11 may be achieved if asked to count one's fingers, if a number, say 5, is suggested to be ignored. Thus the patient counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different type of behavior patterns may be induced, such as forcing the patient to recite a certain sentence whenever anyone says out loud the special keyword. The patient is fully aware of the conditioned action, but it is very difficult, if not impossible, to restrain from doing it. Sweating, loss of coordination and full lack of concentration plagues the patient until she performs the programmed action. An object may be set to be perceived as invisible, and it will be fully ignored and evaded during the period of suggestion. Experiments may be performed with a coffee mug, induced to be invisible. If the mug is put on top of a page with writing, the patient will only read the parts not covered by the mug. Even though the sentences may make no sense, nothing is seemingly wrong to the suspected. It is difficult to suggest an object be invisible, yet stay tactile. Usually the object is completely ignored by all senses. Thus, the mug in the example will reportedly not exist, even when the patient is touching it. Stage hypnotists will sometimes perform shows in which they hypnotize participants to think they are some celebrity and behave exactly like them. John Mole, stage hypnotist and member of the National Guild of Hypnotists, says that he has often hypnotized people to become someone else. Mole noticed that adults often became a celebrity, while middle or high school students usually become something much more creative or imaginative. Reference, Wikipedia, org 75 Untouchables. In the Indian caste system, a Dalit, often called an untouchable or an outcast, is a person who, according to traditional Hindu belief, does not have any varnas. Varna refers to the Hindu belief that most humans were supposedly created from different parts of the body of the divinity Purusha. The part from which a varna was supposedly created defines a person's social status with regard to issues such as whom they may marry and which professions they may hold. Dalits fall outside the varna system and have historically been prevented from doing any but the most menial jobs. However, a distinction must be made between lower caste people and pariahs. Included are leather workers called chamma, carcass handlers called mahar, poor farmers and landless labourers, night soil scavengers called bangi or chura, street handicrafters, folk artists, street cleaners, dobi, etc. Traditionally, they were treated as pariahs in South Asian society and isolated in their own communities, to the point that even their shadows were avoided by the upper castes. Discrimination against Dalits still exists in rural areas in the private sphere, in ritual matters such as access to eating places and water sources. It has largely disappeared, however, in urban areas and in the public sphere, in rights of movement and access to schools. The earliest rejection of discrimination, at least in spiritual matters, was made as far back as the Bhagavad Gita, which says that no person, no matter what, is barred from enlightenment. There are an estimated 160 million Dalits in India. Reference, Wikipedia, org, human rights abuses against these people known as Dalits are legion. A random sampling of headlines in mainstream Indian newspapers tells their story. Dalit boy beaten to death for plucking flowers. Dalit tortured by cops for 3 days. Dalit witch paraded naked in Bihar. Dalit killed in lockup at Kurnool. 7 Dalits burnt alive in caste clash. 5 Dalits lynched in Haryana. Dalit woman gang raped, paraded naked. Police egged on mob to lynch Dalits. Dalits are not allowed to drink from the same wells, attend the same temples, wear shoes in the presence of an upper caste, or drink from the same cups in tea stalls, said Smita Naila, a senior researcher with Human Rights Watch and author of Broken People, Caste Violence Against India's Untouchables. Human Rights Watch is a worldwide activist organization based in New York. India's untouchables are relegated to the lowest jobs and live in constant fear of being publicly humiliated, paraded naked, beaten, and raped with impunity by upper caste Hindus seeking to keep them in their place. Merely walking through an upper caste neighborhood is a life-threatening offense. Nearly 90% of all the poor Indians and 95% of all the illiterate Indians are Dalits. Reference, http://news. National Geographic, com/news/2003/06/0602030602 Untouchables. HTML 76. Political prisoners. A political prisoner is someone held in prison or otherwise detained, perhaps under house arrest, for his/her involvement in political activity. Political prisoners are arrested and tried with a veneer of legality, where false criminal charges, manufactured evidence, and unfair trials are used to disguise the fact that an individual is a political prisoner. This is common in situations which may otherwise be decried nationally and internationally as a human rights violation and suppression of a political dissident. A political prisoner can also be someone that has been denied bail unfairly, denied parole when it would reasonably have been given to a prisoner charged with a comparable crime, or special powers may be invoked by the judiciary. Particularly in this latter situation, whether an individual is regarded as a political prisoner may depend upon subjective political perspective or interpretation of the evidence. Governments typically reject assertions that they hold political prisoners. Examples, in the Soviet Union, dubious psychiatric diagnoses were sometimes used to confine political prisoners. In Nazi Germany, night and fog prisoners were among the first victims of fascist repression. In North Korea, entire families are jailed if one family member is suspected of anti-government sentiments. Reference, Wikipedia, org 77. His commanding officer ordered that a battle cruiser be dispatched. Editor's note, the only Wikipedia, org reference to the term battle cruiser is a US or British Navy ships. Another interesting and entertaining reference is as follows. The Honorverse is the semi-official name for the setting of a military science fiction series of stories by David Weber featuring Honor Harrington, the Nelsonesque heroine in a series reminiscent of C.S. Forester's Horatio Hornblower book series. The books are popular in the United States, and new releases regularly make the New York Times bestseller list. The following list refers to starship classes within different areas of Honorverse. These starship classes are in the People's Republic of Haven, Cymteris class, Lac Program 13 class, Lac Bastogne class, Destroyer City class, Destroyer Disforge class, Destroyer Frigate class L, Light Cruiser Conqueror class, Light Cruiser Charles Wade Pope class, Light Cruiser Brilliance class, Light Cruiser Mars 8 class, Heavy Cruiser Marsby class, Heavy Cruiser Scimitar class, Heavy Cruiser Sword class, Heavy Cruiser Tiger class, Battlecruiser Warlord class, Battlecruiser Sultan class, Battlecruiser Triumphant class, Battleship Nouveau Paris class, Dreadnought formerly thought to be the new Boston class Rousseau class, Dreadnought Duquesne class, Super Dreadnought Sovereign of Space class, Pod Super Dreadnought, Temeraire class, Pod Super Dreadnought Astra class, Lac Carrier Aviary class, Lac Carrier reference, Wikipedia, Org 78, a few hundred miles north of the equator on Mars in the Cydonia region. This statement was made by Airl in 1947. The following photographs of this area were not taken by NASA satellites in the 1970s. The following internet links shows maps of a complex of artificial-looking structures, which some people have referred to as the Pyramid Complex, the face on Mars, and other geological features that are strikingly similar to symbols and architecture found in Mesoamerican and Egyptian pyramid civilizations. Notice how the pyramids and face structures look as though they have been partially destroyed. Had there been an old Empire base at this location which was destroyed by a cruiser attack from the Domain Force, its base would have been significantly damaged. http://www.greatdreams.com/Cydonia, http://www.qtm, net/jabden/Cydonia. HTML. In addition, a team of scientists from the United States Geological Survey reported at the recent annual Lunar and Planetary Science Conference in Houston, Texas, that images taken by NASA's Mars-orbiting spacecraft Mars Odyssey show what appear to be cave entrances where primitive life forms, past or present microbial life, could have been sheltered, and where water could exist in liquid form. A more detailed perusal of the report reveals that the spacecraft actually photographed, in both visual and infrared, puzzling dark circular structures associated with these cave structures, ranging in size from 100 to 250 meters, 330 to 825 feet. Picking up the hardly noticed story in its June 2007 issue, the prestigious journal Scientific American has now provided additional information. 7 such football-size caverns were identified. They are 425 feet deep. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 79, Mind control. Mind control, or brainwashing, refers to a broad range of psychological tactics able to subvert an individual's control of his own thinking behavior, emotions, or decisions. The concept is closely related to hypnosis, but differs in practical approach. William Sargant connected Pavlov's findings, the Russian researcher who experimented on stimulus response mechanism with dogs, to the ways people learned and internalized belief systems. Conditioned behavior patterns could be changed by stimulated stresses beyond a dog's capacity for response, in essence causing a breakdown. This could also be caused by intense signals, longer than normal waiting periods, rotating positive and negative signals, and changing a dog's physical condition, as through illness. Depending on the dog's initial personality, this could possibly cause a new belief system to be held tenaciously. Sargant also connected Pavlov's findings to the mechanisms of brainwashing. Though men are not dogs, they should humbly try to remember how much they resemble dogs in their brain functions, and not boast themselves as demigods. They are gifted with religious and social apprehensions, and they are gifted with the power of reason. But all these faculties are physiologically entailed to the brain. Therefore the brain should not be abused by having forced upon it any religious or political mystique that stunts the reason, or any form of crude rationalism that stunts the religious sense. p. 274, psychologist Margaret Singer describes 6 conditions which would create an atmosphere in which thought reform is possible. Singer states that these conditions involve no need for physical coercion or violence. 1. Control the victim's social and/or physical environment, especially control the victim's time. systematically create a sense of powerlessness in the victim. This is accomplished by getting victims away from their normal social support group for a period of time and into an environment where the majority of people are already group members. The victims serve as models of the attitudes and behaviors of the group and speak an in-group language. Strip victims of their main occupation, quit jobs, drop out of school or source of income, or have them turn over their income or the majority of to the group. Once stripped of your usual support network, your confidence in your own perception erodes. As your sense of powerlessness increases, your good judgment and understanding of the world are diminished. Ordinary view of reality is destabilized. As group attacks your previous worldview, it causes you distress and inner confusion, yet you are not allowed to speak about this confusion or object to it. Leadership suppresses questions and counters resistance. This process is sped up if you are kept tired. Manipulate a system of rewards, punishments and experiences in such a way as to inhibit behavior that reflects the victim's former social identity. Manipulation of experiences can be accomplished through various methods of trance induction, including leaders using such techniques as paced speaking patterns, guided imagery, chanting, long prayer sessions or lectures, and lengthy meditation sessions. Your old beliefs and patterns of behavior are defined as irrelevant or evil. Leadership wants these old patterns eliminated, so the victims must suppress them. Victims get positive feedback for conforming to the group's beliefs and behaviors and negative feedback for old beliefs and behavior. Manipulate a system of rewards, punishments and experiences in order to promote learning the group's ideology or belief system and group-approved behaviors. Good behavior, demonstrating an understanding and acceptance of the group's beliefs, and compliance are rewarded while questioning, expressing doubts or criticizing are met with disapproval, redress and possible rejection. If one expresses a question, he or she is made to feel that there is something inherently wrong with them to be questioning. The only feedback victims get is from the group. They become totally dependent upon the rewards given by those who control the environment. Victims must learn varying amounts of new information about the beliefs of the group and the behaviors expected by the group. The more complicated and filled with contradictions the new system is, and the more difficult it is to learn, the more effective the conversion process will be. Esteem and affection from peers is very important to new recruits. Approval comes from having the new victims' behaviors and thought patterns conform to the models, victims. Victims' relationship with peers is threatened whenever they fail to learn or display new behaviors. Over time, the easy solution to the insecurity generated by the difficulties of learning the new system is to inhibit any display of doubts. New recruits simply acquiesce, affirm and act as if they do understand and accept the new ideology. Put forth a closed system of logic and an authoritarian structure that permits no feedback and refuses to be modified, except by leadership approval or executive order. The group has a top-down pyramid structure. The leaders must have verbal ways of never losing. Victims are not allowed to question, criticize, or complain. If they do, the leaders allege that the victim is defective, not the organization or the beliefs. The individual is always wrong, the system. Its leaders and its belief are always right. Remolding of the individual victim happens in a closed system. As victims learn to modify their behavior in order to be accepted in this closed system, they begin to speak the language which serves to further isolate them from their prior beliefs and behaviors. Social psychology tactics, a contemporary view of mind control, sees it as an intensified and persistent use of well-researched social psychology principles like compliance, conformity, persuasion, dissonance, reactance, framing, or emotional manipulation. One of the most notable proponents of such theories is social psychologist Philip Zimbardo, former president of the American Psychological Association. I conceive of mind control as a phenomena encompassing all the ways in which personal, social and institutional forces are exerted to induce compliance, conformity, belief, attitude, and value change in others. Mind control is the process by which individual or collective freedom of choice and action is compromised by agents or agencies that modify or distort perception, motivation, affect, cognition, and/or behavioral outcomes. It is neither magical nor mystical, but a process that involves a set of basic social psychological principles. In influence, science and practice, social psychologist Robert Cialdini argues that mind control is possible through the covert exploitation of the unconscious rules that underlie and facilitate healthy human social interactions. He states that common social rules can be used to prey upon the unwary, and he titles them as follows: Reciprocation, the old give and take, commitment and consistency, hobgoblins of the mind, social proof, truths are us, liking, the friendly thief, authority, directed deference, scarcity, the rule of the few. Using these 6 broad categories, he offers specific examples of both mild and extreme mind control, both one-on-one and in groups, notes the conditions under which each social rule is most easily exploited for false ends, and offers suggestions on how to resist such methods. Reference, Wikipedia. Org 1. Keep the victim unaware of what is going on and how he is being changed a step at a time. 80. Remote thought control. Editor's note: if hypersonic sound, see reference below, can already be used on Earth, which has been using electricity for only 150 years, imagine a technology that has been refined over millions of years, that could transmit thoughts that are precisely targeted to an individual person across millions of miles of space. The Lunatic is in My Head, sang Pink Floyd on their landmark Dark Side of the Moon album released 35 years ago. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. In 2008, there is a chance that the voice inside your head may be trying to sell you something. Advertisers are using a new acoustic technology to project advertising slogans directly into your head, and not everyone is happy about the oral intrusion. In fact, the space between your ears may be the newest battleground in the conflict between privacy and technology. The technique is called hypersonic sound, and it was created by inventor Woody Norris. Hypersonic sound, HSS, projection enables sound to be directed precisely to one individual without any spillover. In tandem with an ultrasonic emitter and a signal processor amplifier, HSS projects a column of modulated ultrasonic frequencies into the air. The ultrasonic frequencies are inaudible by themselves, but the interaction of the frequencies with the air creates sounds that can be heard by anyone inside the column. Hypersonic sound can direct sound as precisely as a laser beam can direct light. One only needs to be standing in the path of an HSS beam in order to hear the sound. However, the sensation to those hearing is that the sound is being projected from inside their skull. Pretty cool, thinks inventor Norris. Or pretty creepy if you don't know what's going on. It is already being done from a billboard on Prince Street in New York City. Advertising for a television show called Paranormal State, which airs on the Arts and Entertainment Network A&E, has been sent through HSS to unsuspecting pedestrians who trigger a sensor as they stroll by. The sound that is emitted can be heard only by them. Science and technology writer Clive Thompson has written about the Prince Street billboard for Wired magazine. He experienced HSS himself, writing that it felt creepy to hear a woman's voice whisper, "Who's there? Who's there?" It used to be that we could at least be guaranteed privacy in the space between our ears. That is no longer true, thanks to the invention of in-head advertising. The freedom to think our own thoughts without artificial manipulation from outside sources may be our latest civil rights battle. By Ruth Ngleler, Humanist Network News, Org April 2, 2008. Reference, http://humaniststudies, org/news/ ID equals 342 and show all equals true 81, the remote mind control operation. One of the earliest examples of remote control was developed in 1893 by Nikola Tesla and described in his patent, U.S. Patent 613-809, named Method of an Apparatus for Controlling Mechanism of Moving Vehicle or Vehicles. In 1903, Leonardo Torres Quevedo presented the telekino at the Paris Academy of Science, accompanied by a brief, and making an experimental demonstration. In the same year, he obtained a patent in France, Spain, Great Britain, and the United States. The telekino consisted of a robot that executed commands transmitted by electromagnetic waves. It constituted the world's first apparatus for radio control and was a pioneer in the field of remote control. In 1906, in the presence of the king and before a great crowd, Torres successfully demonstrated the invention in the port of Bilbao, guiding a boat from the shore. Later, he would try to apply the telekino to projectiles and torpedoes, but had to abandon the project for lack of financing. The first remote-controlled model airplane flew in 1932, and the use of remote control technology for military purposes was worked intensively during the Second World War, one result of this being the German Wasserfall missile. remote control technology is also used in space travel. For instance, the Russian Lunokhod vehicles were remote controlled from the ground. Direct remote control of space vehicles at greater distances from the Earth is not practical due to increasing signal delay times. Reference: Wikipedia.org. 82. Mind control. Editor's note: the most famously publicized evidence of the use of mind control operations is the CIA project, MKUltra. Project MKUltra, or MKUltra, was the code name for a covert CIA mind control and chemical interrogation research program run by the Office of Scientific Intelligence that began in the early 1950s and continued at least through the late 1960s. There is much published evidence that the project involved the surreptitious use of many types of drugs, as well as other methodology, to manipulate individual mental states and to alter brain function. Project MKUltra was first brought to wide public attention in 1975 by the U.S. Congress, through investigations by the Church Committee, and by a presidential commission known as the Rockefeller Commission. Investigative efforts were hampered by the fact that CIA Director Richard Helms ordered all MKUltra files destroyed in 1973. Although the CIA insists that MKUltra-type experiments have been abandoned, 14-year CIA veteran Victor Marchetti has stated in various interviews that the CIA routinely conducts disinformation campaigns and that CIA mind control research continued. In a 1977 interview, Marchetti specifically called the CIA claim that MKUltra was abandoned a cover story. On the Senate floor in 1977, Senator Ted Kennedy said, "The deputy director of the CIA revealed that over 30 universities and institutions were involved in an extensive testing and experimentation program, which included covert drug tests on unwitting citizens at all social levels, high and low, Native Americans and foreign. Several of these tests involved the administration of LSD to unwitting subjects in social situations. At least one death, that of Dr. Frank Olson, resulted from these activities. The agency itself acknowledged that these tests made little scientific sense. The agents doing the monitoring were not qualified scientific observers." A precursor of the MKUltra program began in 1945, when the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency was established and given direct responsibility for Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip was a program to recruit former Nazi spies, scientists and experts in torture and brainwashing, some of whom had just been identified and prosecuted as war criminals during the Nuremberg trials. Several secret U.S. government projects grew out of Operation Paperclip. These projects included Project Chatter, established 1947, and Project Bluebird, established 1950, which was later renamed to Project Artichoke in 1951. Their purpose was to study mind control, interrogation, behavior modification, and related topics. Headed by Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the MKUltra project was started on the order of CIA Director Allen Dulles on April 13, 1953, largely in response to Soviet, Chinese, and North Korean use of mind control techniques on U.S. prisoners of war in Korea. The CIA wanted to use similar methods on their own captives. The CIA was also interested in being able to manipulate foreign leaders with such techniques, and would later invent several schemes to drug Fidel Castro. Experiments were often conducted without the subject's knowledge or consent. In some cases, academic researchers being funded through grants from CIA-front organizations were unaware that their work was being used for these purposes. In 1964, the project was renamed MKSearch. The project attempted to produce a perfect truth drug for use in interrogating suspected Soviet spies during the Cold War, and generally to explore any other possibilities of mind control. An MKUltra program tagged Operation Teapot involved the testing of pregnant women with radiation, among other things. Also under this program, U.S. Army soldiers were dosed with LSD to study the effects of panic. Another MKUltra effort, Subproject 54, was the Navy's top-secret Perfect Concussion program, which used suboral frequency blasts to erase memory. During this program, LSD's corollary effect on controlled and channeled mass panic was discovered. MKUltra head Sidney Gottlieb was involved with both Operation Teapot and Subproject 54. The U.S. government officially denied involvement until 1995, when an official apology was issued to the pregnant women and to the affected U.S. Army soldiers. However, no apologies were offered to the affected U.S. Navy soldiers or to a group of Oregon prison inmates whose testicles were irradiated without their knowledge. Compensation for medical treatment resulting from these experiments has been disputed and remains tied up in arbitration more than 40 years after the fact. Since 1995, most of the associated files have been reclassified as top secret. Because most MKUltra records were deliberately destroyed in 1973 by order of then CIA Director Richard Helms, it has been difficult, if not impossible, for investigators to gain a complete understanding of the more than 150 individually funded research subprojects sponsored by MKUltra and related CIA programs. Ames, the agency, poured millions of dollars into studies probing dozens of methods of influencing and controlling the mind. One 1955 MKUltra document gives an indication of the size and range of the effort. This document refers to the study of an assortment of mind-altering substances described as follows: 1. Substances which will promote illogical thinking and impulsiveness to the point where the recipient would be discredited in public. 2. Substances which increase the efficiency of mentation and perception. 3. Materials which will prevent or counteract the intoxicating effect of alcohol. 4. Materials which will promote the intoxicating effect of alcohol. 5. Materials which will produce the signs and symptoms of recognized diseases in a reversible way so that they may be used for malingering, etc. 6. Materials which will render the induction of hypnosis easier or otherwise enhance its usefulness. 7. Substances which will enhance the ability of individuals to withstand privation, torture and coercion during interrogation and so-called brainwashing. 8. Materials and physical methods which will produce amnesia for events preceding and during their use. 9. Physical methods of producing shock and confusion over extended periods of time and capable of surreptitious use. 10. Substances which produce physical disablement such as paralysis of the legs, acute anemia, etc. 11. Substances which will produce pure euphoria with no subsequent letdown. 12. Substances which alter personality structure in such a way that the tendency of the recipient to become dependent upon another person is enhanced. 13. A material which will cause mental confusion of such a type that the individual under its influence will find it difficult to maintain a fabrication under questioning. 14. Substances which will lower the ambition and general working efficiency of men when administered in undetectable amounts. 15. Substances which promote weakness or distortion of the eyesight or hearing faculties, preferably without permanent effects. 16. A knockout pill which can surreptitiously be administered in drinks, food, cigarettes, as an aerosol, etc., which will be safe to use, provide a maximum of amnesia, and be suitable for use by agent types on an ad hoc basis. 17. A material which can be surreptitiously administered by the above routes, and which in very small amounts will make it impossible for a man to perform any physical activity whatsoever. Historians have learned that creating a Manchurian candidate subject through mind control techniques was undoubtedly a goal of MKUltra and related CIA projects. Budget: a secretive arrangement granted a percentage of the CIA budget. The MKUltra director was granted 6% of the CIA operating budget in 1953 without oversight or accounting. Experiments: CIA documents suggest that chemical, biological and radiological means were investigated for the purpose of mind control as part of MKUltra. Drugs: LSD. Early efforts focused on LSD, which later came to dominate many of MKUltra's programs. Experiments included administering LSD to CIA employees, military personnel, doctors, other government agents, prostitutes, mentally ill patients, and members of the general public in order to study their reactions. LSD and other drugs were usually administered without the subject's knowledge and informed consent, a violation of the Nuremberg Code that the US agreed to follow after WWII. Efforts to recruit subjects were often illegal, even discounting the fact that drugs were being administered, though actual use of LSD, for example, was legal in the United States until October 6, 1966. In Operation Midnight Climax, the CIA set up several brothels to obtain a selection of men who would be too embarrassed to talk about the events. The men were dosed with LSD, and the brothels were equipped with one-way mirrors, and the sessions were filmed for later viewing and study. Some subjects' participation was consensual, and in many of these cases, the subjects appeared to be singled out for even more extreme experiments. In one case, volunteers were given LSD for 77 consecutive days. LSD was eventually dismissed by MKUltra's researchers as too unpredictable in its effects. Although useful information was sometimes obtained through questioning subjects on LSD, not uncommonly the most marked effect would be the subject's absolute and utter certainty that they were able to withstand any form of interrogation attempt, even physical torture. Other drugs. Another technique investigated was connecting a barbiturate IV into one arm and an amphetamine IV into the other. The barbiturates were released into the subject first, and as soon as the subject began to fall asleep, the amphetamines were released. The subject would begin babbling incoherently at this point, and it was sometimes possible to ask questions and get useful answers. Other experiments involved heroin, morphine, temazepam, used under codename MKSearch, mescaline, psilocybin, scopolamine, marijuana, alcohol, and sodium pentothal. Hypnosis. Declassified MKUltra documents indicate hypnosis was studied in the early 1950s. Experimental goals included the creation of hypnotically induced anxieties, hypnotically increasing ability to learn and recall complex written matter, studying hypnosis and polygraph examinations, hypnotically increasing ability to observe and recall complex arrangements of physical objects, and studying relationship of personality to susceptibility to hypnosis. Canadian experiments. The experiments were exported to Canada when the CIA recruited Scottish psychiatrist Donald Ewan Cameron, creator of the psychic driving concept, which the CIA found particularly interesting. Cameron had been hoping to correct schizophrenia by erasing existing memories and completely rebuilding the psyche. He commuted from Albany, New York, to Montreal every week to work at the Allen Memorial Institute of McGill University, and was paid $69,000 from 1957 to 1964 to carry out MKUltra experiments there. In addition to LSD, Cameron also experimented with various paralytic drugs, as well as electroconvulsive therapy at 30 to 40 times the normal power. His driving experiments consisted of putting subjects into drug-induced coma for weeks at a time, up to 3 months in one case, while playing tape loops of noise or simple repetitive statements. His experiments were typically carried out on patients who had entered the institute for minor problems such as anxiety disorders and postpartum depression, many of whom suffered permanently from his actions. His treatments resulted in victims' incontinence, amnesia, forgetting how to talk, forgetting their parents, and thinking their interrogators were their parents. His work was inspired and paralleled by the British psychiatrist Dr. William Sargant at St. Thomas Hospital, London, and Belmont Hospital, Surrey, who also experimented extensively and very damagingly on his patients without their consent, and was equally involved with the intelligence services. It was during this era that Cameron became known worldwide as the first chairman of the World Psychiatric Association, as well as president of the American and Canadian Psychiatric Associations. Cameron had also been a member of the Nuremberg Medical Tribunal only a decade earlier. Revelation. In 1973, CIA Director Richard Helms ordered all MKUltra files destroyed. Pursuant to this order, most CIA documents regarding the project were destroyed, making a full investigation of MKUltra all but impossible. In December 1974, the New York Times reported that the CIA had conducted illegal domestic activities, including experiments on U.S. citizens, during the 1960s. That report prompted investigations by the U.S. Congress, in the form of the Church Committee, and by a presidential commission known as the Rockefeller Commission that looked into domestic activities of the CIA, the FBI, and intelligence-related agencies of the military. In the summer of 1975, Congressional Church Committee reports and the Presidential Rockefeller Commission report revealed to the public for the first time that the CIA and the Department of Defense had conducted experiments on both unwitting and cognizant human subjects, as part of an extensive program to influence and control human behavior through the use of psychoactive drugs, such as LSD and mescaline, and other chemical, biological, and psychological means. They also revealed that at least one subject had died after administration of LSD. The Congressional Committee investigating the CIA research, chaired by Senator Frank Church, concluded that prior consent was obviously not obtained from any of the subjects. The committee noted that the experiments sponsored by these researchers call into question the decision by the agencies not to fix guidelines for experiments. In Canada, the issue took much longer to surface becoming widely known in 1984 on a CBC News show, The Fifth Estate. It was learned that not only had the CIA funded Dr. Cameron's efforts, but perhaps even more shockingly, the Canadian government was fully aware of this and had later provided another $500,000 in funding to continue the experiments. This revelation largely derailed efforts by the victims to sue the CIA as their US counterparts had, and the Canadian government eventually settled out of court for $100,000 to each of the 127 victims. U.S. General Accounting Office report. The U.S. General Accounting Office issued a report on September 28, 1994, which stated that between 1940 and 1974, DoD and other national security agencies studied thousands of human subjects in tests and experiments involving hazardous substances. The quote from the study: "Working with the CIA, the Department of Defense gave hallucinogenic drugs to thousands of volunteer soldiers in the 1950s and 1960s. In addition to LSD, the Army also tested quinacridonyl benzylate, a hallucinogen codenamed BZ. Many of these tests were conducted under the so-called MKULTRA program, established to counter perceived Soviet and Chinese advances in brainwashing techniques. Between 1953 and 1964, the program consisted of 149 projects involving drug testing and other studies on unwitting human subjects. Extent of participation: 44 American colleges or universities, 15 research foundations or chemical or pharmaceutical companies, and the like, 12 hospitals or clinics, in addition to those associated with universities, and 3 prisons are known to have participated in MKULTRA. Famous subjects. Considerable evidence supports the contention that Unabomber Theodore Kaczynski participated in CIA-sponsored MKUltra experiments conducted at Harvard University by Henry A. Murray, a professor in social relations, from the fall of 1959 through the spring of 1962. Kaczynski was a precocious, though impressionable, 16-year-old when he began his participation. His assigned code name was Lawful. He emerged years later as a terrorist and has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Merry prankster Ken Kesey, author of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, volunteered for MKUltra experiments while a student at Stanford University. Kesey's ingestion of LSD during these experiments led directly to his widespread promotion of the drug and the subsequent development of hippie culture. Reference: Wikipedia org. 83, Dark Ages. It is generally accepted that the concept Dark Ages was created by Petrarch in the 1330s. Writing of those who had come before him, he said, "Amidst the errors there shone forth men of genius, no less keen were their eyes, although they were surrounded by darkness and dense gloom." Christian writers had traditional metaphors of light versus darkness to describe good versus evil. Petrarch was the first to co-opt the metaphor and give it secular meaning by reversing its application. Classical antiquity, so long considered the Dark Age for its lack of Christianity, was now seen by Petrarch as the Age of Light because of its cultural achievements, while Petrarch's time, lacking such cultural achievements, was seen as the Age of Darkness. As an Italian, Petrarch saw the Roman Empire and the classical period as expressions of Italian greatness. He spent much of his time traveling through Europe rediscovering and republishing the classic Latin and Greek texts. He wanted to restore the classical Latin language to its former purity. Humanists saw the preceding 900-year period as a time of stagnation. They saw history unfolding, not along the religious outline of St. Augustine's 6 Ages of the World, but in cultural or secular terms through the progressive developments of classical ideals, literature, and art. Petrarch wrote that history had had 2 periods: the classic period of the Greeks and Romans, followed by a time of darkness, in which he saw himself as still living. Humanists believed one day the Roman Empire would rise again and restore classic cultural purity, and so by the late 14th and early 15th century, humanists such as Leonardo Bruni believed they had attained this new age, and that a third, modern age had begun. The age before their own, which Petrarch had labelled dark, thus became a middle age between the classic and the modern. Reference: Wikipedia org. 84, The Basic Laws of Physics. The early modern period is seen as a flowering of the Renaissance in what is often known as the scientific revolution, viewed as a foundation of modern science. Historians like Howard Margolis hold that the scientific revolution began in 1543, when Nicolaus Copernicus received the first copy of his De Revolutionibus, printed in Nuremberg by Johannes Petraeus. Most of its contents had been written years prior, but the publication had been delayed. Copernicus died soon after receiving the copy. Further significant advances were made over the following century by Galileo Galilei, Christian Huygens, Johannes Kepler, and Blaise Pascal. During the early 17th century, Galileo made extensive use of experimentation to validate physical theories, which is the key idea in the modern scientific method. Galileo formulated and successfully tested several results in dynamics, in particular the law of inertia. In Galileo's Two New Sciences, a dialogue between the characters Simplicio and Salviati discussed the motion of a ship, as a moving frame, and how that ship's cargo is indifferent to its motion. Huygens used the motion of a boat along a Dutch canal to illustrate an early form of the conservation of momentum. The scientific revolution is considered to have culminated with the publication of the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica in 1687 by the mathematician, physicist, alchemist and inventor Sir Isaac Newton, 1640–1727. In 1687, Newton published the Principia, detailing two comprehensive and successful physical theories, Newton's laws of motion, from which arise classical mechanics, and Newton's law of gravitation, which describes the fundamental force of gravity. Both theories agreed well with experiment. The Principia also included several theories in fluid dynamics. After Newton defined classical mechanics, the next great field of inquiry within physics was the nature of electricity. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 85. Electricity. Electricity would remain little more than an intellectual curiosity for over 2 millennia until 1600, when the English physician William Gilbert made a careful study of electricity and magnetism, distinguishing the lodestone effect from static electricity produced by rubbing amber. He coined the new Latin word electricus, of amber or like amber, from electron, the Greek word for amber, to refer to the property of attracting small objects after being rubbed. This association gave rise to the English words electric and electricity, which made their first appearance in print in Thomas Brown's Pseudodoxia Epidemica of 1646. Further work was conducted by Otto von Guericke, Robert Boyle, Stephen Gray and C.F. Dufay. In the 18th century, Benjamin Franklin conducted extensive research in electricity, selling his possessions to fund his work. In June 1752, he is reputed to have attached a metal key to the bottom of a dampened kite string and flown the kite in a storm-threatened sky. He observed a succession of sparks jumping from the key to the back of his hand, showing that lightning was indeed electrical in nature. In 1791, Luigi Galvani published his discovery of bioelectricity, demonstrating that electricity was the medium by which nerve cells passed signals to the muscles. Alessandro Volta's battery, or voltaic pile, of 1800, made from alternating layers of zinc and copper, provided scientists with a more reliable source of electrical energy than the electrostatic machines previously used. André-Marie Ampère discovered the relationship between electricity and magnetism in 1820. Michael Faraday invented the electric motor in 1821, and Georg Ohm mathematically analyzed the electrical circuit in 1827. While it had been the early 19th century that had seen rapid progress in electrical science, the late 19th century would see the greatest progress in electrical engineering. Through such people as Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, George Westinghouse, Ernst Werner von Siemens, Alexander Graham Bell and Lord Kelvin, electricity was turned from a scientific curiosity into an essential tool for modern life, becoming a driving force for the Second Industrial Revolution. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 86. Sir Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, 4 January 1643, 31 March 1727, was an English physicist, mathematician, astronomer, theologian, natural philosopher and alchemist. His treatise Philosophic Naturalis Principia Mathematica was published in 1687, and said to be the greatest single work in the history of science, described universal gravitation and the three laws of motion, laying the groundwork for classical mechanics, which dominated the scientific view of the physical universe for the next 3 centuries, and is the basis for modern engineering. He showed that the motions of objects on Earth and of celestial bodies are governed by the same set of natural laws, by demonstrating the consistency between Kepler's laws of planetary motion and his theory of gravitation, thus removing the last doubts about heliocentrism and advancing the scientific revolution. In mechanics, Newton enunciated the principles of conservation of momentum and angular momentum. In optics, he invented the reflecting telescope and developed a theory of color based on the observation that a prism decomposes white light into a visible spectrum. He also formulated an empirical law of cooling and studied the speed of sound. In mathematics, Newton shares the credit with Gottfried Leibniz for the development of the calculus. He also demonstrated the generalized binomial theorem, developed the so-called Newton's method for approximating the zeros of a function, and contributed to the study of power series. In a 2005 poll of the Royal Society of who had the greatest effect on the history of science, Newton was deemed much more influential than Albert Einstein. Reference: Wikipedia. 87. Between lifetimes, Dr. Carl Sagan was a noted scientist, teacher, and skeptic. Sagan was a founding member of a group that set out to debunk unscientific claims, and wrote the book The Demon-Haunted World, in which he said that there were several areas in parapsychology which deserved serious study. At the time of writing, there are 3 claims in the ESP field which, in my opinion, deserve serious study. 1. That by thought alone humans can barely affect random number generators in computers. 2. That people under mild sensory deprivation can receive thoughts or images projected at them. And 3. That young children sometimes report the details of a previous life, which upon checking turn out to be accurate, and which they could not have known about in any way other than reincarnation. I pick these claims not because I think they're likely to be valid, I don't, but as examples of contentions that might be true. University of Virginia psychiatrists Dr. Jim Tucker and Professor Ian Stevenson have published books and peer-reviewed research papers about their work in examining cases of early childhood past life memories and birthmarks. The most detailed collections of personal reports in favor of reincarnation have been published by Professor Ian Stevenson in books such as 20 Cases Suggestive of Reincarnation. Stevenson has spent over 40 years devoted to the study of children who have spoken about past lives. In each case, Stevenson methodically documents the child's statements. Then, he identifies the deceased person the child allegedly identifies with, and verifies the facts of the deceased person's life that match the child's memory. Stevenson believes that his meticulous methods rule out all possible, normal explanations for the child's memories. However, it should be noted that a significant proportion of the University of Virginia's reported cases of reincarnation originate in Eastern societies, where dominant religions often permit the concept of reincarnation. In India, where this phenomenon is quite common, if a child from a poor family claims to be the reincarnated person from a rich family, this can lead to the child to be adopted by that family, a motive that has led to children making fraudulent reincarnation claims. Stevenson has said about the 2,500 cases of children who appeared to remember past lives, which he and his associates investigated. My conclusion so far is that reincarnation is not the only explanation for these cases, but that it is the best explanation we have for the stronger cases, by which I mean those in which a child makes a considerable number, say 20 or 30, of correct statements about another person who lives in a family that lives quite remote from his own, and with which his family has had no prior contacts. When we talk about remoteness, we don't necessarily just mean physical distance. We know that 2 families can live only 10 kilometers apart, and yet they can be very remote because they belong to different economic and social classes. Professor Stevenson has also matched birthmarks and birth defects to wounds and scars on the deceased, verified by medical records such as autopsy photographs. Stevenson's research into birthmarks and congenital defects has particular importance for the demonstration of reincarnation, since it furnishes objective and graphic evidence of reincarnation, superior to the often fragmentary memories and reports of the children and adults questioned, which even if verified afterwards probably cannot be assigned the same. Reference: Wikipedia, Org 88, Lost Civilizations of Atlantis. The following website has most of the popular information about Atlantis: http://www.lostcivilizations, NetAtlantis, HTML89, and Lemuria. The rise and fall of the Lemurian civilization cannot be accurately documented, though many have gone in quest of this mythological continent. Lost civilizations have been known to rise and fall, or just appear and disappear without explanation. As with Atlantis, one can only speculate as to what happened, based on archaeological evidence, legends, theories pieced together by researchers, and for some, metaphysical channelings. The exact location of Lemuria varies with different researchers and authors, though it is part of the mysteries of the Pacific region flowing into the American continent, just as Atlantis is linked to the Atlantic land areas that stretch to the Mediterranean Sea. Wherever you believe the location of Lemuria to be, it is linked with the Ring of Fire. This area has become active with a tsunami in December 26, 2004, powerful earthquakes and volcanoes that continue after being dormant for many years. It would seem that the legends of ancient Lemuria speak to us once again with warning signs, as they supposedly did to the Lemurians before the continent or group of islands fell into the sea. The fate of Lemuria, also known as Pacifica, Mu, and what case called Zu or Oz, is not unlike that proposed for Atlantis. It is much like the destiny of humanity foreseen in our timeline by prophets of old and modern day. Clairvoyance, the legends are all the same, a thriving, advanced culture that suddenly manifested out of nowhere. Their origins and downfall are linked to destruction when their continent sank beneath the sea due to natural cataclysms and human imbalance. Reference http://www.crystallinks.com/Lemuria, HTML90, polar shift. In 1852, mathematician Joseph Adhemar suggested that the accumulation of thick ice at the poles periodically caused the Earth to flip, and the equator to move to where the poles were. An early mention of a shifting of the Earth's axis can be found in an 1872 article entitled Chronologie historique des Mexicains, which interpreted ancient Mexican myths as evidence for 4 periods of global cataclysms that had begun around 500 BC. The novel Jaceland, Empiricisms in Social Reform. Being data and observations recorded by the late Mark Stubble, M.D., Ph.D. 1908, by Richard Hatfield used the device of a fictional study to locate a blissful nation of pure communism at the North Pole on the island of Atlantis. This fictional utopia was destroyed by a pole shift set in 9262 BC. Hugh Auchincloss Brown, an electrical engineer, advanced a theory of catastrophic pole shift influenced by Adhemar's earlier model. Brown also argued that accumulation of ice at the poles caused recurring tipping of the axis, identifying cycles of approximately 7 millennia. Charles Hapgood is now perhaps the best remembered early proponent, from in his books The Earth's Shifting Crust, 1958, which includes a foreword by Albert Einstein, and Path of the Pole, 1970. Hapgood, building on Adhemar's much earlier model, speculated that the ice mass at one or both poles overaccumulates and destabilizes the Earth's rotational balance, causing slippage of all or much of Earth's outer crust around the Earth's core, which retains its axial orientation. Based on his own research, he argued that each shift took approximately 5,000 years, followed by 20 to 30,000 year periods with no polar movements. Also, in his calculations, the area of movement never covered more than 40 degrees. His examples of recent locations for the North Pole include the Yukon Territory, Hudson Bay, and in the Atlantic Ocean between Iceland and Norway. This is an example of slow pole shift motion, which displays the most minor alterations and no destruction. A more dramatic view assumes more rapid changes, with dramatic alterations of geography and localized areas of destruction due to earthquakes and tsunamis. Several recent books propose changes that take place in weeks, days, or even hours, resulting in a variety of doomsday scenarios. Regardless of speed, the results of a shift occurring results in major climate changes for most of the Earth's surface, as areas that were formerly equatorial become temperate, and areas that were temperate become either more equatorial or more Arctic. Hapgood wrote to Canadian librarian Rand Flemath, encouraging him in his pursuit of scientific evidence to back Hapgood's claim and in his expansion of the theory. Flemath published the results of this work in 1995, in When the Sky Fell, co-written with his wife, Rose. Other theories which are not dependent upon polar ice masses include those involving a high-velocity asteroid or comet which hits Earth at such an angle that the lithosphere moves independent of the mantle, a high-velocity asteroid or comet which hits Earth at such an angle that the entire planet shifts axis, an unusually magnetic celestial object which passes close enough to Earth to temporarily reorient the magnetic field, which then drags the lithosphere about a new axis of rotation. Eventually, the Sun's magnetic field again determines the Earth's, after the intruding celestial object returns to a location from which it cannot influence Earth. perturbations of the topography of the core mantle boundary, perhaps induced by differential core rotation and shift of its axial rotation vector, leading to CMB mass redistributions. C. E. G. Bowen, mass redistributions in the mantle from mantle avalanches or other deformations. C. E. G. Ladbury and Steinberger and O'Connell. Reference, Wikipedia, org 91, totalitarian. Totalitarianism is a concept used in political science that describes a state that regulates nearly every aspect of public and private behavior. Totalitarian regimes or movements maintain themselves in political power by means of secret police, propaganda disseminated through the state-controlled mass media, personality cults, regulation and restriction of free discussion and criticism, single-party states, the use of mass surveillance, and widespread use of terror tactics. Many consider the first totalitarian regimes to have begun in the 20th century, which include the communist regimes of the Soviet Union and Cuba, as well as totalitarianism of Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, Spain under Franco, Portugal under Salazar, as well as others. However, some argue that totalitarianism has existed centuries prior, such as in ancient China under the political leadership of Prime Minister Li Si, who helped the Qin dynasty unify China. Li Si adopted the political philosophy of legalism as the ruling philosophical thought of China and restricted political activities, and destroyed all literature and killed scholars who did not support legalism. Totalitarianism was also used by the Spartan state in ancient Greece. Its educational system was part of the totalitarian military society. The oligarchy running the state machine dictated every aspect of life, including the rearing of children. Reference, Wikipedia, org 92, planetary governments, regulated by a brutal social, economic and political hierarchy. A hierarchy in Greek, hieros, sacred, and archo, rule, is a system of ranking and organizing things or people, where each element of the system, except for the top element, is a subordinate to a single other element. A hierarchy can link entities either directly or indirectly, and either vertically or horizontally. The only direct links in a hierarchy, insofar as they are hierarchical, are to one's immediate superior or to one of one's subordinates, although a system that is largely hierarchical can also incorporate other organizational patterns. Indirect hierarchical links can extend, vertically, upwards or downwards via multiple links in the same direction. All parts of the hierarchy which are not vertically linked to one another can nevertheless be, horizontally, linked by traveling up the hierarchy to find a common direct or indirect superior, and then down again. This is akin to two co-workers, neither of whom is the other's boss, but both of whose chains of command will eventually meet. Many human organizations, such as governments, educational institutions, businesses, churches, armies and political movements are hierarchical organizations, at least officially. Commonly seniors, called bosses, have more power than their subordinates. Thus the relationship defining this hierarchy is commands, or has power over. Some analysts question whether power actually works in the way the traditional organizational chart indicates, however. This view tends to emphasize the significance of the informal organization. Reference, Wikipedia, org 93, royal monarch as its figurehead. In politics, a figurehead, by metaphor with the carved figurehead at the prow of a sailing ship, is a person who holds an important title or office, yet executes little actual power. Common figureheads include constitutional monarchs, such as the Emperor of Japan, or presidents in parliamentary democracies, such as the President of Israel. While the authority of a figurehead is generally symbolic, respect and access to high levels of government can give them significant influence on some events. An example would be Emperor Hirohito's involvement in World War II. In parliamentary systems, presidents are figureheads at times of peace, delegated such powers as convening or dismissing the national legislature, but at wartime they are often commanders-in-chief. Sometimes a figurehead can be exploited in times of emergency. For example, Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi used the figurehead President of India to issue unilateral decrees that allowed her to bypass Parliament when it no longer supported her. The word can also have more sinister overtones and refer to a powerless leader who should be exercising full authority, yet is actually being controlled by a more powerful figure behind the throne. The tendency of this word to drift, like many words that are in a strong process of changed meanings, into the pejorative is beginning to make it unsuitable to apply to a head of state with limited constitutional authority, such that its use may become increasingly inappropriate in referring to monarchs and presidents in parliamentary systems. Reference: Wikipedia, org 94, united by a egalitarian esprit de corps. Esprit de corps, when discussing the morale of a group, is an intangible term used for the capacity of people to maintain belief in an institution or a goal, or even in oneself and others. According to Alexander H. Leeton, morale is the capacity of a group of people to pull together persistently and consistently in pursuit of a common purpose. Egalitarian, derived from the French word égal, meaning equal, is a political doctrine that holds that all people should be treated as equals. From birth, generally it applies to being held equal under the law, the church, and society at large. In actual practice, one may be considered an egalitarian in most areas listed above, even if not subscribing to equality in every possible area of individual difference. For example, one might support equal rights in race matters but not in gender issues or vice versa. Reference: Wikipedia, org 95. Many of the SBEs on Earth are here because they are violently opposed to totalitarian governments. Editor's note: coincidentally, or perhaps not coincidentally, almost 1 year after this interview, the novel, 1984 by George Orwell, which was published in June of 1948. The state of the US government has grown to mirror many of the features described by Orwell in the book, 1984. It is easy to speculate that Orwell may have been influenced by an SBE of the domain while writing this book, or at the very least, he was one of the SBEs sentenced to Earth because he is one of the ISBEs on Earth are here because they are violently opposed to totalitarian governments. The following description of the basis for Orwell's 1984 are taken verbatim from Wikipedia, org. It is a very close description of the old empire government. Much of oceanic society is based upon Stalin's Soviet Union. The 2 minutes hate was the ritual demonization of state enemies and rivals. Big Brother resembles Joseph Stalin, the party's archenemy. Emmanuel Goldstein resembles Leon Trotsky, both are Jewish, both have the same physiognomy, and Trotsky's real surname was Bronstein. Another suggested inspiration for Goldstein is Emma Goldman, the famous anarchist figure. Doctored photography is a propaganda technique, and the creation of unpersons in the story, analogous to Stalin's enemies being made non-persons and being erased from official photographic records. The police treatment of several characters recalls the Moscow trials of the Great Purge. There are very many interesting parallels between the concepts discussed by Orwell in 1984 and the description of the old empire government and the Earth prison planet activities in the transcripts of the alien interviews with Airl. For example, a few of these are parallels cited in the following excerpt from the Internet Encyclopedia, Wikipedia, org. The thought police capture Winston and Julia in their sanctuary bedroom, and they are separately interrogated at the Ministry of Love, where the regime's opponents are tortured and killed, but sometimes released to be executed at a later date. Charrington, the shopkeeper who rented them the room, reveals himself an officer of the thought police. In the Ministry of Love torture chamber, O'Brien tells Smith that he will be cured of his hatred for the party. During a session, he explains to Winston that torture's purpose is to alter his way of thinking, not to extract a fake confession, adding that once cured, accepting reality as the party describes, he then will be executed. Electroshock torture will achieve that, continuing until O'Brien decides Winston is cured. For complete comparative analysis, read the book, 1984, or read the entire reference to the book on the Internet at Wikipedia, org, excerpted below. 1984, also titled 1984, by George Orwell, the pen name of Eric Arthur Blair, is an English dystopian novel about life in a dictatorship as lived by Winston Smith, an intellectual worker at the Ministry of Truth, and his degradation when he runs afoul of the totalitarian government of Oceania, the state in which he lives in the year 1984. Orwell's influences in the essay Why I Write. Orwell explains that all the serious work he wrote since the Spanish Civil War in 1936 was written, directly or indirectly, against totalitarianism and for democratic socialism. Therefore, 1984 is an anti-totalitarian cautionary tale about the betrayal of a revolution by its defenders. He already had stated distrust of totalitarianism and betrayed revolutions in homage to Catalonia and Animal Farm. Coming Up for Air at points celebrates the personal and political freedoms lost in 1984. The novel's title, its terms and its language, newspeak, and its author's surname are bywords for personal privacy lost to national state security. The adjective, Orwellian, denotes totalitarian action and organization. The phrase, Big Brother is watching you, connotes pervasive, invasive surveillance. The following quotation has become famous: war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Although the novel has been banned or challenged in some countries, it, along with Brave New World by Aldous Huxley and Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury, is among literature's most famous dystopias. In 2005, Time magazine listed it among the best 100 English-language novels published since 1923. 1984 introduces Oceania, one of the world's 3 intercontinental totalitarian superstates. The story occurs in London, the chief city of Airstrip 1, itself a province of Oceania that had been called England or Britain. Posters of Big Brother, the party leader, with the caption "Big Brother is watching you," dominate the city landscapes. Two-way television, the telescreen dominates the private and public spaces of the populace. Oceania's people are in 3 classes: I, the inner party; Roman II, the outer party; and Roman III, the proles. This government, the party, controls them via the Ministry of Truth, Mini-True, where Winston Smith, the protagonist, works. He is a member of the outer party. His job in Mini-True is the continual rewriting and altering of history so that the government is always right and correct, destroying evidence, amending newspaper articles, deleting the existence of people identified as unpersons. The story begins on April 4, 1984. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. The date is questionable because it is what Winston Smith perceives. In the story's course, he concludes it as irrelevant because the state can arbitrarily alter it. The year 1984 and its world are transmutable. The novel does not render the world's full history to 1984. Indeed, because the book Winston reads is given to him by a party member, it is possible that the book itself is meant to be a deception, and the history of the world of 1984 is somewhat different. Winston's recollections, and what he reads in The Theory and Practice of Oligarchical Collectivism by Emmanuel Goldstein, reveal that after the Second World War, the United Kingdom fell to civil war, becoming part of Oceania. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union encompassed mainland Europe, forming Eurasia. The third superstate, Eastasia, comprises the East Asian countries around China and Japan. There was an atomic war, fought mainly in Europe, Western Russia, and North America. It is unclear what occurred first: the Civil War wherein the party assumed power, or the United States annexation of the British Empire, or the war during which Colchester was bombed. During the Second World War, George Orwell repeatedly said that British democracy, as it existed before 1939, would not survive the war. The question being, would it end via fascist coup d'état from above or via socialist revolution from below? During the war, Orwell admitted events proved him wrong. What really matters is that I fell into the trap of assuming that the war and the revolution are inseparable. Reference, Wikipedia, org 96. Wars are fought with electronic cannon. I have not thought it hazardous to predict that wars in the future will be waged by electrical means. Nikola Tesla, 1915. Tesla made some remarkable claims concerning a teleforce weapon. The press called it a peace ray or death ray. In total, the components and methods included: 1. An apparatus for producing manifestations of energy in free air instead of in a high vacuum as in the past. This, according to Tesla in 1934, was accomplished. 2. A mechanism for generating tremendous electrical force. This, according to Tesla, was also accomplished. 3. A means of intensifying and amplifying the force developed by the second mechanism. 4. A new method for producing a tremendous electrical repelling force. This would be the projector, or gun, of the invention. Tesla worked on plans for a directed energy weapon between the early 1900s till the time of his death. In 1937, Tesla composed a treatise entitled The Art of Projecting Concentrated Non-Dispersive Energy Through the Natural Media, concerning charged particle beams. Tesla published the document in an attempt to expound on the technical description of a superweapon that would put an end to all war. This treatise of the particle beam is currently in the Nikola Tesla Museum archive in Belgrade. It described an open-ended vacuum tube with a gas jet seal that allowed particles to exit, a method of charging particles to millions of volts, and a method of creating and directing non-dispersive particle streams through electrostatic repulsion. Records of his indicate that it was based on a narrow stream of atomic clusters of liquid mercury or tungsten accelerated via high voltage. by means akin to his magnifying transformer. Tesla gave the following description concerning the particle gun's operation. The nozzle would send concentrated beams of particles through the free air, of such tremendous energy that they will bring down a fleet of 10,000 enemy airplanes at a distance of 200 miles from a defending nation's border, and will cause armies to drop dead in their tracks. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 97, like the Axis powers. The Axis powers, also interpreted as Axis alliance, Axis nations, Axis countries, or sometimes just the Axis, were those countries opposed to the Allies during World War II. The three major Axis powers, Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy and Imperial Japan, were part of a military alliance on the signing of the Tripartite Pact in September 1940, which officially founded the Axis powers. At their zenith, the Axis powers ruled empires that dominated large parts of Europe, Africa, East and Southeast Asia and the Pacific Ocean, but World War II ended with their total defeat. Like the Allies, membership of the Axis was fluid, and some nations entered and later left the Axis during the course of the war. The term was first used by Benito Mussolini in November 1936, when he spoke of a Rome-Berlin axis arising out of the Treaty of Friendship signed between Italy and Germany on October 25, 1936. Mussolini declared that the two countries would form an axis around which the other states of Europe would revolve. This treaty was forged when Italy, originally opposed to Germany, was faced with opposition to its war in Abyssinia from the League of Nations and received support from Germany. Later, in May 1939, this relationship transformed into an alliance called by Mussolini the Pact of Steel. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 98, Vedic hymns. The Vedas are very exhaustive scriptures. Each Veda contains several sections and thousands of hymns. Some of the Vedic hymns, especially the hymns of the Rig Veda, are considered to be at least 6,000–8,000 years old. The Vedas are believed to be revealed scriptures because they are considered to be divine in origin. Since they were not written by any human beings but were only heard in deep meditative states, they are commonly referred as those that were heard. Here is one of the most famous hymns from the Rig Veda, the hymn of creation. A time is envisioned when the world was not, only a watery chaos, the dark, indistinguishable sea, and a warm cosmic breath which could give an impetus of life. Notice how thought gives rise to desire. When something is thought of, it can then be desired, and desire links non-being to being. We desire what is not but then try to bring it about that it is. Yet the whole process is shrouded in mystery. Where do the gods fit in this creation scheme? The non-existent was not, the existent was not at that time, the atmosphere was not, nor the heavens which are beyond. What was concealed? Where, in whose protection? Was it water, an unfathomable abyss? There was neither death nor immortality then. There was not distinction of day or night. That alone breathed windless by its own power. Other than that there was not anything else. Darkness was hidden by darkness in the beginning. All this was an indistinguishable sea, that which becomes that which was enveloped by the void that alone was born through the power of heat. Upon that desire arose in the beginning. This was the first discharge of thought. Sages discovered this link of the existent to the non-existent, having searched in the heart with wisdom. Their line of vision was extended across. What was below, what was above? There were impregnators, there were powers, inherent power below, impulses above. Who knows truly? Who here will declare whence it arose, whence this creation? The gods are subsequent to the creation of this. Who then knows whence it has come into being? Whence this creation has come into being, whether it was made or not? He in the highest heaven is its surveyor. Surely he knows, or perhaps he knows not. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 99, the Aryan people. The Vedic term Arya in its earliest attestations has a meaning of stranger, but stranger in the sense of potential guest. The Sanskrit lexicon defines Arya as Mahakula Kulinaria, being of a noble family, Sabhir, having gentle or refined behavior and demeanor, Sajjana being well-born and respectable, and Sadhava being virtuous, honorable or righteous. Arya is a title of honor and respect given to certain people for noble behavior. The Aryan race was a term used in the early 20th century by European racial theorists who believed strongly in the division of humanity into biologically distinct races with differing characteristics. Such writers believed that the Proto-Indo-Europeans constituted a specific race that had expanded across parts of Europe, Iran and small parts of northern India. This usage tends to merge the Sanskrit meaning of noble or elevated with the idea of distinctive behavioral and ancestral ethnicity marked by language distribution. Nazism portrayed their interpretation of an Aryan race as the only race capable of, or with an interest in, creating and maintaining culture and civilizations, while other races are merely capable of conversion or destruction of culture. These arguments derived from late 19th century racial hierarchies. Some Nazis were also influenced by Madame Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, 1888, where she postulates Aryans as the fifth of her root races, dating them to about 1 million years ago, tracing them to Atlantis because of historical racist use of Aryan, and especially use of Aryan race in connection with the propaganda of Nazism. The word is sometimes avoided in the West as being tainted, in the same manner as the swastika symbol. Currently, India and Iran are the only countries to use the word Aryan in a demographic denomination. Reference, Wikipedia, org 100, the Vedic hymns. The term Veda means knowledge, sacred law, embraces a body of writings the origin of which is ascribed to divine revelation, Shruti, literally hearing, and which forms the foundation of the Brahmanical system of religious belief. This sacred canon is divided into 3 or, according to a later scheme, 4 coordinate collections, likewise called Veda: I, the Rig Veda or law of praise or hymns; 2, the Samaveda or law of tunes or chants; 3, the Yajurveda or law of prayer or sacrificial formulas; and 4, the Atharvaveda or law of the Atharvans. Each of these 4 Vedas consists primarily of a collection, Samahita, of sacred, mostly poetical, texts of a devotional nature called mantra. This entire body of texts, and particularly the first 3 collections, is also frequently referred to as the Treyi Vidya or threefold wisdom of hymns, rik, tune or chant, saman, and prayer, yajas, the 4th Veda if at all included being in that case classed together with the rik. Reference, Wikipedia. 101. Vishnu. Vishnu is the all-pervading essence of all beings, the master of and beyond the past, present and future, the creator and destroyer of all existences, one who supports, sustains and governs the universe and originates and develops all elements within. In the Rigveda, Vishnu is mentioned 93 times. The traditional Sanskrit explanation of the name Visi-il-Ju involves the root vis, meaning to settle, to enter, or to pervade, and a suffix nu, translating to approximately the all-pervading one. He has 9 avatars or incarnations, which are described as having occurred in the past, with one still to happen at the end of Kali Yuga. The Bhagavad Gita mentions their purpose as being to vanquish negative forces. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 102. Past lives. A past lives scenario automatically infers a future life, in the context of an amnesia and prison planet operation. This implies the phenomenon of reincarnation. Reincarnation, literally to be made flesh again, is a doctrine or metaphysical belief that some essential part of a living being, in some variations only human beings, survives death to be reborn in a new body. This essential part is often referred to as the spirit or soul, the higher or true self, divine spark, or I. According to such beliefs, a new personality is developed during each life in the physical world, but some part of the self remains constant throughout the successive lives. Belief in reincarnation is an ancient phenomenon. This doctrine is a central tenet within the majority of Indian religious traditions, such as Hinduism, including Yoga, Vaishnavism and Shaivism, Jainism and Sikhism. The idea was also entertained by some ancient Greek philosophers. Many modern pagans also believe in reincarnation, as do some New Age movements, along with followers of Spiritism, practitioners of certain African traditions, and students of esoteric philosophies such as Kabbalah, Sufism and Gnostic and esoteric Christianity. The Buddhist concept of rebirth, although often referred to as reincarnation, differs significantly from the Hindu-based traditions and New Age movements in that there is no self, or eternal soul, to reincarnate. During recent decades, a significant minority of people in the West have developed a belief in reincarnation. Notable exceptions include Henry Ford and General George Patton. Henry Ford was convinced he had lived before, most recently as a soldier killed at the Battle of Gettysburg. A quote from the San Francisco Examiner from August 26, 1928, described Ford's beliefs. I adopted the theory of reincarnation when I was 26. Religion offered nothing to the point. Even work could not give me complete satisfaction. Work is futile if we cannot utilize the experience we collect in one life in the next. When I discovered reincarnation, it was as if I had found a universal plan. I realized that there was a chance to work out my ideas. Time was no longer limited. I was no longer a slave to the hands of the clock. Genius is experience. Some seem to think that it is a gift or talent, but it is the fruit of long experience in many lives. Some are older souls than others, and so they know more. The discovery of reincarnation put my mind at ease. If you preserve a record of this conversation, write it so that it puts men's minds at ease. I would like to communicate to others the calmness that the long view of life gives to us. General George S. Patton was a staunch believer in reincarnation, and along with many other members of his family, often claimed to have seen vivid, lifelike visions of his ancestors. In particular, Patton believed he was a reincarnation of Carthaginian general Hannibal. The most detailed collections of personal reports in favor of reincarnation have been published by Professor Ian Stevenson from the University of Virginia in books such as 20 Cases Suggestive of Reincarnation. Stevenson spent over 40 years devoted to the study of children who have apparently spoken about a past life. In each case, Professor Stevenson methodically documented the child's statements. Then he identified the deceased person the child allegedly identified with, and verified the facts of the deceased person's life that matched the child's memory. He also matched birthmarks and birth defects to wounds and scars on the deceased, verified by medical records such as autopsy photographs. In a fairly typical case, a boy in Beirut spoke of being a 25-year-old mechanic, thrown to his death from a speeding car on a beach road. According to multiple witnesses, the boy provided the name of the driver, the exact location of the crash, the names of the mechanic's sisters and parents and cousins, and the people he went hunting with, all of which turned out to match the life of a man who had died several years before the boy was born, and who had no apparent connection to the boy's family. Stevenson believed that his strict methods ruled out all possible, normal explanations for the child's memories. However, it should be noted that a significant majority of Professor Stevenson's reported cases of reincarnation originate in Eastern societies, where dominant religions often permit the concept of reincarnation. Following this type of criticism, Stevenson published a book on European cases suggestive of reincarnation. Reference: Wikipedia, org. The cartouche of Akhenaten's god and heavenly father, the Aten, bore the name Imram. In the Bible, Moses is referred to as the son of Amram, the Hebrew equivalent. The name of the Egyptian deity Aten transliterates into the Hebrew word Adon. Adon, which is translated by English Bibles as the Lord, and Adonai, translated as my Lord, is used along with Jehovah Ihu in the Bible as the exclusive personal names of God. Moreover, in ancient times the name Jehovah Ihu was written, but never spoken. Whenever the written name Jehovah Ihu was to be read out loud, Adon Aten was voiced instead. The written form of Adon is infrequent, however. Its limited usage is significant, especially in the first 6 books of the Bible. See under Lord in Strong's exhaustive concordance, where it is reserved for the following applications alone. Moses addresses God using the title Adon/Aten, Exodus 4, 10, 13, 5, 22, 34, 9, Numbers 14, 17, Deuteronomy 3, 23, 7, 26, 10, 17. Moses himself is addressed both by Aaron X 32, 22, Num 12, 11 and by Joshua Numbers 11, 28 using the title Adon/Aten, and Joshua also addresses God using the title Adon/Aten, Joshua 5, 14b, 7, 7. As mentioned above, there is an established relationship between the literature of the Egyptian 18th dynasty and the Bible. Psalm 104 is an embellishment of the hymn to the Aten which was found by archaeologists at the city of Akhetaten. http://www.domainhoffman.com/ankimart/Moses. HTML, recent and non-biblical view, places Moses as a noble in the court of the pharaoh Akhenaten. A significant number of scholars, from Sigmund Freud to Joseph Campbell, suggest that Moses may have fled Egypt after Akhenaten's death, ca. 1334 BC, when many of the pharaoh's monotheistic reforms were being violently reversed. The principal ideas behind this theory are the monotheistic religion of Akhenaten being a possible predecessor to Moses' monotheism, and the Amarna letters, written by nobles to Akhenaten, which describe raiding bands of Habaru attacking the Egyptian territories in Mesopotamia. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 104, Amenhotep III. Amenhotep III, meaning Amen is satisfied, was the 9th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. According to different authors, he ruled Egypt from June 1391 BC December 1353 BCE or June 1388 BCE to December 1351 BC 1350 BCE after his father Thutmose IV died. Amenhotep III was the son of Thutmose IV by Mutemwia, a minor wife of Amenhotep's father. Amenhotep III fathered two sons with his great royal wife Te, a great queen known as the progenitor of monotheism via the crown prince Thutmose who predeceased his father, and his second son Akhenaten who ultimately succeeded him to the throne. Reference, Wikipedia, org 105, Akhenaten. Akhenaten meaning effective spirit of Aten, first known as Amenhotep. IV, sometimes read as a monophys IV and meaning Amen is satisfied, before his first year, was a pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt. He is especially noted for attempting to compel the Egyptian population in the monotheistic worship of Aten, although there are doubts as to how successful he was at this. Amenhotep IV succeeded his father after Amenhotep III's death at the end of his 38-year reign, possibly after a co-regency lasting between either 1 to 2 or 12 years. Suggested dates for Akhenaten's reign, subject to the debates surrounding Egyptian chronology, are from 1353 BCE, 1336 BCE or 1351 BCE, 1334 BCE. Akhenaten's chief wife was Nefertiti. His religious reformation appears to have begun with his decision to celebrate a Sed festival in his third regnal year, a highly unusual step since a Sed festival, a sort of royal jubilee intended to reinforce the pharaoh's divine powers of kingship, was traditionally held in the 30th year of a pharaoh's reign. Year 8 marked the beginning of construction on his new capital, Akhetaten, horizon of Aten, at the site known today as Amarna. The same year, Amenhotep IV officially changed his name to Akhenaten, effective spirit of Aten, as evidence of his shifting religious perspective. Very soon afterward he centralized Egyptian religious practices in Akhenaten, though construction of the city seems to have continued for several more years. In honor of Aten, Akhenaten also oversaw the construction of some of the most massive temple complexes in ancient Egypt, including one at Karnak, close to the old temple of. In these new temples, Aten was worshipped in the open sunlight, rather than in dark temple enclosures, as had been the previous custom. Akhenaten is also believed to have composed the great hymn to the Aten. Initially, Akhenaten presented Aten as a variant of the familiar supreme deity Amun-Ra, itself the result of an earlier rise to prominence of the cult of Amun, resulting in Amun becoming merged with the sun god Ra, in an attempt to put his ideas in a familiar Egyptian religious context. However, by year 9 of his reign Akhenaten declared that Aten was not merely the supreme god, but the only god, and that he, Akhenaten, was the only intermediary between Aten and his people. He ordered the defacing of Amun's temples throughout Egypt, and in a number of instances inscriptions of the plural gods were also removed. Aten's name is also written differently after year 9, to emphasize the radicalism of the new regime, which included a ban on idols, with the exception of a rayed solar disk, in which the rays, commonly depicted ending in hands, appear to represent the unseen spirit of Aten, who by then was evidently considered not merely a sun god, but rather a universal deity. It is important to note, however, that representations of the Aten were always accompanied with a sort of hieroglyphic footnote, stating that the representation of the sun as all-encompassing creator was to be taken as just that, a representation of something that, by its very nature as something transcending creation, cannot be fully or adequately represented by any one part of that creation. This Amarna period is also associated with a serious outbreak of a pandemic, possibly the plague or polio, or perhaps the world's first recorded outbreak of influenza, which came from Egypt and spread throughout the Middle East, killing Suppiluliuma I, the Hittite king. Influenza is a disease associated with the close proximity of waterfowl, pigs and humans, and its origin as a pandemic disease may be due to the development of agricultural systems that allow the mixing of these animals and their wastes. Some of the first archaeological evidence for this agricultural system is during the Amarna period of ancient Egypt, and the pandemic that followed this period throughout the ancient Near East may have been the earliest recorded outbreak of influenza. However, the precise nature of this Egyptian plague remains unknown, and Asia has also been suggested as a possible site of origin of pandemic influenza in humans. The prevalence of disease may help explain the rapidity with which the site of Akhetaten was subsequently abandoned. It may also explain why later generations considered the gods to have turned against the Amarna monarchs. The Black Plague has also been suggested due to the fact that at Amarna the traces of the plague have been found. Reference Wikipedia, Org Nefertiti, pronounced at the time something like *Nafrati. Ta, c. 1370 BCE, c. 1330 BCE, was the great royal wife or chief consort wife of the Egyptian pharaoh Akhenaten. She was the mother-in-law and probable stepmother of the pharaoh Tutankhamun. Nefertiti may have also ruled as pharaoh in her own right under the name Neferneferuiten briefly after her husband's death and before the accession of Tutankhamun, although this identification is doubted by the latest research. Her name roughly translates to the beautiful or perfect one has arrived. She also shares her name with a type of elongated gold bead called Nefer that she was often portrayed as wearing. She was made famous by her bust, now in Berlin's Alts Museum. Nefertiti's parentage is not known with certainty, but it is now generally believed that she was the daughter of Ay later to be pharaoh. Another theory that gained some support identified Nefertiti with the Mitanni princess Tadakippa. The name Nimrithyn has been mentioned in older scrolls as an alternative name, but this has not yet been officially confirmed. It has also been suggested that Nefertiti was a daughter or relative of Amenhotep III, or of the high Theban nobility. Another theory places Nefertiti as the daughter of Sitamun, half-sister of Amenhotep III. Queen Irit was Sitamun's mother. Irit held important hereditary titles that ceased to exist after the ascension of Amenhotep III. Sitamun is elevated to great royal wife beside Tek, but there is no indication that she ever had children, and if so, with whom. There is some evidence based upon the titles of each of these women that suggests that they were somehow related to one another in her family. Her name means beautiful one. Nefertiti only worshipped one god by the name of Aten. Depending on which reconstruction of the genealogy of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs is followed, her husband Akhenaten may have been the father or half-brother of the pharaoh Tutankhaten, later called Tutankhamun. She had 6 known daughters with the pharaoh Akhenaten. This is a list with suggested years of birth. Meritaten, before year 1 or the very beginning of year 1, 1356 BC. Meketaten, year 1 or 3, 1349 BC. Ankhesenpaten, later queen of Tutankhamun Neferneferuiten Tasherit, year 6, 1344 BC. Neferneferia, year 9, 1341 BC. Setepena, year 11, 1339 BC. Reference Wikipedia org 107, Tutankhamun. He was the son of Akhenaten, also known as Amenhotep IV, and his minor wife Queen Kia. Queen Kia's title was Greatly Beloved Wife of Akhenaten, so it is possible that she could have borne him an heir. Supporting this theory, images on the tomb wall in the tomb of Akhenaten show a royal fan-bearer standing next to Kia's deathbed, fanning what is either a princess or more likely a wet nurse holding a baby, which would indicate that the wet nurse was holding the boy king-to-be. Tutankhamun was only 9 or 10 years old when he became pharaoh, and reigned for approximately 10 years, making him 19 years old at death. In historical terms, Tutankhamun's significance stems from his rejection of the radical religious innovations introduced by his predecessor Akhenaten, and that his tomb, uniquely in the Valley of the Kings, was discovered almost completely intact, the most complete ancient Egyptian tomb ever found. As Tutankhamun began his reign at such an early age, his vizier and eventual successor I was probably making most of the important political decisions during Tutankhamun's reign. Reference Wikipedia org 108, Brothers of the Snake. It cannot be overemphasized that the serpent or snake plays no role in the teachings or ritual of regular Freemasonry. Its introduction as a fastener for Masonic aprons is easily seen as the work of regalia manufacturers. That said, the symbolic usages of the snake are of interest to students of religion, esoterica, and of history. On the other hand, George Oliver writes that the serpent is a significant symbol in Freemasonry. Moses' rod changed into a serpent, the serpentine emblem of Masonry, is a bright symbol of hope, for the promised deliverer will open the gates of heaven to his faithful followers by bruising its head, and they shall enter triumphantly, trampling on its prostrate body. A striking emblem of Christianity triumphant, and bearing an undoubted reference to the promise made to Adam after his unhappy fall. In mainstream Christian beliefs, the snake represents temptation and evil. The snake is the servant of Satan, but it has also had its more positive significance. In ancient Egyptian mythology, the world was created by 4 powers, one of which was the sun god Amun-Ra, who took the form of a snake, and emerged from the water to inseminated the cosmic egg, the Neph, which was created by the other gods. In another story, a god named Hathor transformed himself into a poisonous snake called Ajep and killed Seth. He also guarded the wheat fields where the spirit of Horus was said to live, bringing the sheaf of wheat to be regarded as the symbol of rebirth. W. Bro, H. Mage suggests that this is the root of the Masonic usage of an ear of corn in the fellowcraft degree. In Greek mythology, Zeus freed two eagles which met at the center of the world, sometimes called the navel of the earth, which is guarded by a snake called Pytho. The symbol serpens candivorans, a snake biting its tail, represents the unending cycle of nature between destruction and new creation, life and death. The Greeks called this figure Ouroboros. Chinese mythology maintained that the world was surrounded by two entwined snakes, which symbolized the power and wisdom of the Creator. In another legend, the Buddha was attacked by a snake which bound itself 7 times around his waist. Due to the inner strength of the Buddha, the snake could not kill him, but instead became his follower. Astrologers, or those interested in the historical development of astrology, will point out that some systems include a 13th sign of the zodiac known as Ophiuchus Serpentarius, the serpent holder. This constellation lies between Sagittarius and Libra, somewhat over Scorpio. In the 16th and 17th centuries, this constellation was called Alphaicius. Known as the god of invocation, this house was named after the legendary healer Ophiuchus Asclepius. The 2 serpents in his hands later replaced the twin ribbons around the caduceus, which became a symbol for physicians. Reference: Freemasonry, BCY, car/symbolism/serpent, HTML 109, assassinated by the priests of Amen. The High Priest of Ammon, or First Prophet of Ammon, was the highest-ranking priest in the priesthood of the ancient Egyptian god Ammon. Maya was the High Priest of Amen until year 4 of Akhenaten. Redford speculates that Maya is short for Tammuz, and that Tammuz served from the end of the reign of Amenhotep III until the beginning of the time of Akhenaten. Parinepher was the High Priest of Amen during the reigns of Tutankhamun and Hormheb. Reference: Wikipedia, org 110, Moses. The exodus of Hebrew slave from Egypt, led by Moses, may have occurred around 1400s BC, since the Amarna letters, written ca. 40 years later to pharaohs Amenhotep III and Amenhotep IV Akhenaten, indicate that Canaan was being invaded by the Habaru, whom some scholars in the 1950s to 1970s interpret to mean Hebrews. Exodus 34, 29-35 tells that after meeting with God, the skin of Moses' face became radiant, frightening the Israelites and leading Moses to wear a veil. Jonathan Kirsch, in his book Moses, A Life, thought that since he subsequently had to wear a veil to hide it, Moses' face was disfigured by a sort of divine radiation burn. Reference: Wikipedia, org 111. Yahweh. The cartouche of Akhenaten's God and Heavenly Father, the Aten, bore the name Imram. In the Bible, Moses is referred to as the son of Amram. The Hebrew equivalent, the name of the Egyptian deity Aten, transliterates into the Hebrew word Adon. Adon, which is translated by English Bibles as the Lord, and Adonai, translated as my Lord, is used along with Jehovah Ihu in the Bible as the exclusive personal names of God. Moreover, in ancient times, the name Jehovah Ihu was written but never spoken. Whenever the written name Jehovah Ihu was to be read out loud, Adon Aten was voiced instead. The written form of Adon is infrequent, however. Its limited usage is significant, especially in the first 6 books of the Bible. See under Lord in Strong's exhaustive concordance, where it is reserved for the following applications alone. Moses addresses God using the title Adon/Aten, Exodus 4, 10, 13, 5, 22, 34, 9, Numbers 14, 17, Deuteronomy 3, 23, 7, 26, 10, 17. Moses himself is addressed both by Aaron X 32, 22, Num 12, 11 and by Joshua Numbers 11, 28 using the title Adon/Aten, and Joshua also addresses God using the title Adon/Aten, Joshua 5, 14b, 7, 7. As mentioned above, there is an established relationship between the literature of the Egyptian 18th dynasty and the Bible. Psalm 104 is an embellishment of the hymn to the Aten which was found by archaeologists at the city of Akhetaten. Reference: http://www.domainhoffman.com/ankemart/moses. HTML Yahweh is an English rendition of Min, the name of the god of Israel. During the Babylonian captivity, the Hebrew language spoken by the Jews was replaced by the Aramaic language of their Babylonian captors, which was closely related to Hebrew, and while sharing many vocabulary words in common, contained some words that sounded the same or similar, but had other meanings. In Aramaic, the Hebrew word for blaspheme used in Leviticus 24:16 anyone who blasphemes the name of YHWH must be put to death, carried the meaning of pronounce, rather than blaspheme. Reference Wikipedia org 112, Torah, Decoded. The Bible Code is a best-selling controversial book by Michael Drosnin, first published in 1997. A sequel, The Bible Code II, was published in 2002 and also reached bestseller status. Drosnin describes an alleged Bible code, in which messages are encoded in the Hebrew Bible. The messages are purported to be hidden in the Torah and can be deciphered by placing the letters of various Torah passages at equal intervals in a text that has been formatted to fit inside a graph. Drosnin suggests that the code was written by extraterrestrial life, which he claims also brought the DNA of the human genetic code to Earth. Drosnin elaborates on this theory in the Bible Code II, suggesting that the alien who brought the code left the key to the code in a steel obelisk. Drosnin attempted to find this obelisk, which he believes is buried near the Dead Sea. Drosnin's book is based on the technique described in the paper Equidistant Letter Sequences in the Book of Genesis by Professor Eliyahu Rips of the Hebrew University in Israel with Doron Whitstam and Yov Rosenberg. Reference Wikipedia org 113, Buddha. The following points are a few of the fundamentals of the teachings attributed to Gautama Buddha: the Four Noble Truths, that suffering is an inherent part of existence, that the origin of suffering is ignorance, and the main symptoms of that ignorance are attachment and craving, that attachment and craving can be ceased, and that following the Noble Eightfold Path will lead to the cessation of attachment and craving, and therefore suffering. The Noble Eightfold Path: right understanding, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Dependent origination: that any phenomenon exists only because of the existence of other phenomena in a complex web of cause and effect covering time past, present, and future. Because all things are thus conditioned and transient, anicca, they have no real independent identity, anatta. Anicca Sanskrit, anitya, that all things are impermanent. Anatta Sanskrit, anatman, that the perception of a constant self is an illusion. Dukkha Sanskrit, dukkha, that all beings suffer from all situations due to unclear mind. According to tradition, the Buddha emphasized ethics and correct understanding. He questioned the average person's notions of divinity and salvation. He stated that gods are subjected to karma themselves, and the Buddha is solely a guide and teacher for the sentient beings who must tread the path of nirvana themselves to attain the spiritual awakening called bodhi and see truth and reality as it is. The Buddhist system of insight and meditation practice is not believed to have been revealed divinely, but by the understanding of the true nature of the mind, which must be discovered by personally treading a spiritual path guided by the Buddha's teachings. Reference Wikipedia org. 114. Laozi. The Daodejing, often called simply the Laozi after its reputed author, describes the Tao or Tao as the mystical source and ideal of all existence. It is unseen but not transcendent, immensely powerful yet supremely humble, being the root of all things. According to the Daodejing, humans have no special place within the Tao, being just one of its many 10,000 manifestations. People have desires and free will, and thus are able to alter their own nature. Many act unnaturally, upsetting the natural balance of the Tao. The Daodejing intends to lead students to a return to their natural state in harmony with Tao. Language and conventional wisdom are critically assessed. Taoism views them as inherently biased and artificial, widely using paradoxes to sharpen the point. Wu Wei, literally non-action or not acting, is a central concept of the Daodejing. The concept of Wu Wei is very complex and reflected in the word's multiple meanings, even in English translation. It can mean not doing anything, not forcing, not acting in the theatrical sense, creating nothingness, acting spontaneously, and flowing with the moment. Laozi used the term broadly with simplicity and humility as key virtues, often in contrast to selfish action. On a political level, it means avoiding such circumstances as war, harsh laws, and heavy taxes. Some Taoists see a connection between Wu Wei and esoteric practices, such as the sitting in oblivion, emptying the mind of bodily awareness and thought, found in the Zhuangzi. Taoism is a religion addressing the quest of immortality. Reference Wikipedia. 115. Zoroaster. The best-known Zoroastrians were the Magi, the wise men from the East in the Bible, who brought gifts to Bethlehem, and whose grave Marco Polo claimed to have seen in what is today the district of Save, near Tehran, Iran. In English, the term is the origin of the words magic and magician. Many traits of Zoroastrianism can be traced back to the culture and beliefs of the Proto-Indo-Iranian period, and Zoroastrianism consequently shares some elements with the historical Vedic religion that also has its origins in that era. Central to Zoroastrianism is the emphasis on moral choice, to choose between the responsibility and duty for which one is in the mortal world, or to give up this duty and so facilitate the work of drudge. Similarly, predestination is rejected in Zoroastrian teaching. Humans bear responsibility for all situations they are in and in the way they act to one another. Reward, punishment, happiness, and grief all depend on how individuals live their life. In Zoroastrianism, good transpires for those who do righteous deeds. Those who do evil have themselves to blame for their ruin. Zoroastrian morality is then to be summed up in the simple phrase, good thoughts, good words, good deeds. There is one universal and transcendental God, Ahura Mazda, the one uncreated creator, and to whom all worship is ultimately directed. Ahura Mazda's creation, evident as truth and order, is the antithesis of chaos, falsehood, and disorder. The resulting conflict involves the entire universe, including humanity, which has an active role to play in the conflict. Active participation in life through good thoughts, good words, and good deeds is necessary to ensure happiness and to keep the chaos at bay. This active participation is a central element in Zoroaster's concept of free will. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 116, the land masses continually crack, crumble, and drift. Plate tectonics, from Greek tekton, builder or mason, is a theory of geology that has been developed to explain the observed evidence for large-scale motions of the Earth's lithosphere. The theory encompassed and superseded the older theory of continental drift from the first half of the 20th century, and the concept of seafloor spreading developed during the 1960s. The outermost part of the Earth's interior is made up of two layers. Above is the lithosphere, comprising the crust and the rigid uppermost part of the mantle. Below the lithosphere lies the asthenosphere. Although solid, the asthenosphere has relatively low viscosity and shear strength, and can flow like a liquid on geological time scales. The deeper mantle below the asthenosphere is more rigid again. This is, however, not because of cooler temperatures but due to high pressure. The lithosphere is broken up into what are called tectonic plates. In the case of Earth, there are 7 major and many minor plates. The lithospheric plates ride on the asthenosphere. These plates move in relation to one another at one of 3 types of plate boundaries: convergent or collision boundaries, divergent or spreading boundaries, and transform boundaries. Earthquakes, volcanic activity, mountain building, and oceanic trench formation occur along plate boundaries. The lateral movement of the plates is typically at speeds of 5–10 cm/s. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 117. The magnetic poles of the planet shift radically about once every 20,000 years. The pole shift theory is a hypothesis that the axis of rotation of a planet has not always been at its present-day locations, or that the axis will not persist there. In other words, that its physical poles had been or will be shifted. Pole shift theory is almost always discussed in the context of Earth, but other solar system bodies may have experienced axial reorientation during their existences. Pole shift theories are not to be confused with plate tectonics, the well-accepted geological theory that the Earth's surface consists of solid plates which shift over a fluid asthenosphere, nor with continental drift, the corollary to plate tectonics, which maintains that locations of the continents have moved slowly over the face of the Earth, resulting in the gradual emerging and breakup of continents and oceans over hundreds of millions of years. Pole shift theories are also not to be confused with geomagnetic reversal, the periodic reversal of the Earth's magnetic field, effectively switching the north and south magnetic poles. Geomagnetic reversal has more acceptance in the scientific community than pole shift theories. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 118. This operation is managed by the secret police. Secret police, sometimes political police, are a police organization which operates in secrecy to maintain national security against internal threats to the state. Secret police forces are typically associated with totalitarian regimes, as they are often used to maintain the political power of the state, rather than uphold the rule of law. Secret police are law enforcement organizations officially endowed with authority superior to civil police forces, operating outside the normal boundaries of the law, and they are often accountable only to the executive branch of the government. They operate entirely or partially in secrecy, i.e., most or all of their operations are obscure and hidden from the general public, and from all government officials, except for the topmost executive officials. Secret police organizations have often been used as an instrument of political repression. States where the secret police wields significant power are sometimes referred to as police states. Secret police differ from the domestic security agencies in modern liberal democracies because domestic security agencies are generally subject to government regulation, reporting requirements, and other accountability measures. Despite such oversight, there still exists the possibility of domestic security agencies acting unlawfully and taking on some characteristics of secret police. Secret police not only have the traditional police authority to arrest and detain, but in some cases they are given unsupervised control of the length of detention, assigned to implement punishments independent of the public judiciary, and allowed to administer those punishments without external review. The tactics of investigation and intimidation used by secret police enable them to accrue so much power that they usually operate with little or no practical restraint. Secret police organizations employ internal spies and civilian informants to find protest leaders or dissidents, and they may also employ agents provocateurs to incite political opponents to perform illegal acts against the government, whereupon such opponents may be arrested. Secret police may open mail, tap telephone lines, use various techniques to trick, blackmail, or coerce relatives or friends of a suspect into providing information. The secret police are renowned for raiding homes between midnight and dawn to apprehend people suspected of dissent. People apprehended by the secret police are often arbitrarily arrested and detained without due process. While in detention, arrestees may be tortured or subjected to inhumane treatment. Suspects may not receive a public trial, and instead may be convicted in a kangaroo court-style show trial or by a secret tribunal. Secret police have been used by many types of governments. Secret police forces in dictatorships and totalitarian states usually use violence and acts of terror to suppress political opposition and dissent, and may use death squads to carry out assassinations and disappearances. Although secret police normally do not exist in democratic states, there are different varieties of democracy, and in times of emergency or war, a democracy may lawfully grant its policing and security services additional or sweeping powers, which may be seen or construed as a secret police. Reference: Wikipedia, org 119, using false provocation operations to disguise their activities. False flag operations are covert operations conducted by governments, corporations, or other organizations, which are designed to appear as if they are being carried out by other entities. The name is derived from the military concept of flying false colors, that is, flying the flag of a country other than one's own. False flag operations are not limited to war and counterinsurgency operations and have been used in peacetime, for example, during Italy's strategy of tension. During the Italian strategy of tension, in which several bombings in the 1970s, attributed to far-left organizations, were in fact carried out by far-right organizations cooperating with the Italian secret services. See Operation Gladio, 1969 Piazza Fontana bombing, 1972 Pitino attack by Vincenzo Vinciguerra, 1973 assassination attempt of former Interior Minister Mariano Ruma, 1980 Bologna massacre, etc., and various investigations, for example by Guido Salvini. In France, the Masada Action and Defense Movement, supposedly a Zionist group, was really a neo-fascist terrorist group which hoped to increase tension between Arabs and Jews in France. False flag tactics were also employed during the Algerian Civil War, starting in the mid-1994. Death squads composed of DRS, Department du Renseignement et de la Sécurité, security forces disguised themselves as Islamist terrorists and committed false flag terror attacks. Such groups included the OJAL, Organization of Young Free Algerians, or the OSSRA, Secret Organization for the Safeguard of the Algerian Republic. According to Roger Falligot and Pascal Kropp, 1999, the OJAL reminded of the Organization of the French Algerian Resistance, ORAF, a group of counter-terrorists created in December 1956 by the DSD, Direction de la Surveillance du Territoire/Territorial Surveillance Directorate, whose mission was to carry out terrorist attacks with the aim of quashing any hopes of political compromise. On the night of Feb. 27, 1933, the Reichstag building was set on fire. At the urging of Hitler, Hindenburg responded the next day by issuing an emergency decree for the protection of the people and the state, which stated, "Restrictions on personal liberty, on the right of free expression of opinion, including freedom of the press, on the rights of assembly and association, and violations of the privacy of postal, telegraphic and telephonic communications and warrants for house searches, orders for confiscations as well as restrictions on property, are also permissible beyond the legal limits otherwise prescribed." After 74 years, the question of who actually started the Reichstag fire is still unknown and occasionally debated. There are various 9/11 conspiracy theories and a very large body of hard evidence editor, which say the September 11, 2001 attacks on the US were a false flag operation. Reference, Wikipedia.org, mind control methods developed by government psychiatrists. William Sargant was a consultant to the British Secret Intelligence Service, MI5, MI6. In 1953, he associated with Frank Olson, deputy acting head of special operations for the CIA, investigating the use of mind-bending drugs at the Biological Warfare Center at Porton Down. In 1944, he collaborated with Slater in writing an introduction to physical methods of treatment in psychiatry, a textbook on biological psychiatry that included lobotomy and shock therapy and remained in print for 3 decades. William Sargant was a pioneer in methods of placing false memories into patients. He attested at the 1977 U.S. Senate hearing that the therapist should deliberately distort the facts of the patient's life experience to achieve heightened emotional response and abreaction. In the drunken state of narcoanalysis, patients are prone to accept the therapist's false constructions. In 1957, William Sargant published one of the first books on the psychology of brainwashing, Battle for the Mind. William Sargant connected Pavlov's findings to the ways people learned and internalized belief systems. Conditioned behavior patterns could be changed by stimulated stresses beyond a dog's capacity for response, in essence causing a breakdown. This could also be caused by intense signals, longer than normal waiting periods, rotating positive and negative signals, and changing a dog's physical condition, as through illness. Depending on the dog's initial personality, this could possibly cause a new belief system to be held tenaciously. Sargant also connected Pavlov's findings to the mechanisms of brainwashing in religion and politics. Sargant and Dr. Ewan Cameron of Project MKULTRA Notoriety were friends and colleagues who shared and exchanged views and information on brainwashing and depatterning techniques, and their mutual researches in this area. Both men had extensive CIA and British Secret Intelligence Service connections. The aim of Cameron, Sargant, and the CIA's researches was to find a way to obliterate the memories of an Allied spy, depatterning, and implant false memories at a deep level so that if that spy was captured in his adoptive country, he would be incapable under duress or even torture of revealing his true American-British allegiance. He would only be able to reveal the falsely implanted memories that supported his assumed persona. This concept became termed the Manchurian Candidate after the novel. The extensive use of heroic doses of electron-convulsive shock treatment combined with deep sleep treatment, narcosis, antidepressants, tape loops, insulin coma therapy and other drugs in this context was designed to induce catastrophic memory loss, which would then supposedly be replaced with false memories and ideas, via tape loops, hypnosis, LSD or conversations while the person was drugged. In addition to LSD, Cameron also experimented with various paralytic drugs, as well as electroconvulsive therapy at 30 to 40 times the normal power. His driving experiments consisted of putting subjects into drug-induced coma for months on end, up to 3 in one case, while playing tape loops of noise or simple repetitive statements. His experiments were typically carried out on patients who had entered the institute for minor problems such as anxiety disorders and postpartum depression, many of whom suffered permanently from his actions. Earth is a ghetto planet. Ghetto is also used figuratively to indicate geographic areas with a concentration of any type of person. Ghetto is formed in 3 ways, as ports of entry for racial minorities and immigrant racial minorities. When the majority uses compulsion, typically violence, hostility, or legal barriers, to force minorities into particular areas. When the majority is willing and able to pay more than the minority to live with its own kind. During World War II, ghettos in occupied Europe 1939–1944 were established by the Nazis to confine Jews and sometimes Gypsies into tightly packed areas of the cities of Eastern Europe, turning them into de facto concentration camps and death camps in the Holocaust. Reference: Wikipedia. 122. Holocaust. The Holocaust, from the Greek holocauston, holos completely and kaustos burnt, is the term generally used to describe the killing of approximately 6 million European Jews during World War II, as part of a program of deliberate extermination planned and executed by the National Socialist Nazi regime in Germany led by Adolf Hitler. Other groups were persecuted and killed by the regime, including the Roma, Soviets, particularly prisoners of war, ethnic Poles, other Slavic people, the disabled, gay men, and political and religious dissidents. The persecution and genocide were accomplished in stages. Legislation to remove the Jews from civil society was enacted years before the outbreak of World War II. Concentration camps were established in which inmates were used as slave labor until they died of exhaustion or disease. Where the Third Reich conquered new territory in Eastern Europe, specialized units called Einsatzgruppen murdered Jews and political opponents in mass shootings. Jews and Roma were crammed into ghettos before being transported hundreds of miles by freight train to extermination camps, where, if they survived the journey, the majority of them were killed in gas chambers. Every arm of Germany's bureaucracy was involved in the logistics of the mass murder, turning the country into what one Holocaust scholar has called a genocidal state. Reference: Wikipedia.org. 123. Final solution. Holocaust documenters argue that the medicalization of social problems and systematic euthanasia of people in German mental institutions in the 1930s provided the institutional, procedural, and doctrinal origins of the mass murder of the 1940s. The Nuremberg trials convicted a number of psychiatrists who held key positions in Nazi regimes. Reference: Lapon, Lenny, 1986. Mass murderers in white coats. Psychiatric genocide in Nazi Germany and the United States. The tie between Hitler and the eugenic psychiatrists was so close that much of Mein Kampf is literally indistinguishable in language and in tone from the major international journals and psychiatric textbooks of the time. To quote from a few of many such passages in Mein Kampf, to demand that defective people be prevented from propagating equally defective offspring is a demand for the clearest reason, and if systematically executed, represents the most humane act of mankind. Those who are physically and mentally unhealthy and unworthy must not perpetuate their suffering in the bodies of their children. A prevention of the faculty and opportunity to procreate on the part of the physically degenerate and the mentally sick would not only free humanity from an immeasurable misfortune, but would lead to a recovery which today seems scarcely conceivable. Hitler received support from psychiatrists and social scientists around the world after he took power. Many articles in the world's leading medical journals monitored and heaped praise on Hitler's eugenic legislation and policies. Records uncovered by Abrams at the hospital confirm that the extermination had begun as a part of a national psychiatric program before Hitler took on the systematic murder of the Jews. Hundreds of patients had been shipped off to psychiatric extermination centers prior to the end of 1941, when the national program was largely abandoned and local state mental hospitals took over the action on their own. The psychiatric extermination program was not a hidden, secret shame of psychiatry, at least, not at the start. It was organized by leading professors of psychiatry and directors of mental hospitals through a series of national meetings and workshops. So-called euthanasia forms were circulated to individual hospitals, and final approval of each death was then given in Berlin by a committee of the nation's outstanding psychiatrists. By January 1940, patients were being shipped to 6 special extermination centers staffed by psychiatrists. In late 1941, public outrage and lack of enthusiasm from Hitler pushed the program underground, but between 100,000 and 200,000 German mental patients had been killed. From then on, individual institutions, such as that at Kaufbeuren, continued to act on their own, even admitting new patients for the purpose of murdering them. At the end of the war, many large institutions were entirely empty, and estimates from various war crime tribunals, including Nuremberg, estimate the number of dead to be between 250,000 and 300,000, mostly inmates of psychiatric hospitals and homes for the retarded. Psychiatrist Frederick Wertham, by no means a radical critic of his profession, deserves the credit for being the first to describe the role of psychiatry in Nazi Germany. The tragedy is that the psychiatrists did not have to have an order. They acted on their own. They were not carrying out a death sentence pronounced by somebody else. They were the legislators who laid down the rules for deciding who was to die. They were the administrators who worked out the procedures, provided the patients and the places, and decided the methods of killing. They pronounced a sentence of life or death in each individual case. They were the executioners who carried the sentences out or, without being coerced to do so, surrendered their patients to be killed in other institutions. They supervised and often watched the slow deaths. By November 1, 1941, the first extermination camps were being built. First Belzec, then Sobibor, Treblinka, Chelmno and Majdanek, and finally Auschwitz-Birkenau. At first, vague plans were made in Nazi Germany to deport all European Jews to Madagascar. Adolf Eichmann, in particular, supported this option before the Wannsee Conference of 1942, where he was made privy to the exact details of the final solution. SS Chief Heinrich Himmler stated, "However cruel and tragic each individual case may be, this method is still the mildest and best, if one rejects the Bolshevik method of physical extermination of a people out of inner conviction as un-German and impossible." The original plan was to use the Royal Navy after Britain's defeat to exile all of Europe's Jews to Madagascar. However, since the British were not defeated as anticipated by the Nazis, the Madagascar plan had to be abandoned. The extermination process in Belzec, Sobibor and Treblinka was similar to the method used in the 6 extermination camps in Germany and Austria, but hugely scaled up for killing whole transports of people at a time. Victims would hand over their valuables, which became property of the German Reichsbank. They then undressed, and their clothes were searched for jewelry and other valuables. Victims were then marched into the gas chamber and packed tightly to minimize the available fresh air. An engine created carbon monoxide gas, which was then discharged through gas pipes, killing the occupants. Their corpses were cremated after any gold dental fillings were removed. The mass murder was carefully tracked and documented. For example, the intercepted Hoffel telegram sent by SS Sturmbannführer Hermann Hoffel on January 11, 1943, to SS Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann in Berlin listed 274, 166 total arrivals to the 4 camps of Action Reinhard through the end of 1942, as well as the total arrivals by camp for the last 2 weeks of 1942. The structure of all camps was nearly identical. From the reception area with ramp and undressing barracks, the Jews entered a narrow, camouflaged path, called sluice or tube, to the extermination area with gas chambers, pits and cremation grids. The SS and Traunickies stayed in a separate area. Barbed wire fences, partially camouflaged with pine branches, surrounded the camp and separated the different parts. Unlike Auschwitz, no electric fences were used. Wooden watchtowers guarded the camp. Approximately 2 million Jews lost their lives in Belzec, Sobibor, Treblinka and Majdanek in the course of Operation Reinhard. Approximately 960 German Reichsmark worth of Jewish property, today's value, around 700 million US or 550 million euros, was stolen. This money went not only to German authorities, but also to single individuals, SS and policemen, camp guards, non-Jewish inhabitants of towns and villages with ghettos or adjacent camps. Reference, Wikipedia, org 124, the Old Empire, whose headquarters. Located near one of the tail stars in the Ursa Major Big Dipper. The tail stars of Ursa Major are Alka, Alioth and Alkaid. Reference, Wikipedia, org 125, radioactivity. Nuclear weapons emit large amounts of electromagnetic radiation as visible, infrared and ultraviolet light. The chief hazards are burns and eye injuries. On clear days, these injuries can occur well beyond blast ranges. The light is so powerful that it can start fires that spread rapidly in the debris left by a blast. The range of thermal effects increases markedly with weapon yield. Thermal radiation accounts for between 35–45% of the energy released in the explosion, depending on the yield of the device. The first atomic bomb actually used in wartime was dropped on Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, killing between 130,000 and 150,000 people by the end of that year. Those who survived the bombing are rapidly aging now after struggling for many years. In Hiroshima, a tremendous firestorm developed within 20 minutes after detonation and destroyed many more buildings and homes. A firestorm has gale-force winds blowing in towards the center of the fire from all points of the compass. Mr. Hiroshi Sawachika was 28 years old when the bomb was dropped. He was an army doctor stationed at the army headquarters in Ugina. When he was exposed, he was inside the building at the headquarters, 1 km from the hypocenter. Being rather far from the hypocenter, he was not seriously injured. Afterwards, he was very busy getting medical treatment to the survivors. Interviewer: how many patients did you treat on August 6? Answer: well, at least 2,000 or 3,000 on that very day if you include those patients whom I gave directions to. I felt that as if once that day started, it never ended. I had to keep on and on treating the patients forever. It was the longest day of my life. Later on, when I had time to reflect on that day, I came to realize that we, doctors, learned a lot through the experience, through the suffering of all those people. It's true that the lack of medical knowledge, medical facilities, integrated organization, and so on prevented us from giving sufficient medical treatment. Still, there was a lot for us medical doctors to learn on that day. I learned that the nuclear weapons which gnaw the minds and bodies of human beings should never be used. Even the slightest idea using nuclear arms should be completely exterminated the minds of human beings. Otherwise, we will repeat the same tragedy, and we will never stop being ashamed of ourselves. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 126. Atlanta. Atlantis was a continent. Its capital was called by the same name or by that of Poseidonis, and was located on an island next to its coast. After this continent sunk under the seas, only the peaks of its loftiest mountains remained above the water, forming what the ancients later knew as the Islands of the Blessed, and which we know as those of Indonesia. Atlantis created a worldwide empire and had colonies the world over. These colonies, as usual, attempted to duplicate the motherland, as colonists are wont to do. Atlantis and Lemuria have been grossly distorted and misplaced by all sorts of investigators in what concerns both their epochs and their sizes and locations. Indeed, Atlantis and Lemuria coexisted side by side, at more or less the same date. More exactly, Lemuria was the archetypal Atlantis, the same as Eden or Paradise, the site of origin of both mankind and civilization. From there, the Lemurian Atlanteans colonized the nearby region of India, which became its twin and partner. In mythical terms, we can say that Lemuria Indonesia was the mother, and that Atlantis India was the father of all the other civilizations. Our Atlantean heritage also encompasses the arts and techniques such as agriculture and animal domestication, the greatest inventions ever. Without the domesticated plants and animals, most or all of which originated in Atlantis, and often embody an advanced use of genetic engineering, civilization could never have developed at all. Besides these, a series of inventions of mysterious origins, who came to us from the dawn of time, are also owed to Atlantis and Lemuria: metallurgy, stone masonry and sculpture, paper, the alphabet, medicinal drugs, gunpowder, weaving, and so on. Reference: http://www.atlan.org/. 127. Lima. Lemuria is the name of a hypothetical lost land, variously located in the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Its 19th-century origins lie in attempts to account for discontinuities in biogeography. Though Lemuria has passed out of the realm of conventional science, it has been adopted by occult writers, as well as some Tamil writers of India. Accounts of Lemuria differ according to the requirements of their contexts, but all share a common belief that a continent existed in ancient times and sank beneath the ocean as a result of geological change, often cataclysmic. Lemuria entered the lexicon of the occult through the works of Madame Blavatsky, who claimed in the 1880s to have been shown an ancient, pre-Atlantean book of Zion by the Mahatmas. Kumari Kandam is a sunken kingdom sometimes compared with Lemuria. According to these modernist interpretations of motifs in classical Tamil literature, the epics Silappatikaram and Manimkalai that describe the submerged city of Puhar, the Dravidians originally came from land south of the present-day coast of South India that became submerged by successive floods. There are various claims from Tamil authors that there was a large land mass connecting Australia and the present-day Tamil Nadu coast. It is interesting to note that Madame Blavatsky described the Lemurians, her third root race, as being coloured black, and described the Negroid race, the Dravidians and the Australoids, Papuans and Melanesians, as being descended from them. Prior to the acceptance of continental drift, biologists frequently postulated submerged land masses in order to account for populations of land-based species now separated by barriers of water. Similarly, geologists tried to account for striking resemblances of rock formations on different continents. The first systematic attempt was made by Melchior Neumayer in his book Erdgeschichte in 1887. Many hypothetical submerged land bridges and continents were proposed during the 19th century, in order to account for the present distribution of species. As Lemuria gained some acceptance within the scientific community, it began to appear in the works of other scholars. Ernst Haeckel, a German Darwinian taxonomist, proposed Lemuria as an explanation for the absence of missing link fossil records. According to another source, Haeckel put forward this thesis prior to Sclater, but without using the name Lemuria. Locating the origins of the human species on this lost continent, he claimed the fossil record could not be found because it had sunk beneath the sea. Other scientists hypothesized that Lemuria had extended across parts of the Pacific Oceans, explaining distributions of species across Asia and the Americas. The Lemuria theory disappeared completely from conventional scientific consideration after the theories of plate tectonics and continental drift were accepted by the larger scientific community. According to the theory of plate tectonics, which is nowadays the only accepted paradigm in geology, Madagascar and India were indeed once part of the same landmass, thus accounting for geological resemblances, but plate movement caused India to break away millions of years ago and move to its present location. The original landmass broke apart, it did not sink beneath the sea level. Reference Wikipedia, Org 128, Lake Toba in Sumatra. The Toba eruption, the Toba event, occurred at what is now Lake Toba about 500 to 500 years ago. It had an estimated volcanic explosivity index of 8, described as megacolossal, making it possibly the largest explosive volcanic eruption within the last 25 million years. The total amount of erupted material was about 2,800 cubic km, 670 cubic miles, around 2,000 km3 of ignimbrite that flowed over the ground, and around 800 km3 that fell as ash, with the wind blowing most of it to the west. By contrast, the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens ejected around 1.2 cubic km of material, whilst the largest volcanic eruption in historic times, at Mount Tambora in 1815, emitted the equivalent of around 100 cubic kilometers of dense rock, and created the year without a summer as far away as North America. The Toba eruption was the latest of a series of at least 3 caldera-forming eruptions which have occurred at the volcano. Earlier calderas were formed around 700,000 and 840,000 years ago. To give an idea of its magnitude, consider that although the eruption took place in Indonesia, it deposited an ash layer approximately 15 cm, 6 in thick over the entire Indian subcontinent. At one site in central India, the Toba ash layer today is up to 6 m, 20 feet, thick, and parts of Malaysia were covered with 9 m of ashfall. In addition, it has been calculated that 10 metric tons of sulfuric acid was ejected into the atmosphere by the event, causing acid rain fallout. 129 Mt. Krakatoa. Mt. Krakatoa is a volcanic island in the Sunda Strait between Java and Sumatra in Indonesia. The name is used for the island group, the main island, also called Rakata, and the volcano as a whole. It has erupted repeatedly, massively, and with disastrous consequences throughout recorded history. The best-known eruption culminated in a series of massive explosions on August 26–27, 1883, which was among the most violent volcanic events in modern times. With a volcanic explosivity index of 6, it was equivalent to 200 megatons of TNT, about 13,000 times the yield of the Little Boy bomb, 13 to 16 kt, which devastated Hiroshima, Japan. The 1883 eruption ejected more than 25 cubic kilometers of rock, ash, and pumice, and generated the loudest sound historically reported. The cataclysmic explosion was distinctly heard as far away as Perth in Australia, approx. 1,930 miles, 110 km, and the island of Rodriguez near Mauritius, approx. 3,000 miles, 5,000 km. Near Krakatoa, according to official records, 165 villages and towns were destroyed, and 132 seriously damaged, at least 36,417, official toll, people died, and many thousands were injured by the eruption, mostly from the tsunamis which followed the explosion. The eruption destroyed 2/3 of the island of Krakatoa. Eruptions at the volcano since 1927 have built a new island in the same location, called Anak Krakatau, Child of Krakatoa. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 130, Colossal volcanic explosion. A supervolcano is a volcano that produces the largest and most voluminous kinds of eruption on Earth. The explosivity of such eruptions varies, but the volume of ejected tephra is enough to radically alter the landscape and severely affect global climate for years, with cataclysmic consequences for life. VEI 8 volcanic events have included eruptions at the following locations. Estimates of the volume of erupted material are given in parentheses. Lake Taupo, North Island, New Zealand, Oroenui eruption 26, 500 years ago, 170 km 3. Lake Toba, Sumatra, Indonesia, 75,000 years ago, 800 km 3. Yellowstone caldera, Wyoming, United States, 2 million years ago, 500 km 3. And 640,000 years ago, 1,000 km 3. La Garita caldera, Colorado, United States, source of the truly enormous eruption of the Fish Canyon Tuff 27, 8 million years ago, 5,000 km 3, the Lake Toba eruption plunged the Earth into a volcanic winter, eradicating an estimated 60% of the human population, although humans managed to survive, even in the vicinity of the volcano, and was responsible for the formation of sulfuric acid in the atmosphere. Many other supermassive eruptions have also occurred in the geological past. Reference: Wikipedia, org 131. Due to atmospheric pollution as well as an extensive period during which radiation from the sun is deflected back into space and cause global cooling. Nuclear winter is a hypothetical global climate condition that is predicted to be a possible outcome of a large-scale nuclear war. It is thought that severely cold weather can be caused by detonating large numbers of nuclear weapons, especially over flammable targets such as cities, where large amounts of smoke and soot would be injected into the Earth's stratosphere. The term has also been applied to one of the aftereffects of a supervolcano eruption. A global average surface cooling of 7 degrees C to -8 degrees C persists for years, and after a decade the cooling is still -4 degrees C, Fig. 2. Considering that the global average cooling at the depth of the last ice age 18,000 years ago was about 5 degrees C, this would be a climate change unprecedented in speed and amplitude in the history of the human race. The temperature changes are largest over land. Cooling of more than degrees C occurs over large areas of North America and of more than degrees C over much of Eurasia, including all agricultural regions. Reference: Wikipedia, org 132, the global cataclysm that destroyed the dinosaurs. In the past 600 million years, there have been 5 major mass extinctions that on average extinguished half of all species. The largest mass extinction to have affected life on Earth was in the Permian-Triassic, which ended the Permian period 250 million years ago and killed off 90% of all species. The last such mass extinction led to the demise of the dinosaurs and has been found to have coincided with a large asteroid impact. This is the Cretaceous Tertiary extinction event. There is no solid evidence of impacts leading to the 4 other major mass extinctions, though a recent report from Ohio State scientists stated that they have located a 483 km diameter impact crater beneath the East Antarctic ice sheet, which may date back about 250 million years, based on gravity measurements, which might associate it with the Permian-Triassic extinction event. In 1980, physicist Luis Alvarez, his son, geologist Walter Alvarez, and nuclear chemists Frank Asaro and Helen V. Michael from the University of California, Berkeley discovered unusually high concentrations of iridium, an element that is rare in the Earth's crust but relatively abundant in many meteorites. From the amount and distribution of iridium present in the 65-million-year-old iridium layer, the Alvarez team later estimated that an asteroid of 1014 kilometers must have collided with the Earth. This iridium layer at the KT boundary has been found worldwide at 100 different sites. Multidirectionally shocked quartz coesite, which is only known to form as the result of large impacts or atomic bomb explosions, has also been found in the same layer at more than 30 sites. Soot and ash at levels tens of thousands times normal levels were found with the above. Reference: Wikipedia, org, the geologic record of terminal Cretaceous environmental events, indicates that iridium and other associated elements were not deposited instantaneously, but during a time interval spanning some 10,000 to 100,000 years. The available geologic evidence favors a mantle rather than meteoritic origin for these elements. These results are in accord with the scenario of a series of intense eruptive volcanic events occurring during a relatively short geologic time interval, and not with the scenario of a single large asteroid impact event. Reference: Article. Terminal Cretaceous Environmental Events, Charles B. Officer 1 and Charles L. Drake 2, 1 Research Professor in the Earth Sciences Department, Dartmouth College, Hanover, New Hampshire 3755. 2 Professor in the Earth Sciences Department, Dartmouth College, Hanover, New Hampshire 3755. 133. Atomic explosions cause atmospheric fallout much like that of volcanic eruptions. Oct. 26, 2007, new evidence dug from the shores of the Bay of Bengal supports the radical idea that it was a series of monumental volcanic eruptions that wiped out the dinosaurs, not a meteor impact in the Gulf of Mexico. The discovery confirms 2 important things, said Keller. First, that the most massive Deccan eruption and the KT mass extinction happened at the same time. Second, that the later, final eruption is timed right to have slowed the recovery of many living things. This latter matter of the slow recovery has long been a mystery to paleontologists, she said. Reference, http://dsc, Discovery.com News 2007 1026 Dinosaur Volcano. HTML, a new statistical study of mass extinctions throughout the history of life on Earth, is backing up the idea that no single meteor, volcanic eruption or other lone gunman is ever to blame, even in the case of the Cretaceous Tertiary event that brought the end of dinosaurs 65 million years ago. Instead, the worst die-offs happen when some sort of interminable, multi-generational pressure on life is combined with a few powerful blows. It's what is now being called the press-pulse theory of mass extinctions. The theory is essentially a more eloquent way of saying what I and many other paleontologists have been saying for many years, said Gerta Keller of Princeton University, namely that the impact hill hypothesis is all wrong. Impacts alone could not have been the killing mechanism for the KT or any of the other major mass extinctions. In the late Cretaceous case massive volcanism, the Deccan Traps eruption in India and attendant climate change coincided with an impact that pushed highly stressed biota over the brink. Reference, http://dsc, discovery.com/news/2006/10/20/extinction pla. HTML. 134. Ruwenzori Mountains. The highest Ruwenzoris are permanently snow-capped, and they, along with Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya, are the only such in Africa. The Ruwenzoris are often identified with the Mountains of the Moon mentioned by Ptolemy. The Ruwenzori are known for their vegetation, ranging from tropical rainforest through alpine meadows to snow, and for their animal population, including forest elephants, several primate species and many endemic birds. 135. Pyrenees Mountains. The Pyrenees are named after Pyrene, fire in Greek, who was the daughter of Beatrix and was raped by Heracles. Terrified at giving birth to a serpent, she fled to the mountains and was either buried or eaten by wild animals. Herodotus located this legend in his map of the Oikumene as early as 450 BC. Reference, Wikipedia. 136. Steppes of Mongolia. In the chaos of the late 12th century, a chieftain named Temujin finally succeeded in uniting the Mongol tribes between Manchuria and the Altai Mountains. In 1206, he took the title Genghis Khan, and he and his successors began expanding the Mongol Empire into the largest contiguous land empire in world history, going as far northwest as the Kievan Rus, and as far south as northern Vietnam, Tibet, Iran. Reference, Wikipedia.org. 137. Plunder their possessions. Looting, sacking, plundering, despoiling or pillaging is the indiscriminate taking of goods by force as part of a military or political victory, or during a catastrophe or riot, such as during war, natural disaster or rioting. The term is also used in a broader, some would argue metaphorical sense, to describe egregious instances of theft and embezzlement, such as the plundering of private or public assets by corrupt or overly greedy corporate executives or government authorities. The proceeds of all these activities can be described as loot, plunder, or pillage. Looting originally referred primarily to the plundering of villages and cities not only by victorious troops during warfare, but also by civilian members of the community. For example, see War and Peace, which describes widespread looting by Moscow's citizens before Napoleon's troops enter the town, and looting by French troops elsewhere. Also note the looting of art treasures by the Nazis during WWII. Reference, Wikipedia.org. 138. Tiahuanaco. For more detailed information about the archaeology of this site, visit the following websites: http://www.sacredsites.com/Americas/Bolivia/Tiahuanaco. HTML http http://www.viewzone.com/tier, HTML http://www.worldmysteries.com/mpl6, HTM. The shift of the poles of the planet. Charles Hapgood first came to public attention in the mid-1950s with his theory of Earth crust displacement, a radical geological idea which attracted the curiosity and support of Albert Einstein. The Einstein-Hapgood correspondence is a forgotten page in the history of science. Rose and I obtained these letters, 10 from Einstein to Hapgood, from Albert Einstein's archives in the fall of 1995. They show, for the first time, just how extensively Albert Einstein was involved in assisting Charles Hapgood in the development of the theory. This correspondence is detailed in the Atlantis blueprint. Here is a brief summary. In his second reply, 24 November 1952, to Hapgood, Einstein wrote that the idea of Earth crust displacement should not be ruled out a priori, just because it didn't fit with what we wanted to believe about the Earth's past. What was needed, Einstein claimed, was solid, geological and paleontological facts. For 6 months, Hapgood gathered geological evidence to support the idea of an Earth crust displacement. On the 3rd of May 1953, he forwarded 38 pages of this evidence to Einstein. Central to his argument was Hapgood's evidence that Lesser Antarctica was ice-free at the same time that North America lay smothered in ice. Einstein responded, 8 May 1953, "I find your arguments very impressive and have the impression that your hypothesis is correct. One can hardly doubt that significant shifts of the crust have taken place repeatedly and within a short time." He urged Hapgood to follow up on evidence of Earth fractures. A month later, 11 June 1953, Hapgood sent Einstein 42 pages of evidence on Earth fractures and the evolution of the ice sheets. Einstein wrote 17 December 1953, Hapgood urging him to address the centrifugal momentum problem. Hapgood responded with 4 pages on this problem and 37 pages of paleontological evidence, including the frozen mammoths of Arctic Siberia. Einstein was now convinced. On the 18th of May 1954, Einstein wrote a very favorable foreword for Hapgood's book Earth's Shifting Crust, a key to some basic problems of Earth science, published in 1958 by Pantheon Books, New York. The foreword begins, "I frequently receive communications from people who wish to consult me concerning their unpublished ideas. It goes without saying that these ideas are very seldom possessed of scientific validity. The very first communication, however, that I received from Mr. Hapgood electrified me. His idea is original, of great simplicity, and if it continues to prove itself of great importance to everything that is related to the history of the Earth's surface, I think that this rather astonishing, even fascinating, idea deserves the serious attention of anyone who concerns himself with the theory of the Earth's development." Reference, When the Sky Fell, Rand and Rose Flemthath 140, the alignment of the pyramids of Giza on the ground matches perfectly the alignment of the constellation of Orion as seen in the sky from Giza. Robert Bovell is specifically known for the Orion correlation theory, OCT. This proposes a relationship between the 4th dynasty Egyptian pyramids of the Giza Plateau and the alignment of certain stars in the constellation of Orion. One night, while working in Saudi Arabia, he took his family and a friend's family up into the sand dunes of the Arabian desert for a camping expedition. His friend pointed out Orion and mentioned that Mintaka, the smaller, more easterly of the stars making up Orion's belt, was offset slightly from the others. Bovell then made a connection between the layout of the 3 main stars in Orion's belt and the layout of the 3 main pyramids in the Giza necropolis. Reference, Wikipedia, org 141, Heliopolis. Heliopolis has been occupied since the pre-dynastic period, with extensive building campaigns during the Old and Middle Kingdoms. Today, unfortunately, it is mostly destroyed, its temples and other buildings having been used for the construction of medieval Cairo. Most information about it comes from textual sources. According to Diodorus Siculus, Heliopolis was built by Actes, one of the sons of Helios and Rhode, who named the city after his father. While all Greek cities were destroyed during the flood, the Egyptian cities including Heliopolis survived. The chief deity of Heliopolis was the god Atum, who was worshipped in the primary temple. The city was also the original source of the worship of the Ennead pantheon, although in later times, as Horus gained in prominence, worship focused on the syncretistic solar deity Ra-Harakti, literally Ra, who is Horus of the 2 horizons. During the Amarna period, Pharaoh Akhenaten introduced monotheistic worship of Aten, the deified solar disk. As the capital of Egypt for a period of time, grain was stored in Heliopolis for the winter months, when many people would descend on the town to be fed, leading to it gaining the title place of bread. The Book of the Dead goes further and describes how Heliopolis was the place of multiplying bread, recounting a myth in which Horus feeds the masses there with only 7 loaves, which is the basis of the Bible New Testament parable. Reference, Wikipedia, org 142. Nephilim. The Nephilim were an antediluvian race, pre-flood race which are referred to in the Bible as giants. Reference, http://www.nwcreation.net/Nephilim. HTML Genesis 6:4 states the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterwards when the sons of God went to the daughters of men and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. The Nephilim were a race of giants that were produced by the sexual union of the sons of God, presumably fallen angels, and the daughters of men. Translated from the Hebrew texts, Nephilim means fallen ones. They were renowned for their strength, prowess, and a great capacity for sinfulness. The origination of the Nephilim begins with a story of the fallen angels. Shemhazai, an angel of high rank, led a sect of angels in a descent to earth to instruct humans in righteousness. The tutelage went on for a few centuries, but soon the angels pined for the human females. After lusting, the fallen angels instructed the women in magic and conjuring, mated with them and produced hybrid offspring, the Nephilim. The Nephilim were gigantic in stature. Their strength was prodigious and their appetites immense. Upon devouring all of humankind's resources, they began to consume humans themselves. The Nephilim attacked and oppressed humans and were the cause of massive destruction on the earth. 2 texts of central import to the story of the Nephilim, the Bible and the Dead Sea Scrolls, mention several names for the Nephilim. The diverse kinds of these giants are cited in several passages. They are variously referred to as Emim or terrors, Gen 14:5, Dute, 2:10, Rephaim or weakeners or dead ones, 2 Sam 23:13, 1 Chron 11:15, Gibborim or giant heroes, Job 16:4, Zamzumim or achievers, Dute, 2:10, Anakim or long-necked Dute, 2:10, Josh 11:22-14-15, and Orwim or devastators and serpents. Other giants are mentioned in these texts as well, such as Goliath, 2 Sam 21:19, a giant with 12 fingers and 12 toes who is mentioned as one of the Rephaim, 2 Sam 21:20, and a tall Egyptian, 1 Chron 11:23. The passage of Numbers 13:26-33 recounts the Nephilim of Canaan that Joshua and the other Hebrew spies saw. Furthermore, according to Judaic law, a certain one of the Nephilim Arba built a city, Kiriath Arba, which was named for its builder and is now known as Hebron. The wickedness of the Nephilim carried with it a heavy toll. Genesis 6:5 alludes to the corruption that the Nephilim had caused amongst humans and themselves. The Lord saw how great man's wickedness on the earth had become. Their evil rebellion had incurred both the wrath and grief of God. God instructed the angel Gabriel to ignite a civil war among the Nephilim. He also chose Enoch, a righteous man, to inform the fallen angels of the judgment pronounced on them and their children. God did not allow the fallen angels any peace, for they could not lift their eyes to heaven and were later to be chained. The end of the Nephilim came about in the war incited by Gabriel, in which the giants eventually annihilated each other. Reference http://www.pantheon.org/articles/n/Nephilim. HTML 143 used cutting tools of highly concentrated light waves and electronic energy. A laser is an electronic optical device that emits coherent light radiation. The term laser is an acronym for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. A typical laser emits light in a narrow, low divergence monochromatic, single-colored, if the laser is operating in the visible spectrum, beam with a well-defined wavelength. In this way, laser light is in contrast to a light source such as the incandescent light bulb, which emits light over a wide area and over a wide spectrum of wavelengths. The first working laser was demonstrated in May 1960 by Theodore Maiman at Hughes Research Laboratories. Recently, lasers have become a multi-billion-dollar industry. The most widespread use of lasers is in optical storage devices such as compact disc and DVD players, in which the laser, a few millimeters in size, scans the surface of the disc. Other common applications of lasers are barcode readers, laser printers and laser pointers. In industry, lasers are used for cutting steel and other metals, and for inscribing patterns, such as the letters on computer keyboards. Lasers are also commonly used in various fields in science, especially spectroscopy, typically because of their well-defined wavelength or short pulse duration in the case of pulsed lasers. Lasers are used by the military for range finding, target identification, and illumination for weapons delivery. Lasers used in medicine are used for internal surgery and cosmetic applications. Laser cutting is a technology that uses a laser to cut materials and is usually used in industrial manufacturing. Laser cutting works by directing the output of a high-power laser by computer at the material to be cut. The material then either melts, burns, vaporizes away, or is blown away by a jet of gas, leaving an edge with a high-quality surface finish. Industrial laser cutters are used to cut flat-sheet material as well as structural and piping materials. Some 6-axis lasers can perform cutting operations on parts that have been preformed by casting or machining. Reference: Wikipedia, Org 144, Baalbek. The great mystery of the ruins of Baalbek, and indeed one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world, concerns the massive foundation stones beneath the Roman Temple of Jupiter. The courtyard of the Jupiter Temple is situated upon a platform, called the Grand Terrace, which consists of a huge outer wall and a filling of massive stones. The lower courses of the outer wall are formed of huge, finely crafted and precisely positioned blocks. They range in size from 30 to 33 feet in length, 14 feet in height and 10 feet in depth, and weigh approximately 450 tons each. 9 of these blocks are visible on the north side of the temple, 9 on the south, and 6 on the west. Others may exist, but archaeological excavations have thus far not dug beneath all the sections of the Grand Terrace. Above the 6 blocks on the western side are 3 even larger stones, called the trilithon, whose weight exceeds 1,000 tons each. These great stones vary in size between 63 and 65 feet in length, with a height of 14 feet 6 inches and a depth of 12 feet. Another even larger stone lies in a limestone quarry, a quarter of a mile from the Baalbek complex. Weighing an estimated 1,200 tons, it is 69 feet by 16 feet by 13 feet 10 inches, making it the single largest piece of stonework ever crafted in the world. Called the Hajar el Gaubal, the stone of the south, or the Hajar el Hibla, the stone of the pregnant woman. It lays at a raised angle with the lowest part of its base still attached to the quarry rock, as though it were almost ready to be cut free, and transporting to its presumed location, next to the other stones of the trilithon. Why these stones are such an enigma to contemporary scientists, both engineers and archaeologists alike, is that their method of quarrying, transportation and precision placement is beyond the technological ability of any known ancient or modern builders. Various scholars, uncomfortable with the notion that ancient cultures might have developed knowledge superior to modern science, have decided that the massive Baalbek stones were laboriously dragged from the nearby quarries to the temple site. While carved images in the temples of Egypt and Mesopotamia do, indeed, give evidence of this method of block transportation using ropes, wooden rollers and thousands of laborers, the dragged blocks are known to have been only 1/10 the size and weight of the Baalbek stones, and to have been moved along flat surfaces with wide movement paths. The route to the site of Baalbek, however, is uphill, over rough and winding terrain, and there is no evidence whatsoever of a flat hauling surface having been created in ancient times. Next, there is the problem of how the mammoth blocks, once they were brought to the site, were lifted and precisely placed in position. It has been theorized that the stones were raised using a complex array of scaffolding, ramps and pulleys, which was powered by large numbers of humans and animals working in unison. An historical example of this method has been suggested as the solution for the Baalbek enigma. The Renaissance architect Domenico Fontana, when erecting a 327-ton Egyptian obelisk in front of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, used 40 huge pulleys, which necessitated a combined force of 800 men and 140 horses. The area where this obelisk was erected, however, was a great open space that could easily accommodate all the lifting apparatus and the men and horses pulling on the ropes. No such space is available in the spatial context of how the Baalbek stones were placed. Hills slope away from where lifting apparatus would need to have been placed, and no evidence has been found of a flat and structurally firm surface having been constructed, and then mysteriously removed after the lifting was done. Furthermore, not just one obelisk was erected, but rather a series of giant stones were precisely put in place side by side. Due to the positioning of these stones, there is simply no conceivable place where a huge pulley apparatus could have been stationed. References: both of the following websites have excellent photos of the area. http:// www.sacredsites.com/Middle East/Lebanon/Baalbek. http://www.bibliocaplides.net/s/Baalbek1 HTM 145. The domain took over the planet Venus, the second closest planet to the Sun, orbiting it every 224.7 Earth days. It is the brightest natural object in the night sky, except for the Moon, reaching an apparent magnitude of -4.6. Because Venus is an inferior planet, from Earth it never appears to venture far from the Sun. Its elongation reaches a maximum of 47.8 degrees. Venus reaches its maximum brightness shortly before sunrise or shortly after sunset, for which reason it is often called the morning star or the evening star. Classified as a terrestrial planet, it is sometimes called Earth's sister planet, for the two are similar in size, gravity, and bulk composition. Venus is covered with an opaque layer of highly reflective clouds of sulfuric acid, preventing its surface from being seen from space in visible light. This was a subject of great speculation until some of its secrets were revealed by planetary science in the 20th century. Venus has the densest atmosphere of all the terrestrial planets, consisting mostly of carbon dioxide, as it has no carbon cycle to lock carbon back into rocks and surface features, no organic life to absorb it in biomass. It has become so hot that the Earth-like oceans the young Venus is believed to have possessed have totally evaporated, leaving a dusty dry desert scape with many slab-like rocks. The evaporated water vapor has dissociated, and hydrogen has escaped into interplanetary space. The atmospheric pressure at the planet's surface is 92 times that of the Earth, the great majority of it carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. Venus's surface has been mapped in detail only in the last 20 years. Project Magellan listed about 1,000 meteor craters, a surprisingly low number compared to Earth. It shows evidence of being geologically very young with extensive volcanism, and the sulfur in the atmosphere is taken by some experts to show many of its volcanoes are still active today, but it is an enigma as to why no evidence of lava flow accompanies any of the visible caldera. As one of the brightest objects in the sky, Venus has been known since prehistoric times, and as such has gained an entrenched position in human culture. The Babylonians named the planet Ishtar, the personification of womanhood and goddess of love. In Western astrology, derived from its historical connotation with goddesses of femininity and love, Venus is held to influence those aspects of human life. In Indian Vedic astrology, Venus is known as Shukra, meaning clear, pure, or brightness, clearness in Sanskrit. 146. There are few life forms on Earth that can endure an atmospheric environment like Venus. There are many different classes of extremophiles, each corresponding to the way its environmental niche. Many extremophiles fall under multiple categories. For example, acidophile, an organism with an optimum pH level at or below pH 3 alkalophile, an organism with optimal growth at pH levels of 9 or above. Endolith, an organism that lives in microscopic spaces within rocks, such as pores between aggregate grains. These may also be called cryptorendoliths. This term also includes organisms populating fissures, aquifers, and faults filled with groundwater in the deep subsurface. Halophile, an organism requiring at least 2 m of salt, NaCl, for growth. HV perthermophile, an organism that can thrive at temperatures between 81-21 degrees C, such as those found in hydrothermal systems. Hypolith, an organism that lives inside rocks in cold deserts. Lithoeutotroph, an organism, usually bacteria, whose sole source of carbon is carbon dioxide and exergonic inorganic oxidation, chemolithotrophs, such as Nitrosomonas europaea. These organisms are capable of deriving energy from reduced mineral compounds like pyrites, and are active in geochemical cycling and the weathering of parent bedrock to form soil. Metallotolerant, capable of tolerating high levels of dissolved heavy metals in solution, such as copper, cadmium, arsenic, and zinc. Examples include Ferroplasma sp. and Ralstonia metalligerans. Oligotroph, an organism capable of growth in nutritionally limited environments. Osmophile, an organism capable of growth in environments with a high sugar concentration. Piezophile, an organism that lives optimally at high hydrostatic pressure, common in the deep terrestrial subsurface as well as in oceanic trenches. Polyextremophile, an organism that qualifies as an extremophiles under more than one category. Psychrophile/cryophile, an organism that grows better at temperatures of 15 degrees C or lower, common in cold soils, permafrost, polar ice, cold ocean water, and in under-alpine snowpack. Radio-resistant, resistant to high levels of ionizing radiation, most commonly ultraviolet radiation, but also included organisms capable of resisting nuclear radiation. Thermophile, an organism that can thrive at temperatures between 60–80 degrees C. Xerophile, an organism that can grow in extremely dry, desiccating conditions. This type is exemplified by the soil microbes of the Atacama Desert. Relative to the majority of the deep-sea extremophiles, the areas around submarine hydrothermal vents are biologically more productive, often hosting complex communities fueled by the chemicals dissolved in the vent fluids, supporting diverse organisms, including giant tube worms, clams, and shrimp. The water emerges from a hydrothermal vent at temperatures ranging up to 400 degrees C, compared to a typical 2 degrees C for the surrounding deep ocean water. The high pressure at these depths significantly expands the thermal range at which water remains liquid, and so the water doesn't boil. Water at a depth of 3000 m and a temperature of 407 degrees C becomes supercritical. One community has been discovered dubbed Eel City, which consists predominantly of eels. Though eels are not uncommon, as mentioned earlier, invertebrates typically dominate hydrothermal vents. Eel City is located near Nafanua volcanic cone, American Samoa. Other examples of the unique fauna who inhabit this ecosystem are a snail armored with scales made up of iron and organic materials, and the Pompeii worm, Alvanella pompejana, which is capable of withstanding temperatures up to 80 degrees C, 176 degrees F. Over 300 new species have been discovered at hydrothermal vents. Active hydrothermal vents are believed to exist on Jupiter's moon Europa, and ancient hydrothermal vents have been speculated to exist on Mars. Reference: Wikipedia, org 147, Asteroid Belt. The asteroid belt is the region of the solar system located roughly between the orbits of the planets Mars and Jupiter. It is occupied by numerous irregularly shaped bodies called asteroids or minor planets. The asteroid belt region is also termed the main belt to distinguish it from other concentrations of minor planets within the solar system, such as the Kuiper belt and scattered disk. More than half the mass within the main belt is contained in the four largest objects: Ceres, 4 Vesta, 2 Pallas, and 10 Hygiea. All of these have mean diameters of more than 400 km, while Ceres, the main belt's only dwarf planet, is about 950 km in diameter. The remaining bodies range down to the size of a dust particle. The asteroid material is so thinly distributed that multiple unmanned spacecraft have traversed it without incident. Reference: Wikipedia, org 148, Tiwanaku. Tiwanaku monumental architecture is characterized by large stones of exceptional workmanship. In contrast to the masonry style of the later Inca, Tiwanaku stone architecture usually employs rectangular ashlar blocks laid in regular courses, and monumental structures were frequently fitted with elaborate drainage systems. Bronze or copper double T clamps were often used to anchor large blocks in place. The stone used to build Tiwanaku was quarried, and then transporting 40 km or more to the city. They were moved without the aid of the wheel, though much of the distance was over water. The community grew to urban proportions in antiquity, becoming an important regional power in the southern Andes. Satellite imaging was used recently to map the extent of fossilized Suca collis across the 3 primary valleys of Tiwanaku, arriving at population carrying capacity estimates of anywhere between 285,000 and 482,000 people. They worshipped many gods, and one of the most important gods was Viracocha, the god of action, shaper of many worlds and destroyer of many worlds. He created people with 2 servants on a great piece of rock. Then he drew sections on the rock and sent his servants to name the tribes in those areas. In Tiwanaku, he created the people out of rock and brought life to them through the earth. The Tiwanaku believed that Viracocha created giants to move the massive stones that comprise much of their archaeology, but then grew unhappy with the giants and created a flood to destroy them. Reference: Wikipedia, org 149, Ollantaytambo. Ollantaytambo is a town in southern Peru, located in the district of Ollantaytambo, province of Urubamba, Cusco region. It is approximately 60 km to the northwest of the city of Cusco, situated at an altitude of 2792 meters above sea level. The city of Ollantaytambo is best known for its ruins, and for the spot where the Inca Emperor Manco Inca was able to defeat the Spanish in a set-piece battle. The finely cut rocks and plantation terraces were very large obstacles for the conquistadors to surpass, and the fortress was also used by Manco to conduct successful attacks on Francisco Pizarro and other conquistadors who were based in Lima. Reference: Wikipedia, org 150, Machu Picchu. Machu Picchu, Quechua Machu Picchu Old Peak, is a pre-Columbian Inca site located 400 meters, 875 ft above sea level. It is situated on a mountain ridge above the Urubamba Valley in Peru, which is 80 km, 50 mi, northwest of Cusco. Often referred to as the lost city of the Incas, Machu Picchu is probably the most familiar symbol of the Inca Empire. One theory maintains that Machu Picchu was an Inca lacta, a settlement built to control the economy of the conquered regions. It may also have been built as a prison for the selective few who had committed such heinous crimes against the Inca society. Research conducted by scholars, such as John Rowe and Richard Berger, has convinced most archaeologists that rather than a defensive retreat, Machu Picchu was an estate of the Inca emperor, Pachacuti. In addition, Johann Reinhard presented evidence that the site was selected based on its position relative to sacred landscape features. One such example is its mountains, which are purported to be in alignment with key astronomical events. Shamanic legends say that if you're a sensitive person and you rub your forehead against the world-famous Intihuatana stone, you will see the spirit world. The Intihuatana stone is one of the many ritual stones in South America. They are arranged so they point directly at the sun during the winter solstice. The Spanish did not find Machu Picchu until the 20th century, so the Intihuatana stone was not destroyed like many other ritual stones. It is also called the hitching point of the sun because it was supposed to hold the sun in its place. It is, as they said before, believed to be an astronomic clock built by the Incas. Reference: Wikipedia, org 151, Pachacamac. The Temple of Pachacamac is an archaeological site 40 km southeast of Lima, Peru, in the valley of the Lurin River. It had at least one pyramid. They used Pachacamac as primarily a religious site for the veneration of the Pachacamac creator god. The ICMA joined the Inca Empire and Pachacamac became an important administrative center. However, the Inca maintained it as a religious shrine and allowed the Pachacamac priests to continue functioning independently of the Inca priesthood. This included the oracle, whom the Inca presumably consulted. The Inca built 5 additional buildings, including a temple to the sun on the main square. Reference: Wikipedia, org 152, an electronic light-wave emitting stone cutter and carving tools. There are various laser cutting tools depending on the type of finished product that you prefer. Laser cutter routers that are computer-driven can cut each letter precisely, capturing every detail of the selected style. The said manufacturing systems are useful in cutting out symbols and logos in a cost-effective manner. Laser that is in a solid state uses one crystal rod with flat and parallel ends. Both ends have surfaces that have the ability to reflect. A light source that has high density and a flash tube surrounds the crystal. When power is given by the network of pulse forming, an intense light pulse called photon is released in one of the rod crystals. The light released is one wavelength and allows for minimum divergence. 100% of laser light is reflected on the rear mirror, while 30 to 50% will pass through the mirror, then to the shutter assembly to the angled mirror, before going down through the lens, and then to the workpiece. The laser light beam is not only coherent, but also has high energy content. When it is focused on the surface, the laser light creates heat used for welding, drilling, and cutting. The laser beam and the workpiece is manipulated through the use of robotics. It can be adjusted to different sizes and heat intensity. The smaller laser is used for drilling, cutting, and welding, while the larger machines are used in giving heat. Reference: http://ezenarticles.com/lasercuttingtools and ID equals 352,889-153. The Great Pyramid. A total of over 300,000 blocks of limestone and granite were used in its construction, with the average block weighing 2.5 tons and none weighing less than 2 tons. The large blocks used in the ceiling of the king's chamber weigh as much as 9 tons. The base of the pyramid covers 13 acres, 500 square feet, and the length of each side was originally 754 feet, but is now 745 feet. The original height was 481 feet tall, but is now only 449 feet. The distance when Earth is closest to Sun, perihelion, is 147 x 106 km, which is translated into royal cubits 280 x 10s, hinting at the height of the Great Pyramid, 280 royal cubits. The Earth-Moon relationship is the only one in our solar system that contains this unique golden section ratio that squares the circle. Along with this is the phenomenon that the Moon and the Sun appear to be the same size, most clearly noticed during an eclipse. This too is true only from Earth's vantage point. No other planet-Moon relationship in our solar system can make this claim. Although the problem of squaring the circle was proven mathematically impossible in the 19th century, as pi, being irrational, cannot be exactly measured, the Earth, the Moon, and the Great Pyramid are all coming about as close as you can get to the solution. If the base of the Great Pyramid is equated with the diameter of the Earth, then the radius of the Moon can be generated by subtracting the radius of the Earth from the height of the pyramid. The height of the Great Pyramid times 2n exactly equals the perimeter of the pyramid. This proportions result from elegant design of the pyramid, with the height equal 2 diameters of a circle and the base equal to the circumference of the circle. The Pyramid of the Sun and the Great Pyramid of Egypt are almost or very nearly equal to one another in base perimeter. The Pyramid of the Sun is almost half the height of the Great Pyramid. There is a slight difference. The Great Pyramid is 3 times larger than the base of the Pyramid of the Sun. Conversely, the base of the Pyramid of the Sun is 97% of the Great Pyramid's base. Reference http://www.worldmysteries.com/mpl2 HTM 154 Pyramid Texts. The Pyramid Texts are a collection of ancient Egyptian religious texts from the time of the Old Kingdom, mostly inscriptions on the walls of tombs in pyramids. They depict the Egyptian view of the afterlife and the ascent into the sky of the divine pharaoh after death. They were written upwards of 5,000 years ago. Thus, they are some of the oldest known writings in the world. The Pyramid Texts are also the oldest collection of religious spells known to us from ancient Egypt. This collection forms the basis of much of the later religious theology and literature of ancient Egypt. The passages were eventually separated and categorized, as well as illustrated and eventually evolved into the Book of the Dead, or more properly, the Book of the Coming Forth by Day. It is difficult to date the Pyramid Texts. Their origins have aroused much speculation regarding their origin because they emerge as a fully fledged collection of mortuary texts, without any precedent in the archaeological record. The fact that the texts are made up of distinct utterances, which do not have a strict narrative sequence linking them together, has led scholars to believe that many of them were not composed specifically for the purpose of being inscribed in the pyramids, but may have had earlier uses. In fact, spells such as utterances 273-4, called the Cannibal Hymn, and which only appears in the pyramids of Unas and Teti, refer to aspects of the funerary cult that seem to no longer be in practice at the time the pyramids were built. Early analysts attempted to date the text as early as possible, even from the pre-dynastic period. Very early dating of these texts remains a strong possibility, though today scholars place the text's origins with the date of the monuments where they reside. In reality, we have very little idea of the date of their initial invention, perhaps other than the antiquated language employed. Reference http://www.crystallinks.com/pyramidtext. HTML 155. The Great Pyramid was located precisely at the exact center of all the land masses of Earth. The Great Pyramid, the Pyramid of Khufu, or Cheops in Greek at Gizeh, Egypt, demonstrates the remarkable character of its placement on the face of the Earth. The pyramid lies in the center of gravity of the continents. It also lies in the exact center of all the land area of the world, dividing the Earth's land mass into approximately equal quarters. The north-south axis, 31 degrees east of Greenwich, is the longest land meridian, and the east-west axis, 30 degrees north, is the longest land parallel on the globe. There is obviously only one place that these longest land lines of the terrestrial Earth can cross, and it is at the Great Pyramid. Reference http://www.worldmysteries.com/mpl2 HTM 156. Stars in the constellation of Orion's belt Anitak, Sirius Alpha Draconis and Beta Ursa Minor. The Hall of Truth in Light in the Great Pyramid are an extension of the upward passageway, which opens as a grand gallery. Other interior features include a great step, a lower queen's chamber, an upper king's chamber with an open tomb which was never used for burial, and 2 passageways which actually pinpoint Sirius and Anitak in the belt of the Orion constellation. The other two precisely point to Thuban in the Draco constellation, which was the old North Star at the time of the pyramid's supposed construction, and the present North Star. Reference http://www.geocities.com/rigkeith/arkeith5a. HTM Big Dipper constellation stars include Dub Himerak Fecta Megrez Aliath Mizar Alcade. Alnitak is a double star system. Alnitak A is a blue 097 Ib supergiant star about 15 times the diameter of the Sun, at least 11,000 times more luminous than the Sun. Thuban is another name for the star is Adib from the Arabic al-Dibba, the hyenas, a number of stars in the constellation of Draco. According to Allen, seamen were accustomed to call Thuban the dragon's tail. Thuban is a white A0II giant having a luminosity about 260 times that of the Sun. Spectral analysis indicates that Thuban has a companion star orbiting with a 51 4-day period. Sirius is also known colloquially as the dog star, reflecting its prominence in its constellation, Canis Major. It is the subject of more mythological and folkloric tales than any other star apart from the Sun. The heliacal rising of Sirius marked the flooding of the Nile in ancient Egypt, and the dog days of summer Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky, with a visual apparent magnitude of -1.47, almost twice as bright as Canopus, the next brightest star. What appears as a single star to the naked eye is actually a binary star system, consisting of Sirius A and a faint white dwarf companion of spectral type Da2, termed Sirius B. Sirius is bright due to both its intrinsic luminosity and its closeness to the Sun. At a distance of 26 parsecs, 86 light-years, the Sirius system is one of our near neighbors. Sirius A is about twice as massive as the Sun and has an absolute visual magnitude of 1.42. It is 25 times more luminous than the Sun. Sirius is recorded in the earliest astronomical records, known in ancient Egypt as Soptit, Greek, Soths. During the era of the Middle Kingdom, Egyptians based their calendar on the heliacal rising of Sirius, namely the day it becomes visible just before sunrise after moving far enough away from the glare of the Sun. This occurred just before the annual flooding of the Nile and the summer solstice, after a 70-day absence from the skies. The hieroglyph for Sothis features a star and a triangle. Sothis was identified with the great goddess Isis, who formed a part of a trinity with her husband Osiris and their son Horus, while the 70-day period symbolized the passing of Isis and Osiris through the duet, Egyptian underworld. North Star, also known as the Pole Star, is the star that lies closest in the sky to the North Celestial Pole, and which appears directly overhead to an observer at the Earth's North Pole. The current North Star is Polaris, which lies about 2/3 of a degree from the pole at the end of the handle of the Little Dipper asterism in the constellation Ursa Minor. Polaris has a visual magnitude of 197, second magnitude. Some people mistakenly think that Polaris is the brightest star in the night sky. This title belongs to Sirius, and there are many other stars also brighter than Polaris. Due to the precession of the equinoxes, the direction of the Earth's axis is very slowly but continuously changing, and as the projection of the Earth's axis moves around the celestial sphere over the millennia, the role of North Star passes from one star to another. Since the precession of the equinoxes is so slow, a single star typically holds that title for many centuries. In 3000 BC, the faint star Thuban in the constellation Draco was the North Star. At magnitude 367, fourth magnitude, it is only 1/5 as bright as Polaris, the current North Star, situated 430 light-years away. 157. Pan, God of the Woods. Reference: for more detailed information about the SBE known as Pan, please read the book Pan, God of the Woods by Lawrence R. Spencer, www.godofthewoods.com. 158. The human pharaoh moved the capital city of Egypt from Memphis to Heracleopolis. Heracleopolis was the main city of Egypt during a turbulent time in our history, the First Intermediate Period. Details are not clear, but apparently when the V-ith dynasty ended, the rulers who followed were too weak to rule the whole land. Akhenaten, the local nomarch, declared independence from Memphis, and when the last Memphite pharaoh died childless, he declared himself god-king of the two lands and founder of the XDH dynasty. All of Middle Egypt and part of the eastern Nile Delta submitted to Akhenaten's authority. Akhmin in the ninth nome became the southern boundary between those who supported Akhenaten and those who opposed him. In Upper Egypt there were at least 3 governors who refused to acknowledge the new order, those of Thinis, Wast Thebes and Nekhen, Hierarchonopolis. For a long time they fought among themselves, because chaos always reigns where there is no central authority. Finally one of them, Inyotuf II of Wast, prevailed against the others. The nomarchs of Asiut now became the defenders of the dignity of the Heracleopolitan kings. The XDH dynasty was succeeded by the XDH at home, and for more than 60 years the line was held at Akhmin, despite frequent raids from both sides. Finally the grandson of Inyotuf, Mentuhotep II, captured Asiut. Once that happened he quickly marched downstream and overthrew the XDH dynasty. That marked the reunification of Egypt and the beginning of the Middle Kingdom. Heracleopolis was never as important afterwards, though it marked the site of a key fortress in the XXI dynasty, built by the second son of Osorkon II. Reference http://members tripod com/raceneb/akito htm 159. When Atlantis fell. Plato's reference to Egypt as the source of the Atlantis myth, via Solon, the Egyptians called Atlantis Keptu, which also happens to be their name for the people of Crete. It is speculated that survivors of the Minoan volcanic disaster asked Egypt for help, since they were the only other civilization with high culture at the time. Plato described quarries on the island of Atlantis, where rocks of white, black, and red were extracted from the hills and used to construct a great island city. The description matches the rocks found on Santorini. The island city of Atlantis was described as being laid out in a series of concentric circles of land and water, each one connected to the sea by a deep canal. Docks for a huge number of ships and a causeway for unloading cargo of said ships also was described. Unearthed frescoes from the island have depicted Santorini with a configuration that can be interpreted in this way. It also shows a huge city on the island, theorized by archaeologists to represent the center of the caldera. At Akrotiri there are multi-story buildings. This city may have had the earliest form of town planning, structured assembly of interconnecting roads and paths, ever discovered again, with fresh running water and toilets in each house leading to a sewer system. Many such sites now have been unearthed both on Crete and Santorini. Reference Wikipedia, org see Santorini. 160. The Egyptians who called Atlantis Keptu, which also happens to be their name for the people of Crete. Minoan civilization disappeared suddenly at the height of its wealth and power. This also was similar to Plato's description of the fate of the Atlanteans. Scientists theorize that multiple tsunamis hit the island of Crete, circa 1500 BC, which came from the direction of the island of Santorini, then called Thera, about 100 miles from Crete. Santorini is the site of a massive caldera with an island at its center. Volcanologists have determined this ill-fated island was engulfed by the terrible Ka. 1500 BC eruption and collapse of the Strogoli volcano there, which affected the entire eastern Mediterranean as far away as the Near East, possibly the most powerful eruption in recorded history, ejecting approximately 30 km 3.7 ku miles of magma, up to 36 km 23 miles high. Volcanic events of this magnitude are known to generate tsunamis. Reference Wikipedia, org 161, the exact geodetic center of Egypt. 5 years into the co-regency, Amenhotep IV changed his name to Akhenaten and left Thebes to establish a new Egyptian capital city, which he called Akhetaten, meaning the resting place or horizon of the Aten. The change in name indicated that he no longer considered himself to be the son of the god Ammon, but of Aten. On the monuments marking the 4 corners of the new city, Akhenaten referred to the hateful words spoken about him and his forefathers by the priests of Ammon. Obviously, he had hoped that the city of Akhetaten would be his resting place as well. At the city of Akhetaten, the ancient religion of the Aten received a makeover. Aten temple design, ritual and symbolism, by a falcon-headed man and a sun disk referred to as Riherakhti, derived originally from the traditional solar god Ra, whose center of worship had been from very ancient times at Memphis and on Heliopolis. By the end of the co-regency, the falcon man had been removed from the Aten symbol. The Aten had in essence become a god without human or animal image. The disk of the sun was now considered to be the single physical representation of the invisible and eternal god, Ra, and a deity in its own right. The sun disk was used later as a royal lamelech seal by the kings of Judah. The cartouche of Akhenaten's god and heavenly father, the Aten, bore the name Imram. In the Bible, Moses is referred to as the son of Amram, the Hebrew equivalent. The name of the Egyptian deity Aten transliterates into the Hebrew word Adon. Adon, which is translated by English Bibles as the Lord, and Adonai, translated as my Lord, is used along with Jehovah Ihu in the Bible as the exclusive personal names of God. Moreover, in ancient times, the name Jehovah Ihu was written, but never spoken. Whenever the written name Jehovah Ihu was to be read out loud, Adon Arton was voiced instead. The written form of Adon is infrequent, however. Its limited usage is significant, especially in the first 6 books of the Bible. See under Lord in Strong's exhaustive concordance, where it is reserved for the following applications alone. Moses addresses God using the title Adon/Aton, Exodus 4, 10-13, 5:22, 34:9, Numbers 14:17, Deuteronomy 3:23, 7:26, 10:17. Moses himself is addressed both by Aaron x 32:22, Num 12:11, and by Joshua Numbers 11:28, using the title Adon/Aton, and Joshua also addresses God using the title Adon/Aton, Joshua 5:14b, 7:7. As mentioned above, there is an established relationship between the literature of the Egyptian 18th dynasty and the Bible. Psalm 104 is an embellishment of the hymn to the Aten, which was found by archaeologists at the city of Akhenaten. The religious reforms of Akhenaten included the rejection of traditional Egyptian magic and astrology associated with the cult of Ammon, and the rejection of the cult of Osiris with its version of belief in eternal judgment and the afterlife as well. The site chosen for the new capital of Egypt further demonstrated Akhenaten's desire for a new balance, as it was located at the exact geodetic center of the country. Reference http://www.domainhoffman.com/ankemart/Moses, HTML 162, the destruction of Troy as the finale of the Trojan War. In Greek mythology, the Trojan War was waged against the city of Troy by the Achaeans after Paris of Troy stole Helen from her husband Menelaus, the king of Sparta. The war is among the most important events in Greek mythology, and was narrated in many works of Greek literature, including the Iliad and the Odyssey by Homer. The Iliad relates a part of the last year of the siege of Troy, while the Odyssey describes the journey home of Odysseus, one of the Achaean leaders. Other parts of the war were told in a cycle of epic poems, which has only survived in fragments. Episodes from the war provided material for Greek tragedy and other works of Greek literature, and for Roman poets like Virgil and Ovid. The war originated from a quarrel between the goddesses Athene, Hera, and Aphrodite, after Eris, the goddess of strife and discord, gave them a golden apple, sometimes known as the apple of discord, marked for the fairest. The goddesses went to Paris, who judged that Aphrodite, as the fairest, should receive the apple. In exchange, Aphrodite made Helen, the most beautiful of all women, fall in love with Paris, who took her to Troy. Agamemnon, king of Mycenae and the brother of Helen's husband Menelaus, led an expedition of Achaean troops to Troy and besieged the city for 10 years. After the deaths of many heroes, including the Achaeans Achilles and Ajax, and the Trojans Hector and Paris, the city fell to the ruse of the Trojan horse. The Achaeans slaughtered the Trojans and desecrated the temples, thus earning the gods' wrath. Few of the Achaeans returned safely to their homes, and many founded colonies in distant shores. The Romans later traced their origin to Aeneas, one of the Trojans, who was said to have led the surviving Trojans to Italy. The ancient Greeks thought the Trojan War was a historical event that had taken place in the 13th or 12th century BC, and believed that Troy was located in modern-day Turkey near the Dardanelles. By modern times, both the war and the city were widely believed to be non-historical. In 1870, however, the German archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann excavated a site in this area which he identified as Troy. This claim is now accepted by most scholars. The Trojan War derived from a specific historical conflict, usually date it to the 12th or 11th centuries BC, often preferring the dates given by Eratosthenes, 1194–1184 BC, which roughly corresponds with archaeological evidence of a catastrophic burning of Troy. Reference Wikipedia, Org 1 construction date estimated 2589 BC, construction time estimated 20 years, total weight estimated 65 million tons. The estimated total weight of the structure is 65 million tons. Homer, the blind Greek poet. 163. Homer, ancient Greek, DG Enpok Homeros, was an ancient Greek Ionian epic poet, traditionally considered the author of the epic poems the Iliad and the Odyssey. No reliable biographical information about Homer survives from classical antiquity. The cardinal qualities of the style of Homer have been well articulated by Matthew Arnold. The translator of Homer, he says, should above all be penetrated by a sense of the four qualities of his author, that he is eminently rapid, that he is eminently plain and direct, both in the evolution of his thought and in the expression of it, that is, both in his syntax and in his words, that he is eminently plain and direct in the substance of his thought, that is, in his matter and ideas. And finally, that he is eminently noble. The language used by Homer is an archaic version of Ionic Greek, with admixtures from certain other dialects such as Aeolic Greek. It later served as the basis of Epic Greek, the language of epic poetry, typically in dactylic hexameter. A number of traditions hold that he was blind, perhaps because, in the Aeolian dialect of Cyme, Homeros bore this meaning, and that he was born on the island of Chios, at Smyrna or elsewhere in Ionia, where various cities vied in claiming him as one of their native sons. The characterization of Homer as a blind bard is supported by a possibly self-referential passage in the Odyssey, in which a shipwrecked Odysseus listens to the tales of a blind bard named Demodocus while in the court of the Phaeacian king. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 164. Solon, a wise man from Greece, reported the existence of Atlantis. Solon was a famous Athenian statesman, lawmaker and lyric poet. The travel writer Pausanias listed Solon among the 7 sages of the ancient world. Solon has acquired a place in history and in folklore through his efforts to legislate against political, economic and moral decline in archaic Athens. Some of his reforms failed in the short term, yet he is often credited with having laid the foundations for Athenian democracy. After he had finished reforming the country, Solon travelled abroad. His first stop was Egypt. There he visited Heliopolis, where he discussed philosophy with an Egyptian expert on the subject, Xenophanes. Subsequently at Sais, he visited Neith's temple and received from the priests there an account of the history of Atlantis. Solon wrote out this history as a poem, to which Plato subsequently made references in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias. Next, Solon sailed to Cyprus, where he oversaw the construction of a new capital for a local king, in gratitude for which the king named it Soloi. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 165. Zoroaster. Zoroaster, the prophet and poet, sees the universe as the cosmic struggle between a sad truth and drudge lie. The cardinal concept of asa, which is highly nuanced and only vaguely translatable, is at the foundation of all other Zoroastrian doctrine, including that of Ahura Mazda, who is asa, creation, that is asa, existence, that is asa, and free will, which is arguably Zoroaster's greatest contribution to religious philosophy. The purpose of humankind, like that of all other creation, is to sustain asa. For humankind, this occurs through active participation in life and the exercise of good thoughts, words, and deeds. The name Zoroaster was famous in classical antiquity, and a number of different Zoroasters, all described as having occult powers, appear in historiographic accounts. In Pliny's Natural History, Zoroaster is said to have laughed on the day of his birth. He lived in the wilderness and enjoyed exploring it from a young age. Plutarch compares him with Lycurgus and Numa Pompilius. Numa 4. Plutarch, drawing partly on Theopompus, speaks of Zoroaster in Isis and Osiris. In this work, the prophet is empowered by trust in his God and the protection of his allies. He faces outward opposition and unbelief and inward doubt. The works of Zoroaster had a significant influence on Greek philosophy and Roman philosophy. The ancient Greek writer Eudoxus of Cnidus and the Latin writer Pliny the Elder praised Zoroaster's philosophy as the most famous and most useful. Plato learnt of Zoroaster's philosophy through Eudoxus and incorporated some of it into his own Platonic realism. In the 3rd century BC, however, Colotes accused Plato's The Republic of plagiarizing parts of what is attributed to Zoroaster's on nature, such as the myth of Airl. Plato's contemporary, Heraclides Ponticus, wrote a text called Zoroaster based on Zoroaster's philosophy in order to express his disagreement with Plato on natural philosophy. Zoroaster was mentioned by the 19th century poet William Butler Yeats. His wife and he were said to have claimed to have contacted Zoroaster through automatic writing. The 2005 edition of the Oxford Dictionary of Philosophy places Zoroaster first in a chronology of philosophers. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 166, an ISBE called Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda is the Avestan language name for a divinity exalted by Zoroaster as the one uncreated creator, hence God. He is the nameless father Asura, that is, Varuna of the Rigveda. In this view, Zoroastrian Mazda is the equivalent of the Vedic Medhera, described in Rigveda 8.6.10 as the revealed insight into the cosmic order. Ahura Mazda is seen as the Ahura par excellence, superior to both Varuna and Mitra, and the nameless father Asura of the Rigveda, and is a distinct divinity. The Zoroastrian faith is thus described by its adherents as Mazdayasana, the worship of Mazda. In the Avesta, Ahura Mazda is the highest object of worship. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 167, Lao Tzu, a philosopher who wrote a small book called The Way. According to tradition, it was written around 6th century BC by the Taoist sage Lao Tzu, or Lao Tzu, Old Master, a record keeper at the Zhou dynasty court by whose name the text is known in China. Tao Te Ching is a Chinese classic text. Its name comes from the opening words of its two sections, M Dao Wei and S de Virtue. This ancient book is also central in Chinese religion, not only for Taoism, Daejiao M and Zero, but Chinese Buddhism, which when first introduced into China was largely interpreted through the use of Taoist words and concepts. Many Chinese artists, including poets, painters, calligraphers, and even gardeners, have used the Tao Te Ching as a source of inspiration. Its influence has also spread widely outside East Asia, aided by hundreds of translations into Western languages. Tao is nameless. Tao goes beyond distinctions and transcends language. Lao Tzu describes a state of existence before time or space. The way that can be told of is not an unvarying way. The names that can be named are not unvarying names. It was from the nameless that heaven and earth sprang. The named is but the mother that rears the 10,000 creatures, each after its kind. The spirit never dies. It is the mysterious female. The doorway of the mysterious female is the base from which heaven and earth sprang. It is there within us all the while, draw upon it as you will. It never runs dry. We put spokes together and call it a wheel, but it is on the space where there is nothing that the value of the wheel depends. We turn clay to make a vessel, but it is on the space where there is nothing that the value of the vessel depends. We pierce doors and windows to make a house, and it is on these spaces where there is nothing that the value of the house depends. Therefore, just as we take advantage of what is, we should recognize the value of what is not. Knowing others is wisdom, knowing the self is enlightenment. Mastering others requires force, mastering the self requires strength. He who knows he has enough is rich. Perseverance is a sign of willpower. He who stays where he is endures. To die but not to perish is to be eternally present. Many believe the Tao Te Ching contains universal truths that have been independently recognized in other philosophies, both religious and secular. Reference, Wikipedia, or 168, Genesis. Genesis, Greek. Birth, origin is the first book of the Bible of Judaism and of Christianity, and the first of 5 books of the Pentateuch or Torah. 1. Now it came about when men began to multiply on the face of the land, and daughters were born to them. 2. That the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves whomever they chose. 3. Then Yahweh said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, because he also is flesh. Nevertheless his days shall be 120 years. 4. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. 5. Then Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. Reference, http://bible, cc/genesis/6-4, htm. 169, Omphalos stones. An omphalos is an ancient religious stone artifact or betelassa. In Greek, the word omphalos means navel, compare the name of Queen Omphale. According to the ancient Greeks, Zeus sent out 2 eagles to fly across the world to meet at its center, the navel of the world. Omphalos stones used to denote this point were erected in several areas surrounding the Mediterranean Sea. The most famous of those was at the oracle in Delphi. Most accounts locate the omphalos in the temple Adyton near the Pythia. The stone itself, which may have been a copy, has a carving of a knotted net covering its surface, and has a hollow center, which widens towards its base. The omphalos at Delphi came to be identified as the stone which Rhea wrapped in swaddling clothes, pretending it was Zeus. This was to deceive Cronus, his father, who swallowed his children, so they could not grow up and depose him as he had deposed his own father, Uranus. Omphalos stones were said to allow direct communication with the gods. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 170, Python the serpent. In Greek mythology, Python serpent was the earth dragon of Delphi, always represented in sculpture and vase paintings as a serpent. She resided at the Delphic oracle, which existed in the cult center for her mother Gaia Earth, Pytho being the place name. The site was considered the center of the earth, represented by a stone, the omphalos or navel, which Python guarded. Pytho became the enemy of the later Olympian deity Apollo, who slew her and remade her former home and the oracle, the most famous in classical Greece, as his own. Many pictures show the serpent Python guarding the omphalos, the sacred navel stone and midpoint of the earth which stood in Apollo's temple. Reference, Wikipedia, org 171, Cyrus II of Persia. Cyrus the Great, c. 590 BC or 576, August 529 BC or 530 BC, also known as Cyrus II of Persia and Cyrus the Elder, was a Persian emperor. He was the founder of the Persian Empire under the Achaemenid dynasty. The empire expanded under his rule, eventually conquering most of Southwest Asia and much of Central Asia, from Egypt and the Hellespont in the west to the Indus River in the east, to create the largest state the world had yet seen. During his 29-year reign, Cyrus fought against some of the greatest states of his time, including the Median Empire, the Lydian Empire, and the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Cyrus did not venture into Egypt, as he himself died in battle, fighting the Massagetae along the Sadaria in August 530 BC. He was succeeded by his son, Cambyses II, who managed to conquer Egypt during his short rule. Beyond his nation, Cyrus left a lasting legacy on Jewish religion, through his Edict of Restoration, politics and military strategy, as well as on both Eastern and Western civilization. The only known example of his religious policy is his treatment of the Jews in Babylon. The Bible records that a remnant of the Jewish population returned to the Promised Land from Babylon, following an edict from Cyrus to rebuild the temple. This edict is fully reproduced in the Book of Ezra. As a result of Cyrus' policies, the Jews honored him as a dignified and righteous king. He is the only Gentile to be designated as a Messiah, a divinely appointed king, in the Tanakh, Isaiah 45, 1-6. Some contemporary Muslim scholars have suggested that the Quranic figure of Dhul Qarnayn is Cyrus the Great. This theory was proposed by Sunni scholar Abul Kalam Azad and endorsed by Shia scholars Alayme Tabatabi in his Tafsir al-Mizan and Makyam Shirazi and Sunni scholar Abul Ala Maududi. During his reign, Cyrus maintained control over a vast region of conquered kingdoms, achieved partly through retaining and expanding Median satrapies. Cyrus' conquests began a new era in the age of empire building, where a vast superstate, comprising many dozens of countries, races, religions, and languages, were ruled under a single administration headed by a central government. In 1992, he was ranked 87 on Michael H. Hart's list of the most influential figures in history. On December 10, 2003, in her acceptance of the Nobel Peace Prize, Shin Ebadi evoked Cyrus, saying, "I am an Iranian, a descendant of Cyrus the Great." This emperor proclaimed at the pinnacle of power 2,500 years ago that he would not reign over the people if they did not wish it. He promised not to force any person to change his religion and faith and guaranteed freedom for all. The Charter of Cyrus the Great should be studied in the history of human rights. Many of the forefathers of the United States of America sought inspiration from Cyrus the Great through works such as Cyropedia. Thomas Jefferson, for example, had 2 personal copies of the book, which was a mandatory read for statesmen alongside Machiavelli's The Prince. In a recent segment of ABC's Nightline with Ted Koppel mentioned Cyrus the Great when he was talking about the new documentary film being made in his honor, and had this to say of him: "Cyrus the Great is genuinely one of history's towering figures. America's own founders, such as Thomas Jefferson, were influenced by Cyrus the Great in the field of human rights." Reference, Wikipedia, org 172, unique system of organization used by Cyrus II. During his reign, Cyrus maintained control over a vast region of conquered kingdoms, achieved partly through retaining and expanding Median satrapies. Further organization of newly conquered territories into provinces ruled by vassal kings called satraps was continued by Cyrus' successor Darius the Great. Cyrus' empire demanded only tribute and conscripts from many parts of the realm. Cyrus was distinguished equally as a statesman and as a soldier, by pursuing a policy of generosity instead of repression, and by favoring local religions. He was able to make his newly conquered subjects into enthusiastic supporters. Due in part to the political infrastructure he created, the Achaemenid Empire endured long after his demise. The rise of Persia under Cyrus's rule had a profound impact on the course of world history. Persian philosophy, literature, and religion all played dominant roles in world events for the next millennia. Despite the Islamic conquest of Persia in the 7th century CE by the Islamic Caliphate, Arab Empire, Persia continued to exercise enormous influence in the Middle East during the Islamic Golden Age. Reference: Wikipedia, org 173, Tree of Life. Trees of life appear in folklore, culture and fiction, often relating to immortality. These often hold cultural and religious significance to the peoples for whom they appear. The Sumerian or Persian tree of life was represented by a series of nodes and crisscrossing lines. It was an important religious symbol among these peoples, often attended to by eagle-headed gods and priests, or the king himself. In Chinese mythology, a carving of a tree of life depicts a phoenix and a dragon. In Chinese mythology, the dragon often represents immortality. There is also the Taoist story of a tree that produces a peach every 3,000 years. The one who eats the fruit receives immortality. An archaeological discovery in the 1990s was of a sacrificial pit at Sanxingdui in Sichuan, China. Dating from about 1200 BCE, it contained 3 bronze trees, one of them 4 meters high. At the base was a dragon, and fruit hanging from the lower branches. At the top is a strange bird-like phoenix creature with claws. Also from Sichuan from the late Han Dynasty, c. 25-220 CE, is another tree of life. The ceramic base is guarded by a horned beast with wings. The leaves of the tree are coins and people. In Egyptian mythology, in the Ennead system of Heliopolis, the first couple, apart from Shu and Tefnut, moisture and dryness, and Jeb and Nuit, earth and sky, are Isis and Osiris. They were said to have emerged from the acacia tree of Seoses, which the Egyptians considered the tree of life, referring to it as the tree in which life and death are enclosed. The Egyptians' holy sycamore also stood on the threshold of life and death, connecting the two worlds. In Germanic paganism, trees played a prominent role, appearing in various aspects of surviving texts and possibly in the name of gods. The tree of life appears in Norse religion as Yggdrasil, the world tree, a massive tree with extensive lore surrounding it. Perhaps related to the Yggdrasil, accounts have survived of Germanic tribes honoring sacred trees within their societies. In Norse mythology, it is the golden apples from Idun's tree that provides immortality for the gods. The tree of life is mentioned in the books of Genesis, in which it has the potential to grant immortality to Adam and Eve. However, it is not immediately obvious, nor is it universally accepted, that the Book of Genesis account and the Book of Revelation account speak of the same tree of life. A tree of life in the form of 10 interconnected nodes is an important part of the Kabbalah. As such, it resembles the 10 Sephirot. The tree of life appears in the Book of Mormon in a revelation to Lehi, c. 1 Nephi 8, 10-12. It is symbolic of the love of God, c. 1 Nephi 11, 21-23, and sometimes understood as salvation and post-mortal existence. Etz Chaim, Hebrew for tree of life, is a common term used in Judaism. The expression, found in the Book of Proverbs, is figuratively applied to the Torah itself. Among pre-Columbian Mesoamerican cultures, the concept of world trees is a prevalent motif in Mesoamerican mythical cosmologies and iconography. World trees embodied the 4 cardinal directions, which represented also the fourfold nature of a central world tree, a symbolic axis mundi connecting the planes of the underworld and the sky with that of the terrestrial world. Depictions of world trees, both in their directional and central aspects, are found in the art and mythological traditions of cultures such as the Maya, Aztec, Izapan, Mixtec, Olmec and others, dating to at least the mid-late formative periods of Mesoamerican chronology. Directional world trees are also associated with the 4-year bearers in Mesoamerican calendars and the directional colors and deities. World trees are frequently depicted with birds in their branches and their roots extending into earth or water, sometimes atop a water monster, symbolic of the underworld. The central world tree has also been interpreted as a representation of the band of the Milky Way. Fragment of a bronze helmet from Urartu with the tree of life depicted. In ancient Armenia around 13th to 6th century BC, the tree of life was a religious symbol, drawn onto the exterior walls of fortresses and carved on the armor of warriors. The branches of the tree were equally divided on the right and left sides of the stem, with each branch having 1 leaf and 1 leaf on the apex of the tree. Servants, some winged, stood on each side of the tree with one of their hands up as if they are taking care of it. This tree can be found on numerous Urartu artifacts, such as paintings on the walls of the Irabuni fortress in Yerevan, Armenia, one propagated by the fact that after they passed died, ancestors and animals were often portrayed as branches on the tree. The Book of 1001 Nights has a story, the tale of Bulukia, in which the hero searches for immortality and finds a paradise with jewel-encrusted trees. Nearby is a fountain of youth guarded by Al-Qida. Unable to defeat the guard, Bulukia has to return empty-handed. The Epic of Gilgamesh is a similar quest for immortality. In Mesopotamian mythology, Etana searches for a plant of birth to provide him with a son. This has a solid provenance of antiquity, being found in cylinder seals from Akkad, 2390–2249 BCE. One of the earliest forms of ancient Greek religion has its origins associated with tree cults. In mystical traditions of world religions, sacred texts are read for metaphorical content concerning the relationship between states of mind and the external experience of reality. As such, the tree is a manifestation causal symbol, the tree of life representing the coveted state of eternal aliveness or fulfillment, not immortality of the body or soul. In such a state, physical death, which cannot be overcome, is nevertheless a choice, and direct experience of the perfect goodness divine reality God is not only possible, but ever present. Once the ego surface consciousness experiences shame, having been tempted to absorb or believe in duality, such as eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, we are protected from living eternally in that limiting, fallen experience by the cherubim guarding the gate of return to paradise. The cherubim are symbolic of the perfect knowledge of self or true nature, with the power of purification and return to being. Reference, Wikipedia, org 174. The carvings show cone-shaped instruments and electronic detection devices which are stylized as baskets or water buckets, being carried by eagle-headed winged beings. Editor's note: excellent photographs of these can be viewed at the following website, http://www.crystallinks.com/godswaterbuckets, HTML 175, Faravaha. The Faravaha or Faroha, transliteration varies, is one of the best-known symbols of Zoroastrianism. The winged disc has a long history in the art and culture of the ancient Near and Middle East. Historically, the symbol is influenced by the winged sun hieroglyph appearing on Bronze Age royal seals. While the symbol is currently thought to represent a Fravashi, see a guardian angel, and from which it derives its name, what it represented in the minds of those who adapted it from earlier Mesopotamian and Egyptian reliefs is unclear. Because the symbol first appears on royal inscriptions, it is also thought to represent the divine royal glory, Kh Varana, or the Fravashi of the king, or represented the divine mandate that was the foundation of a king's authority. This relationship between the name of the symbol and the class of divine entities reflects the current belief that the symbol represents a Fravashi. However, there is no physical description of the Fravashis in the Avesta, and in Avestan the entities are grammatically feminine. Prior to the reign of Darius I, the symbol did not have a human form above the wings. In present-day Zoroastrianism, the Faravaha is said to be a reminder of one's purpose in life, which is to live in such a way that the soul progresses towards Frashokareti, or union with Ahura Mazda. Reference, Wikipedia, org 176, Can. Ons was the name given by the Babylonian writer Berossus in the 3rd century BC to a mythical being who taught mankind wisdom. Berossus describes Ons as having the body of a fish, but underneath the figure of a man. He is described as dwelling in the Persian Gulf, and rising out of the waters in the daytime and furnishing mankind instruction in writing, the arts and the various sciences. Once thought to be based on the ancient Babylonian god E, it is now known that Ons is in fact based on Yuan Adapa, the first of the 7 antediluvian sages or Abgalu. In Sumerian Ab equals water, Gal equals great, Lu equals man, who when sent by E to deliver the arts of civilization to mankind in ancient Sumerian mythology, at Eridu, the oldest city of Sumer. Reference, Wikipedia, org 177, some members of the Lost Battalion have been found in the oceans inhabiting the bodies of dolphins or whales. Dolphins have long played a role in human culture. Dolphins are common in Greek mythology, and there are many coins from the time which feature a man or boy riding on the back of a dolphin. The ancient Greeks treated them with welcome. A ship spotting dolphins riding in their wake was considered a good omen for a smooth voyage. Dolphins also seem to have been important to the Minoans, judging by artistic evidence from the ruined palace at Knossos. In Hindu mythology, the Ganges River dolphin is associated with Gunga, the deity of the Ganges River. Dolphins are often regarded as one of Earth's most intelligent animals, though it is hard to say just how intelligent dolphins are, as comparisons of species' relative intelligence are complicated by differences in sensory apparatus, response modes, and nature of cognition. Furthermore, the difficulty and expense of doing experimental work with large aquatics means that some tests which could yield meaningful results still have not been carried out, or have been carried out with inadequate sample size and methodology. Dolphin behavior has been studied extensively by humans, however, both in captivity and in the wild. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 178, The Anunnaki. The Anunnaki are a group of Sumerian and Akkadian deities related to, and in some cases overlapping with, the Anuna, the 50 great gods, and the Igigi minor gods, meaning something to the effect of those of royal blood, or princely offspring, or heaven and earth. The Anunnaki appear in the Babylonian creation myth, Enuma Elish. In the late version magnifying Marduk after the creation of mankind, Marduk divides the Anunnaki and assigns them to their proper stations, 300 in heaven, 300 on the earth. The Anunnaki were the high council of the gods and Anu's companions. They were distributed through the earth and the underworld. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 179, Flying on a winged disc. The winged sun is a symbol associated with divinity, royalty and power in the ancient, Near East, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia and Persia. The symbol has also been found in the records of ancient cultures residing in various regions of South America as well as Australia. In ancient Egypt, the symbol is attested from the Old Kingdom, Sneferu, 26th century BC, often flanked on either side with a uraeus. In early Egyptian religion, the symbol Behideti represented Horus of Edfu, later identified with Ra-Haracht. It is sometimes depicted on the neck of Apis, the bull of Ptah. As time passed, according to interpretation, all of the subordinated gods of Egypt were considered to be aspects of the sun god, including e.g. Khepri. From roughly 2000 BC, the symbol spread to the Levant and to Mesopotamia. It appears in reliefs with Assyrian rulers and in hieroglyphic Anatolian as a symbol for royalty, transcribed as literally, his own self the sun. From Ka, the 8th century BC, it appears on Hebrew seals by now as a generic symbol for power. The symbol evolved into the Faravaha, the visual aspect of Ahura Mazda in Zoroastrian Persia. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 180. He established a high standard of ethical and humanitarian philosophy. Up to the time of the conquest of Media by Cyrus the Great, Median emperors ruled their conquered territories as provinces, through client kings and governors. One of the keys to the Achaemenid success, as with most enduring great empires, was their open attitude to the culture and religion of the conquered people, so ironically the Persian culture was the one most affected as the great king endeavored to melt elements from all his subjects into a new imperial style. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 181, Teotihuacan. Several authors, including Zecharia Sitchin and Graham Hancock, have repeated each other's argument that there are major correspondences between the pyramids of Gizeh and those of Teotihuacan. The Pyramid of the Sun is 225 m wide and 65 m high, constructed out of 5 successive layers of mud. Its ascent is via 242 stairs. The floor plan is rather close to that of the Pyramid of Khufu at Gizeh. The Pyramid of the Moon is much smaller, 42 m high and 150 m wide, yet its summit is as high as that of Sun, because it sits on the site's highest point. This feature can also be seen in Gizeh, where Khufu's and Khafu's pyramid reach an equal height, even though one is taller than the other. The most obvious comparison, however, is that the layout of both the 3 pyramids at Gizeh and the 3 main structures of Teotihuacan represent the belt of Orion. The Pyramid of the Moon compares with the smallest pyramid on the plateau, the Sun Pyramid with Khafu and the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, which has the largest ground plan, but never was built into a full pyramid, compares with that of Khufu. Though there are individual differences, I would suggest that the same ingredients have been used, answering to the same general ground plan. To represent the belt of Orion, which in ancient Egypt was the symbol of Horus, not Osiris as Adrian Gilbert and Robert Bovell have argued, and in the Mayan culture was part of the creation mythology. Local legends stated that the complex was built to transform men into gods. For sure, an alien space station could be an interpretation of that, but it is clear that the answer needs to be located in the domain of religion. On May 17 Ca. 150 AD, the Pleiades rose just before the sun in the pre-dawn skies. This synchronization, known as the heliacal rising of the Pleiades, only lasted approx. 100 years. It is now suggested that it was this event that was at the origin of Teotihuacan. The Sun and the Pleiades are important in the religious rituals. The Sun-Pleiades zenith conjunction marked what is known as the New Fire Ceremony. Bernardino de Sahagun's Aztec informant stated that the ceremony occurred at the end of every 52-year calendar round. The Aztecs and their predecessors had carefully observed the Pleiades, and on the expected night they were supposed to pass through the zenith, precisely at midnight, when the ceremony was performed. Reference http://www.philipcoppens.com/orionimage, HTML 182, Al-Hassan ibn al-Sabah. The story is that Al-Hassan ibn al-Sabah used hashish to enlist the aid of young men into his private army known as assassins Ashishin, or follower of Hassan. One of the primary sources for this information comes from the writings of Marco Polo, who visited the area in 1273, almost 150 years after the reign of Al-Hassan. There are many conflicting facts and sources for this information. In the early 11th century, Al-Hassan became the head of the Persian sect of the Ismailians, a rather obscure party of fanatics which gained local power under his guidance. In 1090, Al-Hassan and his followers seized the castle of Alamat, in the province of Rudbar, which lies in the mountainous region south of the Caspian Sea. It was from this mountain home that he obtained evil celebrity among the Crusaders as the Old Man of the Mountains, and spread terror through the Mohammedan world. In the account given by Marco Polo in the Adventures or Travels of Marco Polo, it is told that the old man kept at his court such boys of 12 years old as seemed to him destined to become courageous men. When the old man sent them into the garden in groups of 4, 10, or 20, he gave them hashish to drink. They slept for 3 days, then they were carried sleeping into the garden where he had them awakened. When these young men woke and found themselves in the garden with all these marvelous things, they truly believed themselves to be in paradise. And these damsels were always with them in songs and great entertainments. They received everything they asked for so that they would never have left that garden of their own will. Reference http://www.alamat.com/subj/ideologies/alamat/etymol-as, HTML 183. Knights Templar, the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, commonly known as the Knights Templar, were among the most famous of the Western Christian military orders. The organization existed for approximately 2 centuries in the Middle Ages. It was founded in the aftermath of the First Crusade of 1096 to ensure the safety of the many Europeans who made the pilgrimage to Jerusalem after its conquest. Around 1119, 2 veterans of the First Crusade, the French knight Hugues de Payens and his relative Godfrey de Saint-Omer, proposed the creation of a monastic order for the protection of the pilgrims. King Baldwin II of Jerusalem agreed to their request and gave them space for a headquarters on the Temple Mount in the captured Al-Aqsa Mosque. The Temple Mount had a mystique because it was above what was believed to be the ruins of the Temple of Solomon. The Crusaders therefore referred to the Al-Aqsa Mosque as Solomon's Temple, and it was from this location that the order took the name of Poor Knights of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, or Templar Knights. The order, with about 9 knights, had few financial resources and relied on donations to survive. Their emblem was of 2 knights riding on a single horse, emphasizing the order's poverty. The Templars' impoverished status did not last long. They had a powerful advocate in Bernard of Clairvaux, a leading church figure and a nephew of one of the founding knights. He spoke and wrote persuasively on their behalf, and in 1129 at the Council of Troyes, the order was officially endorsed by the Church. With this formal blessing, the Templars became a favoured charity across Europe, receiving money, land, businesses, and noble-born sons from families who were eager to help with the fight in the Holy Land. Another major benefit came in 1139, when Pope Innocent II's papal bull Omni Datum Optimum exempted the order from obedience to local laws. This ruling meant that the Templars could pass freely through all borders, were not required to pay any taxes, and were exempt from all authority except that of the Pope. With its clear mission and ample resources, the order grew rapidly. Templars were often the advance force in key battles of the Crusades, as the knights on their heavily armed warhorses would set out to gallop full speed at the enemy in an attempt to break opposition lines. One of their most famous victories was in 1177 during the Battle of Montchaussade, where some 500 Templar knights helped to defeat Saladin's army of more than 26,000 soldiers. Although the primary mission of the order was military, relatively few members were combatants. The others acted in support positions to assist the knights and to manage the financial infrastructure. The Templar Order, though its members were sworn to individual poverty, was given control of wealth beyond direct donations. A nobleman who was interested in participating in the Crusades might place all his assets under Templar management while he was away. Accumulating wealth in this manner across Europe and the Outremer, the order in 1150 began generating letters of credit for pilgrims journeying to the Holy Land. Pilgrims deposited their valuables with a local Templar preceptory before embarking, received an encrypted document indicating the value of their deposit, then used that document upon arrival in the Holy Land to retrieve their funds. This innovative arrangement may have been the first formal system to support the use of checks. It improved the safety of pilgrims by making them less attractive targets for thieves, and also contributed to the Templar coffers. Based on this mix of donations and business dealing, the Templar established financial networks across the whole of Christendom. They acquired large tracts of land both in Europe and the Middle East. They bought and managed farms and vineyards. They built churches and castles. They were involved in manufacturing, import and export. They had their own fleet of ships, and at one point they even owned the entire island of Cyprus. The Templar arguably qualifies as the world's first multinational corporation. Reference Wikipedia, Org 184. The Knights Templar were disbanded by King Philip IV of France, who was deeply in debt to the order. King Philip was already deeply in debt to the Templars from his war with the English, and decided to seize upon the rumours for his own purposes. He began pressuring the Church to take action against the order, as a way of freeing himself from his debts. On Friday, October 13, 1307, a date linked with the origin of the Friday the 13th superstition, Philip ordered de Molay and scores of other French Templars to be simultaneously arrested. The Templars were charged with numerous heresies and tortured to extract false confessions of blasphemy. The confessions, despite having been obtained under duress, caused a scandal in Paris. After more bullying from Philip, Pope Clement then issued the bull Pastoralis Preeminentiae on November 22, 1307, which instructed all Christian monarchs in Europe to arrest all Templars and seize their assets. Pope Clement called for papal hearings to determine the Templars' guilt or innocence, and once freed of the Inquisitors' torture, many Templars recanted their confessions. Some had sufficient legal experience to defend themselves in the trials, but in 1310 Philip blocked this attempt, using the previously forced confessions to have dozens of Templars burned at the stake in Paris. With the last of the order's leaders gone, the remaining Templars around Europe were either arrested and tried under the papal investigation, with virtually none convicted, absorbed into other military orders such as the Knights Hospitaller or Pensioned, and allowed to live out their days peacefully. Some may have fled to other territories outside papal control, such as excommunicated Scotland or to Switzerland. It is estimated that at the order's peak there were between 15,000 and 20,000 Templars, of whom about a tenth were actual knights. Reference Wikipedia, Org 1. The symbolism of the tree is mentioned in the 135th hymn of the 10th book of Rig Veda, and in the 15th chapter of Bhagavad Gita 1.4. In the Japanese religion of Shinto, trees were marked with sacred paper symbolizing lightning bolts, as trees were thought to be sacred. This was 185. The Templars fled to Switzerland, where they established an international banking system. Banking in Switzerland is characterized by stability, privacy and protection of clients' assets and information, the country's tradition of bank secrecy, which dates to the Middle Ages. According to the CIA World Factbook, Switzerland is a major international financial center vulnerable to the layering and integration stages of money laundering. Despite significant legislation and reporting requirements, secrecy rules persist and non-residents are permitted to conduct business through offshore entities and various intermediaries. In 1998, an international panel of historians released a study that claimed a significant amount of gold had been stolen from Holocaust victims, as well as the treasuries of conquered countries, and deposited in the Swiss National Bank. The panel found that, despite evidence of theft and wrongful acquisition of the gold, the SNB continued to accept the deposits. In 2000, a United States District Court judge approved a US $1.85 billion settlement between several Swiss banks and Holocaust victims. Reference Wikipedia, Org 186. A primary influence of old empire operatives is on international bankers. Editor's note: the most famous example of this kind of activity is the Bilderberg Conference. See the following reference to this organization from Wikipedia. Org. The Bilderberg Group or Bilderberg Conference is an unofficial annual invitation-only conference of around 130 guests, most of whom are persons of influence in the fields of business, media and politics. The elite group meets annually at luxury hotels or resorts throughout the world, normally in Europe, and once every 4 years in the United States or Canada. It has an office in Leiden, South Holland, Netherlands. The 2007 conference took place from May 31 to June 3 at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Istanbul, Turkey. Attendees of Bilderberg include central bankers, defense experts, mass media press barons, government ministers, prime ministers, royalty, international financiers and political leaders from Europe and North America. Some of the Western world's leading financiers and foreign policy strategists attend Bilderberg. Donald Rumsfeld is an active Bilderberger, as is Peter Sutherland from Ireland, a former European Union Commissioner and Chairman of Goldman Sachs and of British Petroleum. Rumsfeld and Sutherland served together in 2000 on the board of the Swedish-Swiss engineering company ABB. Former U.S. Deputy Defense Secretary and former World Bank head Paul Wolfowitz is also a member. The group's current chairman is Etienne Davignon, the Belgian businessman and politician. Critics say the Bilderberg Group promotes the careers of politicians whose views are representative of the interests of multinational corporations at the expense of democracy. The group's secrecy and its connections to power elites has provided fodder for many who believe that the group is part of a conspiracy to create a new world order. Radio host Alex Jones promotes the theory that the group intends to dissolve the sovereignty of the United States and other countries into a supranational structure, similar to the European Union. Madrid-based author Daniel Estulin claims that the long-term purpose of Bilderberg is to build a one-world empire. He states the group is not the end, but the means to a future one-world government. Another opponent of the group, Tony Gosling, has registered the domain name Bilderberg.org, largely hosting material critical of Bilderberg. Reporter Jonathan Duffy, writing in BBC News Online magazine states, "In the void created by such aloofness, an extraordinary conspiracy theory has grown up around the group that alleges the fate of the world is largely decided by Bilderberg." Reference Wikipedia. Org 187. A primary influence of old empire operatives on international bankers is to act as an unseen, non-combatant provocateur who covertly promote and finance weapons and warfare. Editor's note: an excellent modern example of this activity has been documented in the World War II financing of Nazis by Prescott Bush, Director of Union Banking, Corp., the patriarch of President George Bush and his son, President George W. Bush. On October 20, 1942, the U.S. government ordered the seizure of Nazi German banking operations in New York City that were being conducted by Prescott Bush, the father of former President George Herbert Walker Bush. Harriman Bank was the main Wall Street connection for several German companies and the varied U.S. financial interests of Fritz Thyssen. Thyssen had been an early financial backer of the Nazi Party until 1938, but by 1939 had fled Germany and was bitterly denouncing Hitler. He was later jailed by the Nazis for his opposition to the regime. Business transactions with Germany were not illegal when Hitler declared war on the United States on December 11, 1941. But 6 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed the Trading with the Enemy Act after it had been made public that U.S. companies were doing business with the declared enemy of the United States. On October 20, 1942, the U.S. government ordered the seizure of German banking operations in New York City. Roosevelt's alien property custodian, Leo T. Crowley, signed Vesting Order No. 248 seizing Bush's property under the Trading with the Enemy Act. The order cited only the Union Banking Corporation, UBC, of which Bush was a director and held one share, which had connections with a Dutch bank owned by Thyssen. Fox News has reported that recently declassified material reveals that the 4,000 Union Banking shares owned by the Dutch bank were registered in the names of the 7 U.S. directors, according to a document signed by Homer Jones, Chief of the Division of Investigation and Research of the Office of Alien Property Custodian, a World War II-era agency. By 1941, Thyssen no longer had control over his banking empire, which was in the hands of the Nazi government. One Harold D. Pennington, 1 share, employed by Prescott Bush at Brown Brothers Harriman, Ray Morris, 1 share, a business partner of the Bush and Harriman families. Prescott S. Bush, one-share director of UBC, which was co-founded and sponsored by his father-in-law George Walker. Senior managing partner for E. Roland Harriman and Avril Harriman. H. J. Kouwenhoven, one-share, organized UBC for von Thyssen, managed UBC in Nazi-occupied Netherlands. Johann G. Groninger, one-share, German industrial executive, a not unimportant member of the Nazi Party. Both E. Roland Harriman and Prescott Bush were members of Skull and Bones, as well as being members of the board of Brown Brothers Harriman & Co. The Harriman business interests seized under the Act in October and November 1942 included Union Banking Corporation, UBC, for Thyssen and Brown Brothers Harriman. The president of UBC at that time was George Herbert Walker, Bush's father-in-law. Dutch American Trading Corporation, with Harriman, the Seamless Steel Equipment Corporation, with Harriman, Silesian American Corporation. This company was partially owned by a German entity. During the war, the Germans tried to take full control of Silesian American. In response to that, the American government seized German-owned minority shares in the company, leaving the U.S. partners to carry on the business. The assets were held by the government for the duration of the war, then returned afterward. UBC was dissolved in 1951. Bush was on the board of directors of UBC and held one share in the company. For it, he was reimbursed $1,500,000. A huge amount of money at the time, but there is no documentary evidence to support this claim. These supposed assets were later used to launch Bush family investments in the Texas energy industry. Toby Rogers has claimed that Bush's connections to Silesian businesses, with Thyssen and Flick, make him complicit with the mining operations in Nazi-occupied Poland, which used slave labor out of Oswiecim, where the Auschwitz concentration camp was later constructed. The New York Herald Tribune referred to Thyssen as Hitler's angel and mentioned Bush as an employee of the investment banking firm Thyssen used in the United States. Some records in the National Archives, including the Harriman Papers, document the continued relationship of Brown Brothers Harriman with Thyssen and some of his German investments up until his 1951 death. Investigator John Loftus has said, "As a former federal prosecutor, I would make a case for Prescott Bush, his father-in-law George Walker, and Avril Harriman to be prosecuted for giving aid and comfort to the enemy. They remained on the boards of these companies knowing that they were of financial benefit to the nation of Germany. Two former slave laborers from Poland have filed suit in London against the government of the United States and the heirs of Prescott Bush in the amount of $40 billion. A class action lawsuit filed in the US in 2001 was dismissed based on the principle of state sovereignty. Prescott Bush's connection to the merchants of death industry came from his father Samuel P. Bush, who worked for Buckeye Steel Castings Company, which manufactured railway parts for the railroad industry and barrels for guns and casings for shells for Remington Arms. Reference, Wikipedia.org. There are also many well-documented books which detail the relationship between Swiss banks, the Nazi war machine, Germany and the Second World War. Volume VI, The Global War, Germany and the Second World War by Horst Boog, Werner Rahn and Reinhard Stumpf. The complicity of the Swiss banks and government in funding the Nazi regime was known at the end of World War II. Read the details on the following website, http://www.religiousTolerance.org/holoapol, htm, The Secret War Against the Jews, Unholy Trinity, by Mark Ahrens. John Loftus tells one of the darkest tales of World War II. After the war had ended, fearing a surge of Soviet growth, the papacy entered into an espionage alliance with British and American intelligence agents. Subsuming justice to the nascent Cold War ideology, these three powers ferreted Nazi criminals out of Europe so that they could be used in the supposedly greater fight against communism. The Vatican's Nazi smuggling network was penetrated by Prince Anton Turkel, the great Soviet double agent who turned the operations into a sting for his masters in the Kremlin. Unholy Trinity exposes Turkel's Red Nazi operation for the first time and shows how Kim Philby, the infamous British-Soviet double agent, and his network were nearly sacrificed to preserve Turkel's Vatican operation. Exploring the Vatican's role in aiding Nazi criminals to escape punishment for their crimes, this book, originally published in 1991, first revealed the Vatican-Swiss bank connection to Nazi gold and documented the hidden links to Western investors in Nazi Germany. Since 1991, Major revelations about the role of Swiss banks have confirmed unholy trinities expose of the flight of the Nazis' stolen treasures. The new introduction and new final chapters, written by Ahrens and Loftus for this edition, bring the book completely up to date and show how the media have missed the vital Vatican connection in the Swiss bank story. Among other things, the authors demonstrate that US and British code breakers were fully aware of the Holocaust as early as 1941, but lied to the Western press that the code breakers bugged the Swiss banks and then buried secrets of Nazi gold transfers to protect US intelligence chief Alan Dulles, and that the Australian, British and Canadian governments are still waging a campaign to keep their citizens ignorant about the Nazi war criminals living among them. Covers all these topics and more. Unholy Trinity is the definitive history of a series of profoundly disturbing cover-ups involving the Holy See, Alan Dulles, the Swiss banks, and the remnants of the Third Reich. Reference http://books, google.com/books. ID equals HXU8ZC1GQC and VQ equals secret plus war plus funding, plus Swiss plus banks and source equals GBS summary, S and CAD equals 0. Otto Nathan, 1893–1987, was an economist who taught at Princeton University, 1933–35, New York University, 1935–42, Vassar College, 1942–44, and Howard University, 194,652. Dr. Nathan was a close friend of Albert Einstein for many years and was designated by Einstein as co-trustee of his literary estate with Helen Dukas. Otto Nathan was the author of the following books which detail the Swiss bank's involvement in WWII, Nazi War Finance and Banking Our Economy in War. Cambridge, Massachusetts, National Bureau of Economic Research, 1944. Paperback, ASIN B000J0VXBG, The Nazi Economic System, Germany's Mobilization for War, New York, Russell and Russell, 1971. Hardcover textbook, ISBN 0846215012, ISBN 9780846215011. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 1E Roland Harriman 3991 shares, managed and under voting control of Prescott Bush, Cornelius Levents, 4 shares. He was the New York banker of the Nazi Party. 188. Bloodletting. Bloodletting is one of the oldest medical practices, having been practiced among diverse ancient peoples, including the Mesopotamians, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Mayans, and the Aztecs. In Greece, bloodletting was in use around the time of Hippocrates, who mentions bloodletting but in general relied on dietary techniques. Erasistratus, however, theorized that many diseases were caused by plethoras or overabundances in the blood, and advised that these plethoras be treated, initially, by exercise, sweating, reduced food intake, and vomiting. Hierophilus advocated bloodletting. Archagathus, one of the first Greek physicians to practice in Rome, practiced bloodletting extensively and gained a most sanguinary reputation. The popularity of bloodletting in Greece was reinforced by the ideas of Galen, after he discovered the veins and arteries were filled with blood, not air as was commonly believed at the time. There were 2 key concepts in his system of bloodletting. The first was that blood was created and then used up. It did not circulate, and so it could stagnate in the extremities. The second was that humoral balance was the basis of illness or health, the 4 humors being blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile, relating to the 4 Greek classical elements of air, water, earth, and fire. Galen believed that blood was the dominant humor and the one in most need of control. In order to balance the humors, a physician would either remove excess blood plethora from the patient or give them an emetic to induce vomiting, or a diuretic to induce urination. Bloodletting was especially popular in the young United States of America, where Benjamin Rush, a signatory of the Declaration of Independence, saw the state of the arteries as the key to disease, recommending levels of bloodletting that were high, even for the time. George Washington was treated in this manner following a horseback riding accident. Almost 4 pounds, 1.7 litres of blood was withdrawn, contributing to his death by throat infection in 1799. Reference Wikipedia.org. 189. You will find evolution mentioned in the ancient Vedic hymns. The Vedas are very exhaustive scriptures. Each Veda contains several sections and thousands of hymns. Some of the Vedic hymns, especially the hymns of the Rig Veda, are considered to be at least 6,000–8,000 years old. The Vedas are believed to be revealed scriptures because they are considered to be divine in origin. Since they were not written by any human beings but were only heard in deep meditative states, they are commonly referred as srutis or those that were heard. Reference http://www Hindu website.com/Vedic section/Vedachims. ASP. The Vedas, Sanskrit Veda 5 knowledge, are a large corpus of texts originating in ancient India. They form the oldest layer of Sanskrit literature and the oldest sacred texts of Hinduism. According to Hindu tradition, the Vedas are not human compositions, being supposed to have been directly revealed, and thus are called sruti, what is heard. Vedic mantras are recited at Hindu prayers, religious functions, and other auspicious occasions. Philosophies and sects that developed in the Indian subcontinent have taken differing positions on the Vedas. Schools of Indian philosophy which cite the Vedas as their scriptural authority are classified as orthodox, astika. Other traditions, notably Buddhism and Jainism, though they are like the Vedanta, similarly concerned with liberation, did not regard the Vedas as divine ordinances but rather human expositions of the sphere of higher spiritual knowledge, hence not sacrosanct. Reference, Wikipedia, org 190, the Isby who wrote a fictitious story One Dark and Stormy Night. Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus is a novel written by the British author Mary Shelley. Shelley wrote the novel when she was 18 years old. The first edition was published anonymously in London in 1818. Shelley's name appears on the revised third edition, published in 1831. The title of the novel refers to a scientist, Victor Frankenstein, who learns how to create life and creates a being in the likeness of man, but larger than average and more powerful. The story has had an influence across literature and popular culture and spawned a complete genre of horror stories and films. It is arguably considered the first fully realized science fiction novel. The novel raises many issues that can be linked to today's society. During the rainy summer of 1816, the year without a summer, the world was locked in a long, cold volcanic winter caused by the eruption of Mount T. Ambora in 1815. Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin, aged 19, and her lover, and later husband, Percy Bysshe Shelley, visited Lord Byron at the Villa Diodati by Lake Geneva in Switzerland. The weather was consistently too cold and dreary that summer to enjoy the outdoor holiday activities they had planned, so the group retired indoors until almost dawn talking about science and the supernatural. After reading Phantasmagoriana, an anthology of German ghost stories, they challenged one another to each compose a story of their own, the contest being won by whoever wrote the scariest tale. Mary conceived an idea after she fell into a waking dream or nightmare, during which she saw the pale student of unhallowed arts kneeling beside the thing he had put together. Byron managed to write just a fragment based on the vampire legends he heard while travelling the Balkans, and from this Polidori created The Vampire, 1819, the progenitor of the romantic vampire literary genre. Two legendary horror tales originated from this one circumstance. Radu Florescu, in his book In Search of Frankenstein, argued that Mary and Percy Shelley visited Castle Frankenstein on their way to Switzerland, near Darmstadt along the Rhine, where a notorious alchemist named Conrad de Pell had experimented with human bodies. Reference, Wikipedia, org 191, Grimm's Fairy Tales. The world-famous collection of German-origin fairy tales Kinder- und Hausmärchen, KHM, English, Children's and Household Tales, commonly known as Grimm's Fairy Tales, was first published in 1812 by Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, the brothers Grimm. The brothers developed an interest in ancient fairy tales. They started to collect and write down tales that they alleged had been handed down for generations. On December 20, 1812, they published the first volume of the first edition, containing 86 stories. The second volume of 70 stories followed in 1814. The first volumes were much criticized because, although they were called children's tales, they were not regarded as suitable for children, both for the scholarly information included and the subject matter. Many changes through the editions, such as turning the wicked mother of the first edition in Snow White and Hansel and Gretel to a stepmother, were probably made with an eye to such suitability. They removed sexual references, such as Rapunzel's betraying the prince by asking why her clothing no longer fit, and so revealing her pregnancy, but in many respects, violence, particularly when punishing villains, was increased. The influence of these books was widespread. It ranks behind only the Bible and the works of William Shakespeare in sales. W. H. Auden praised it during World War II as one of the founding works of Western culture. The tales themselves have been put to many uses. The Nazis praised them as folkish tales showing children with sound racial instincts seeking racially pure marriage partners, and so strongly that the Allied forces warned against them. Writers about the Holocaust have combined the tales with their memoirs. Reference: Wikipedia, org 192, Hinduism. Hinduism is often referred to as Sanatana Dharma, a Sanskrit phrase meaning the eternal path or the eternal law. Hinduism is the world's oldest major religion that is still practiced. Its earliest origins can be traced to the ancient Vedic civilization. A conglomerate of diverse beliefs and traditions, Hinduism has no single founder. It is the world's third largest religion following Christianity and Islam, with approximately 1 billion adherents, of whom about 905 million live in India and Nepal. Hinduism is an extremely diverse religion. Although some tenets of the faith are accepted by most Hindus, scholars have found it difficult to identify any doctrines with universal acceptance among all denominations. Prominent themes in Hindu beliefs include dharma, ethics, duties; samsara, the continuing cycle of birth, life, death and rebirth; karma, action and subsequent reaction; moksha, liberation from samsara; and the various yogas, paths or practices. Hinduism is a diverse system of thought with beliefs spanning monotheism, polytheism, panentheism, pantheism, monism and atheism. It is sometimes referred to as henotheistic, devotion to a single god while accepting the existence of other gods, but any such term is an oversimplification of the complexities and variations of belief. Most Hindus believe that the spirit or soul, the true self of every person, called the Atman, is eternal. Reference: Wikipedia, org 193, Arcadia Regeneration Company. One of the birthplaces reported for Zeus is Mount Lycaeum in Arcadia. Lycaon, a cannibalistic Pelasgian king, was transformed into a werewolf by Zeus. Lycaon's daughter was Callisto. It was also said to have been the birthplace of Zeus' son Hermes. Arcadia remained a rustic, secluded area, and its inhabitants became proverbial as primitive herdsmen leading simple, pastoral, unsophisticated yet happy lives, to the point that Arcadia may refer to some imaginary idyllic paradise. The Latin phrase et in Arcadia ego, which is usually interpreted to mean I am also in Arcadia, or I am even in Arcadia, is an example of memento mori, a cautionary reminder of the transitory nature of life and the inevitability of death. The phrase is most often associated with a 1647 painting by Nicholas Poussin, also known as the Arcadian Shepherds. In the painting, the phrase appears as an inscription on a tomb discovered by youthful figures in classical garb. It has been suggested that the phrase is an anagram for the Latin phrase I, tego arcana Dei, which translates to begone, I keep God's secrets. Reference: Wikipedia, org 194. The majority of basic genetic material is common to all species. The genetic core of the universal ancestor J. Kirk Harris, Scott T. Kelly, 1 George B. Spiegman, 3 and Norman R. Pace 1 Department of Molecular, Cellular and Developmental Biology, University of Colorado Boulder, Colorado 80309-347, USA, 2 Graduate Group in Microbiology, University of California, Berkeley, California 94720. USA, 3 Department of Microbiology and Immunology, University of British Columbia, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada V6T1Z3 molecular analysis of conserved sequences in the ribosomal RNAs of modern organisms reveals a 3-domain phylogeny that converges in a universal ancestor for all life. We use the clusters of orthologous groups database and information from published genomes to search for other universally conserved genes that have the same phylogenetic pattern as ribosomal RNA, and therefore constitute the ancestral genetic core of cells. Our analyses identified a small set of genes that can be traced back to the universal ancestor and have co-evolved since that time. As indicated by earlier studies, almost all of these genes are involved with the transfer of genetic information, and most of them directly interact with the ribosome. Other universal genes have either undergone lateral transfer in the past or have diverged so much in sequence that their distant past could not be resolved. The nature of the conserved genes suggests innovations that may have been essential to the divergence of the 3 domains of life. The analysis also identified several genes of unknown function with phylogenies that track with the ribosomal RNA genes. The products of these genes are likely to play fundamental roles in cellular processes. Reference: http://www.genome org/cgi/content/abstract/gr6528 v1 195. Biological engineers. Biomedical engineering is an application of engineering principles and design to challenges in human health and medicine. Bioengineering is related to biological engineering, the latter including applications of engineering principles to the full spectrum of living systems, from microbes and plants to ecosystems. Bioengineering exploits new developments in molecular biology, biochemistry, microbiology, and neurosciences, as well as sensing, electronics, and imaging, and applies them to the design of medical devices, diagnostic equipment, biocompatible materials, and other important medical needs. Bioengineering couples engineering expertise with knowledge in biological sciences such as genetics, molecular biology, protein chemistry, cytology, neurobiology, immunology, physiology, and pharmacology. Bioengineers work closely with, but are not limited to, medical doctors and other health professionals to develop technical solutions to current and emerging health concerns. Bioengineering is not limited to the medical field. Bioengineers have the ability to exploit new opportunities and solve problems within the domain of complex systems. They have a great understanding of living systems as complex systems, which can be applied to many fields including entrepreneurship. Reference: Wikipedia. 196. Imperfections were worked out, modifications made, and eventually the new animal was introduced into the actual planetary environment for final testing. The basic ideals of eugenics can be found from the beginnings of Western civilization. The philosophy was most famously expounded by Plato, who believed human reproduction should be monitored and controlled by the state. The basic eugenic principle from Plato's The Republic was, the best men must have intercourse with the best women as frequently as possible, and the opposite is true of the very inferior. However, Plato understood this form of government control would not be readily accepted, and proposed the truth be concealed from the public via a fixed lottery. Mates in Plato's Republic would be chosen by a marriage number, in which the quality of the individual would be quantitatively analyzed, and persons of high numbers would be allowed to procreate with other persons of high numbers. In theory, this would lead to predictable results and the improvement of the human race. However, Plato acknowledged the failure of the marriage number, since gold soul persons could still produce bronze soul children. This might have been one of the earliest attempts to mathematically analyze genetic inheritance, which was not perfected until the development of Mendelian genetics and the mapping of the human genome. Other ancient civilizations, such as Rome and Sparta, practiced infanticide as a form of phenotypic selection. In Sparta, newborns were inspected by the city's elders, who decided the fate of the infant. If the child was deemed incapable of living, it was usually thrown from the Taygetus mountain. It was more common for girls than boys to be killed this way. Trials for babies which included bathing them in wine and exposing them to the elements. To Sparta, this would ensure only the strongest survived and procreated. Adolf Hitler considered Sparta to be the first, Volkisch state, and much like Ernst Haeckel before him, praised Sparta due to its primitive form of eugenics practice of selective infanticide policy, which was applied on deformed children. The 12 Tables of Roman Law, established early in the formation of the Roman Republic, stated in the 4th table that deformed children would be put to death. In addition, patriarchs in Roman society were given the right to discard infants at their discretion. This was often done by drowning undesired newborns in the Tiber River. Sir Francis Galton initially developed the ideas of eugenics using social statistics. Sir Francis Galton systematized these ideas and practices according to new knowledge about the evolution of man and animals provided by the theory of his cousin Charles Darwin during the 1860s and 1870s. After reading Darwin's Origin of Species, Galton built upon Darwin's ideas, whereby the mechanisms of natural selection were potentially thwarted by human civilization. He reasoned that since many human societies sought to protect the underprivileged and weak, those societies were at odds with the natural selection responsible for extinction of the weakest, and only by changing these social policies could society be saved from a reversion towards mediocrity, a phrase he first coined in statistics, and which later changed to the now common regression towards the mean. Reference: Wikipedia, org 197 black square, species. In biology, a species is one of the basic units of biological classification and a taxonomic rank. A species is often defined as a group of organisms capable of interbreeding and producing fertile offspring. While in many cases this definition is adequate, more precise or differing measures are often used, such as based on similarity of DNA or morphology. Presence of specific locally adapted traits may further subdivide species into subspecies. The commonly used names for plant and animal taxa sometimes correspond to species. For example, lion, walrus, and camphor tree each refers to a species. In other cases, common names do not. For example, deer refers to a family of 34 species, including Eld's deer, red deer, and wapiti elk. The last two species were once considered a single species, illustrating how species boundaries may change with increased scientific knowledge. Each species is placed within a single genus. This is a hypothesis that the species is more closely related to other species within its genus than to species of other genera. All species are given a binomial name consisting of the generic name and specific name, or specific epithet. For example, Pinus palustris, commonly known as the longleaf pine. A usable definition of the word species and reliable methods of identifying particular species are essential for stating and testing biological theories and for measuring biodiversity. Traditionally, multiple examples of a proposed species must be studied for unifying characters before it can be regarded as a species. Extinct species known only from fossils are generally difficult to give precise taxonomic rankings to. A species which has been described scientifically can be referred to by its binomial names. Nevertheless, as Charles Darwin remarked, I look at the term species as one arbitrarily given for the sake of convenience to a set of individuals closely resembling each other. It does not essentially differ from the term variety, which is given to less distinct and more fluctuating forms. The term variety, again in comparison with mere individual difference, is also applied arbitrarily, and for mere convenience sake. Because of the difficulties with both defining and tallying the total numbers of different species in the world, it is estimated that there are anywhere between 2 million and 100 million different species. Reference: Wikipedia, org 198, Species of beetle. Beetles are a group of insects which have the largest number of species. They are placed in the order Coleoptera, which means sheathed wing, and contains more described species than in any other order in the animal kingdom, constituting about 25% of all known life forms. 40% of all described insect species are beetles, about 350,000 species, and new species are frequently discovered. Estimates put the total number of species, described and undescribed, at between 5 and 8 million. Beetles can be found in almost all habitats, but are not known to occur in the sea or in the polar regions. They interact with their ecosystems in several ways. They often feed on plants and fungi, break down animal and plant debris, and eat other invertebrates. Some species are prey of various animals, including birds and mammals. Certain species are agricultural pests, such as the Colorado potato beetle Leptinotarsa disseminator, the boll weevil Anthenomus grandis, the red flower beetle Tribolium castaneum, and the mungbean or cowpea beetle Callisobruchus maculatus, while other species of beetles are important controls of agricultural pests. For example, coccinellidae ladybirds or ladybugs consume aphids, scale insects, thrips, and other plant-sucking insects that damage crops. Reference: Wikipedia, org 199. One species does not evolve to become another species, as the Earth textbooks indicate, without the intervention and manipulation of genetic material by an ISB. Genetic engineering, recombinant DNA technology, genetic modification/manipulation, GM, and gene splicing are terms applied to the direct manipulation of an organism's genes. Genetic engineering is not to be confused with traditional breeding, where the organism's genes are manipulated indirectly. Genetic engineering uses the techniques of molecular cloning and transformation. Genetic engineering endeavors have found some success in improving crop technology, the manufacture of synthetic human insulin through the use of modified bacteria, the manufacture of erythropoietin in Chinese hamster ovary cells, and the production of new types of experimental mice such as the oncomouse, cancer mouse, for research. Since a protein sequence is specified by a segment of DNA called a gene, novel versions of that protein can be produced by changing the DNA sequence of the gene. The companies that own the modified genome are able to patent it. In the case of basic crops, the companies gain control of foodstuffs, controlling food production on a large scale and reducing agrobiodiversity to a few varieties. The only apparent interest in promoting this technology appears to be purely economic, despite the claims of seed companies such as Monsanto and Novartis to solve the world food scarcity. It is now popularly understood that it is not the lack of food on a whole-wide scale that is the main problem, but its distribution, aggravated by prohibitive tariffs by rich nations. Genetically modified crops do not reduce hunger. The majority of genetically crops are destined for animal food, to meet the high demand for meat in developed countries. No genetic modification have yet to serve the needs of mankind, despite all the promises in this direction. However, even with regard to this technology's great potential, some people have raised concerns about the introduction of genetically engineered plants and animals into the environment and the potential dangers of human consumption of GM foods. They say that these organisms have the potential to spread their modified genes into native populations, thereby disrupting natural ecosystems. This has already happened. Reference, Wikipedia.org. 200. Genetic manipulation of a species. How much genetic variation is there? Historical debate. Classical school held that there was very little genetic variation. Most individuals were homozygous for a wild-type allele. Rare heterozygous loci due to recurrent mutation. Natural selection purges populations of their load of mutations. Balanced school held that many loci will be heterozygous in natural populations and heterozygotes maintained by balancing selection, heterozygote advantage. Selection thus plays a role in maintaining variation. How do we measure variation? To show that there is a genetic basis to a continuously varying character, one can study one resemblance among relatives, look at the offspring of individuals from parents in different parts of the distribution, can estimate heritability more later. 2. Artificial selection. Pigeons and dogs show that there is variation present, does not tell how much variation. Reference http://biomed brown edu/courses/bio 48/5 geno pheno. HTML 201. Protobacteria. The protobacteria are a major group, phylum of bacteria. They include a wide variety of pathogens such as Escherichia, Salmonella, Vibrio, Helicobacter, and many other notable genera. Others are free-living and include many of the bacteria responsible for nitrogen fixation. The group is defined primarily in terms of ribosomal RNA sequences and is named for the Greek god Proteus, also the name of a bacterial genus within the Protobacteria, who could change his shape because of the great diversity of forms found in this group. All protobacteria are gram-negative, with an outer membrane mainly composed of lipopolysaccharides. Many move about using flagella, but some are non-motile or rely on bacterial gliding. The last include the myxobacteria, a unique group of bacteria that can aggregate to form multicellular fruiting bodies. There is also a wide variety in the types of metabolism. Most members are facultatively or obligately anaerobic and heterotrophic, but there are numerous exceptions. A variety of genera, which are not closely related to each other, convert energy from light through photosynthesis. These are called purple bacteria, referring to their mostly reddish pigmentation. 202. Phylum. In biological taxonomy, a phylum is a taxonomic rank at the level below class and above kingdom. Phylum is adopted from the Greek Qur phyli, the clan-based voting groups in Greek city-states. Reference, Wikipedia.org 203. Intensely hot blue star. Blue stars are very hot and very luminous. In fact, most of their output is in the ultraviolet range. These are the rarest of all main sequence stars, constituting as few as 1 in 3 million in the solar neighborhood. Blue stars shine with a power over 1 million times our sun's output. Examples: Zeta Orionis, Zeta Puppis, Lambda Orionis, Delta Orionis. Reference, Wikipedia.org 204, responsible for coordinating creature production. Editor S. Note. For detailed information on the organization that controls the World Congress of the Biotechnology Industry, visit their website at http://www.bio.org. Here is a statement from their website about who they are and what they do. BIO is the world's largest biotechnology organization, providing advocacy, business development, and communication services for more than 1,150 members worldwide. Our mission is to be the champion of biotechnology and the advocate for our member organizations, both large and small. BIO members are involved in the research and development of innovative healthcare, agricultural, industrial, and environmental biotechnology technologies. Corporate members range from entrepreneurial companies developing a first product to Fortune 100 multinationals. We also represent state and regional biotech associations, service providers to the industry and academic centers. Visit the BioMember directory to browse BioMembers and website links as well as biostate and international affiliates. Reference http://bio.org/aboutbio/205 Patent licenses for the biological engineering process. A biological patent is a patent relating to an invention or discovery in biology. The 1970s marked the first time when scientists patented methods on their biotechnological inventions with recombinant DNA. It wasn't until 1980 that patents for whole-scale living organisms was permitted. In Diamond v. Chakrabarty, the Supreme Court overturned a previous precedent allowing the patentability of living matter. The subject for this particular case was a bacterium that was specifically modified to help clean up and degrade oil spills. Since legal changes have occurred starting in 1980, there has been a general trend of patenting inventions on living matter. More knowledge and data has become available in recent years that have never before been available. However, for us to get to the point where it is making a significant difference in people's lives, a tidy sum of money needs to be invested. Biotech and pharmaceutical companies in recent years have found out how lucrative biological research can be. These firms foster many research opportunities by funding made possible only through the private sector. Patents have provided an impetus for research to be pursued, in that the end goal of money can be envisioned by companies with the funding cash. Especially during the genomic era, more patents were issued. Companies and organizations like the University of California were patenting whole genomes. In 1998, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, PTO, issued a broad patent claiming primate, including human embryonic stem cells, entitled Primate Embryonic Stem Cells, patent 5,843,780. On 13 March 2001, a second patent, 6,200,806, was issued with the same title but focused on human embryonic stem cells. Recently, there has been a slowdown and backlash against patenting biological material worldwide. Some feel that the increase in patenting biological information leads to inefficiency in research. Many scientists are coming up against patent thickets, which are masses of information that they must obtain permission, and often pay large fees to utilize, before they can ever work with the information. Michael Heller and Rebecca Eisenberg, 2005, explain that there is a recent trend of patenting more and more steps along the research path. This creates a tragedy of the anticommons, whereby each upstream patent allows its owner to set up another toll booth on the road to product development, adding to the cost and slowing the pace of downstream innovation. A report shows that notwithstanding escalating funding, in the past half-decade biomedical innovation has slowed markedly. The number of drugs approved by the Food and Drug Administration has fallen below previous eras. The technologies approved, it continues, are less influential than previous innovations approved. The current trend of patenting what previously were thought of as basic science insights have raised the financial bar for other scientists wanting to use such insight. The overall trend of more patents may be slowing innovation. However, others point out that patents are necessary for research. Without them, scientists would keep secret all discoveries for fear of colleagues and others stealing their ideas. There would also be little incentive for large-scale investments from the private sector. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 206, Cyclical Stimulus Response Generators. Fixed Action Pattern, FAP, is an instinctive behavioral sequence that is indivisible and runs to completion. Fixed action patterns are invariant and are produced by a neural network known as the innate releasing mechanism in response to an external sensory stimulus known as a sign stimulus or releaser. A mating dance may be used as an example. Many species of birds engage in a specific series of elaborate movements, usually by a brightly colored male. How well they perform the dance is then used by females of the species to judge their fitness as a potential mate. The key stimulus is typically the presence of the female. Although fixed action patterns are most common in animals with simpler cognitive capabilities, humans also demonstrate fixed action patterns. For example, infants grasp strongly with their hands as a response to tactile stimulus. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 207, Chemical Electrical Trigger Mechanism. Ataxis, plural taxis, is an innate behavioral response by an organism to a stimulus. Ataxis differs from a tropism, turning response, often growth towards or away from a stimulus, in that the organism has motility and demonstrates guided movement towards or away from the stimulus. It also differs from a kinesis, a non-directional change in activity in response to a stimulus that results in the illusion of directed motion due to different rates of activity depending on stimulus intensity. For example, flagellate protozoans of the genus Euglena move towards a light source. Here the directional stimulus is light, and the orientation movement is towards the light. This reaction or behavior is a positive one to light and specifically termed positive phototaxis, since phototaxis is a response to a light stimulus and the organism is moving towards the stimulus. If the organism moves away from the stimulus, then the taxis is negative. Many types of taxis have been identified and named using prefixes to specify the stimulus that elicits the response. These include anemotaxis, stimulation by wind, barotaxis, pressure, chemotaxis, chemicals, galvanotaxis, electrical current, geotaxis, gravity, hydrotaxis, moisture, phototaxis, light, rheotaxis, fluid flow, thermotaxis, temperature changes, and thigmotaxis, physical contact. Chemotaxis is a migratory response elicited by chemicals. Unicellular, e.g. protozoa, or multicellular, e.g. worms, organisms are targets of the substances. A concentration gradient of chemicals developed in a fluid phase guides the vectorial movement of responder cells or organisms. Electrotaxis is directional movement of motile cells in response to an electric field. It has been suggested that by detecting and orientating themselves toward the electric fields, this notion is based on 1. The existence of measurable electric fields that naturally occur during wound healing, development and regeneration, and 2. Cells in cultures respond to applied electric fields by directional cell. Reference, Wikipedia, org 208, reproductive chemical electrical impulses stimulated by testosterone or estrogen. Testosterone is a steroid hormone from the androgen group. In mammals, testosterone is primarily secreted in the testes of males and the ovaries of females, although small amounts are also secreted by the adrenal glands. It is the principal male sex hormone and an anabolic steroid. The period of the early 1930s to the 1950s has been called the golden age of steroid chemistry, and work during this period progressed quickly. Research in this golden age proved that this newly synthesized compound, testosterone, or rather family of compounds, for many derivatives were developed in the 1940s, 50s and 60s, was a potent multiplier of muscle, strength and well-being in both men and women. Testosterone plays a key role in health and well-being as well as in sexual functioning. The human hormone testosterone is produced in greater amounts by males and less by females. The human hormone estrogen is produced in greater amounts by females and less by males. On average, an adult human male body produces about 40 to 60 times more testosterone than an adult female body. Testosterone causes the appearance of masculine traits, i.e. deepening voice, pubic and facial hairs, muscular build, etc. Like men, women rely on testosterone to maintain libido, bone density and muscle mass throughout their lives. Reference, Wikipedia, org 209, The Debilitating Impact and Addiction to the Sexual Aesthetic Pain Electronic Wave. The term sexual addiction is used to describe the behavior of a person who has an unusually intense sex drive or obsession with sex. Sexual addiction, also called sexual compulsion, is a form of psychological addiction. The behavior of sex addicts is comparable to behavior of alcoholics and addicts where sex functions like a drug. A common definition of alcoholism is that a person has a pathological relationship with this mood-altering drug. It provides a quick mood change, works every time, and the user loses control over their compulsion. Like alcoholics, sex addicts' lives rotate around the constant desire for their drug of choice. Reference, Wikipedia, org 210, Spacecraft of the domain travel trillions of light years in a single day. Using the Julian calendar year, not Gregorian, of 365.25 days, or exactly 31,557,600 seconds, gives the light year an exact value of 9,460,730,472,580,800 meters. A meter equals 3.281 feet, or 39.37 inches. The distance to the nearest star from Earth is 4.24 light years. Distances measured in fractions of a light year usually involve objects within a star system. Distances measured in light years include distances between nearby stars, such as those in the same spiral arm or globular cluster. 1 kilolight-year, abbreviated KLI, is 1,000 light-years, or about 307 parsecs. Kilolight-years are typically used to measure distances between parts of a galaxy. 1 megalight-year, abbreviated MLY, is 1 million light-years, or about 306,600 parsecs. Megalight-years are typically used to measure distances between neighboring galaxies and galaxy clusters. 1 gigalight-year, abbreviation GLI, is 1 billion light-years, one of the largest distance measures used. 1 gigalight-year is about 306.6 million parsecs. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 211. A heavy gravity nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere planet. The Earth's atmosphere is a layer of gases surrounding the planet Earth and retained by the Earth's gravity. It contains roughly, by molar content volume, 78.08% nitrogen, 20.95% oxygen, 0.93% argon, 0.038% carbon dioxide, trace amounts of other gases, and a variable amount, average around 1% of water vapor. This mixture of gases is commonly known as air. The atmosphere protects life on Earth by absorbing ultraviolet solar radiation and reducing temperature extremes between day and night. There is no definite boundary between the atmosphere and outer space. It slowly becomes thinner and fades into space. 3/4 of the atmosphere's mass is within 11 km of the planetary surface. In the United States, people who travel above an altitude of 80.5 km, 50 statute miles, are designated astronauts. An altitude of 120 km, 75 miles or 400,000 ft, marks the boundary where atmospheric effects become noticeable during re-entry. The Kármán line, at 100 km, 62 miles or 328,000 ft, is also frequently regarded as the boundary between atmosphere and outer space. The atmosphere of Mars is relatively thin, and the atmospheric pressure on the surface varies from around 30 par, 0.03 kpar, on Olympus Mons's peak to over 1155 par, 1.155 kpar, in the depths of Hellas Planitia, with a mean surface level pressure of 600 par, 0.6 kpar, compared to Earth's 101.3 kpar. However, the scale height of the atmosphere is about 11 km, somewhat higher than Earth's 6 km. The atmosphere on Mars consists of 95% carbon dioxide, 3% nitrogen, 1.6% argon, and contains traces of oxygen, water, and methane. The atmosphere is quite dusty, giving the Martian sky a tawny color when seen from the surface. Data from the Mars exploration rovers indicates the suspended dust particles are roughly 1.5 micrometers across. The atmosphere of Venus, the second planet from the Sun, is much denser and hotter than that of Earth. The surface temperature and pressure on Venus are 740 K, 467 degrees C, and 93 bar, respectively. The Venusian atmosphere supports thick persistent clouds made of sulfuric acid, which make optical observations of the surface impossible. The information about surface features on Venus has been obtained exclusively by radar imaging conducted from the ground and Venera, 1516, and by Magellan space probes. The main atmospheric gases on Venus are carbon dioxide and nitrogen, which make up 96.5% and 3.5% of all molecules. Other chemical compounds are present only in trace amounts. The atmosphere of Venus is in state of a vigorous circulation and superrotation. The whole atmosphere circles the planet in just 4 days, superrotation, which is a short time compared with the sidereal rotational period of 243 days. The winds supporting superrotation blow as fast as 100 ms near the poles of Venus. Anticyclonic structures called polar vortexes are located. In them the air moves downward. Each vortex is double-eyed and shows a characteristic S-shaped pattern of clouds. Only the ionosphere and thin-induced magnetosphere separate Venusian atmosphere from the space. They shield the atmosphere from the solar wind, which usually does not penetrate deep into it. However, they are incapable of preventing the loss of water, which is continuously blown away by the solar wind through the induced magnetotail. Despite the harsh conditions on the surface, at about a 50 km to 65 km level above the surface of the planet, the atmospheric pressure and temperature is nearly the same as that of the Earth, making its upper atmosphere the most Earth-like area in the solar system, even more so than the surface of Mars. Due to the similarity in pressure, temperature and the fact that breathable air 21% oxygen, 78% nitrogen, is a lifting gas on Venus in the same way that helium is a lifting gas on Earth. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 212, Johannes Gutenberg, Johannes Gensflesch zur Leyden zum Gutenberg, c. 1400 February 3, 1468, was a German goldsmith and printer who is credited with inventing movable type printing in Europe, c. 1439, and mechanical printing globally. His major work, the Gutenberg Bible, also known as the 42-line Bible, has been acclaimed for its high aesthetic and technical quality. Although Gutenberg was financially unsuccessful in his lifetime, the printing technologies spread quickly, and news and books began to travel across Europe much faster than before. It fed the growing Renaissance, and since it greatly facilitated scientific publishing, it was a major catalyst for the later scientific revolution. Gutenberg is thought to have said, "Give me 26 soldiers of lead and I shall conquer the world." Printing was also a factor in the Reformation. Martin Luther found that the 95 Theses which he posted on the door of his church were printed and circulated widely. Subsequently, he also issued broadsheets outlining his anti-indulgences position. Ironically, indulgences were one of the first items Gutenberg had printed. The broadsheet evolved into newspapers and defined the mass media we know today. Reference, Wikipedia. 213, George Washington Carver. George Washington Carver, July 12, 1864 – January 5, 1943, was an American botanical researcher and agronomy educator who worked in agricultural extension at the Tuskegee Institute in Tuskegee, Alabama, teaching former slaves farming techniques for self-sufficiency. George Washington Carver reputedly discovered 300 uses for peanuts and hundreds more uses for soybeans, pecans and sweet potatoes. Among the listed items that he suggested to Southern farmers to help them economically were adhesives, axle grease, bleach, buttermilk, chili sauce, fuel briquettes, ink, instant coffee, linoleum, mayonnaise, meat tenderizer, metal polish, paper, plastic, pavement, shaving cream, shoe polish, synthetic rubber, talcum powder and wood stain. 3 patents, 1 for cosmetics and 2 for paints and stains, were issued to George Washington Carver in the years 1925 to 1927. However, they were not commercially successful in the end. Aside from these patents and some recipes for food, he left no formulas or procedures for making his products. He did not keep a laboratory notebook. Carver's most important accomplishments were in areas other than industrial products from peanuts, including agricultural extension education, improvement of racial relations, mentoring children, poetry, painting, religion, advocacy of sustainable agriculture and appreciation of plants and nature. He served as a valuable role model for African Americans and an example of the importance of hard work, a positive attitude and a good education. His humility, humanitarianism, good nature, frugality and lack of economic materialism have also been widely admired. One of his most important roles was that the fame of his achievements and many talents undermined the widespread stereotype of the time that the black race was intellectually inferior to the white race. In 1941, Time magazine dubbed him a Black Leonardo. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 214, Jonas Salk. Jonas Edward Salk, October 28, 1914, June 23, 1995, was an American biologist and physician best known for the research and development of the first effective polio vaccine. While being interviewed by Edward R. Murrow on See It Now in 1955, Salk was asked, "Who owns the patent on this vaccine?" Surprised by the question's assumption of the requirement of a profit motive for his creation, he responded, "There is no patent. Could you patent the sun?" Reference, Wikipedia, org. 215, Richard Trevithick. Richard Trevithick, born April 13, 1771 in Cornwall, died April 22, 1833 in Kent, was an English inventor, mining engineer and builder of the first working railway steam locomotive. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 216, Renaissance. The Renaissance, from French Renaissance meaning rebirth, Italian, Rinascimento from re again and nascere be born, was a cultural movement that spanned roughly the 14th through the 17th century, beginning in Italy in the late Middle Ages and later spreading to the rest of Western Europe. It encompassed a revival of learning based on classical sources, the development of linear perspective in painting, and educational reform. The Renaissance saw developments in most intellectual pursuits, but is perhaps best known for its artistic aspect, and the contributions of such polymaths as Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, who have inspired the term Renaissance men. However, it was not until the 19th century that the French word Renaissance achieved popularity in describing the cultural movement that began in the late 13th century, 1200 AD, 1300 AD. The term was first used retrospectively by the Italian artist and critic Giorgio Vasari, 15,111,574, in his book The Lives of the Artists, published 1550. In the book, Vasari was attempting to define what he described as a break with the barbarities of Gothic art. The arts had fallen into decay with the collapse of the Roman Empire, and only the Tuscan artists, beginning with Cimabue, 1240–1301, and Giotto, 1267–1337, began to reverse this decline in the arts. According to Vasari, antique art was central to the rebirth of Italian art. During the 12th century in Europe, there was a radical change in the rate of new inventions and innovations in the ways of managing traditional means of production and economic growth. In less than a century, there were more inventions developed and applied usefully than in the previous 1,000 years of human history all over the globe. The period saw major technological advances, including the adoption or invention of printing, gunpowder, spectacles, a better clock, the astrolabe, and greatly improved ships. The latter two advances made possible the dawn of the age of exploration. Alfred Crosby described some of this technological revolution in The Measure of Reality, Quantification in Western Europe, 1250–1600, and other major historians of technology have also noted it. The earliest written record of a windmill is from Yorkshire, England, dated 1185. Paper manufacture began in Italy around 1270. The spinning wheel was brought to Europe, probably from India in the 13th century. The magnetic compass aided navigation, first reaching Europe sometime in the late 12th century. Eyeglasses were invented in Italy in the late 1280s. The astrolabe returned to Europe via Islamic Spain. Leonardo of Pisa introduces Hindu-Arabic numerals to Europe with his book Liber Abaci in 1202. The West's oldest known depiction of a stern-mounted rudder can be found on church carvings dating to around 1180. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 217. Explosions that were tested and used in the past 2 years on Earth have the potential to destroy all of life. A doomsday device is a hypothetical construction, usually a weapon which could destroy all life on the Earth, or destroy the Earth itself, bringing doomsday, a term used for the end of planet Earth. Doomsday devices have been present in literature and art, especially in the 20th century, when advances in science and technology allowed humans to imagine a definite and plausible way of actively destroying the world or all life on it, or at least human life. Many classics in the genre of science fiction take up the theme in this respect, especially The Purple Cloud, 1901, by M.P. Shiel, in which the accidental release of a gas kills all people on the planet. After the advent of nuclear weapons, especially hydrogen bombs, they have usually been the dominant components of fictional doomsday devices. Rand. Strategist Herman Kahn proposed a doomsday machine in the 1950s, which would consist of a computer linked to a stockpile of hydrogen bombs, programmed to detonate them all and bathe the planet in nuclear fallout at the signal of an impending nuclear attack from another nation. Such a scheme, fictional as it was, epitomized for many the extremes of the suicidal logic behind the strategy of mutually assured destruction, and it was famously parodied in the Stanley Kubrick film from 1964, Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It is also a main topic of the movie Beneath the Planet of the Apes, in parallel with the species extermination theme. Most such models either rely on the fact that hydrogen bombs can be made arbitrarily large, see Teleroulam design, or that they can be salted with materials designed to create long-lasting and hazardous fallout, e.g., a cobalt bomb. There are many unconfirmed, anecdotal reports of a Soviet doomsday device involving a 200-megaton hydrogen bomb sheathed in, or, alternately, salted with a highly radioactive material, usually said to be cobalt, of sufficient quantity to saturate the Earth's atmosphere with deadly fallout should the device be detonated. Details regarding this device vary according to the source, but enough similarities in the dozens of different stories exist to suggest at least some basis in truth. According to various sources, at some point between 1967 and 1985, the device was designed but never constructed, built but never activated, built and activated but dismantled at the end of the Cold War, or designed and constructed in such a manner that it can never be deactivated and is still in existence today. Tales of its location and means of operation are equally diverse. It was in an underground bunker west of Moscow, Siberia, the Ukraine, etc. It was installed on a special rocket booster that would deliver it to the upper atmosphere upon activation. It was actually a series of bombs placed at intervals along the western border of the USSR. It was to be detonated upon command from the Kremlin, automatically by a special computer, a seismic trigger, or upon detection of incoming missiles. Many more versions exist, such as one with the device being permanently installed in the hold of an unmarked tramp freighter, steaming randomly from port to port in the North Sea. Reference: Wikipedia, Org 218, Paradigm. Historian of science Thomas Kuhn gave this word its contemporary meaning when he adopted it to refer to the set of practices that define a scientific discipline during a particular period of time. Kuhn himself came to prefer the terms exemplar and normal science, which have more exact philosophical meanings. However, in his book The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, Kuhn defines a scientific paradigm as what is to be observed and scrutinized, the kind of questions that are supposed to be asked and probed for answers in relation to this subject, how these questions are to be structured, how the results of scientific investigations should be interpreted alternatively. The Oxford English Dictionary defines paradigm as a pattern or model, an exemplar. Reference: Wikipedia, Org 219, Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla, 10 July 1856 – 7 January 1943, was an inventor, physicist, mechanical engineer and electrical engineer. Born in Smiljan, Croatian Krajina, military frontier, he was an ethnic Serb subject of the Austrian Empire and later became an American citizen. Tesla is best known for his many revolutionary contributions to the discipline of electricity and magnetism in the late 19th and early 20th century. Tesla's patents and theoretical work formed the basis of modern alternating current electric power, AC systems, including the polyphase power distribution systems and the AC motor, with which he helped usher in the Second Industrial Revolution. Contemporary biographers of Tesla have deemed him the man who invented the 20th century and the patron saint of modern electricity. After his demonstration of wireless communication, radio, in 1893, and after being the victor in the War of Currents, he was widely respected as America's greatest electrical engineer. Much of his early work pioneered modern electrical engineering, and many of his discoveries were of groundbreaking importance. During this period in the United States, Tesla's fame rivaled that of any other inventor or scientist in history or popular culture, but due to his eccentric personality and unbelievable and sometimes bizarre claims about possible scientific and technological developments, Tesla was ultimately ostracized and regarded as a mad scientist. Never having put much focus on his finances, Tesla died impoverished at the age of 86. Aside from his work on electromagnetism and engineering, Tesla is said to have contributed in varying degrees to the establishment of robotics, remote control, radar and computer science, and to the expansion of ballistics, nuclear physics and theoretical physics. In 1943, the Supreme Court of the United States credited him as being the inventor of the radio. He performed several experiments prior to Röntgen's discovery, including photographing the bones of his hand. Later, he sent these images to Röntgen, but didn't make his findings widely known. Much of his research was lost in the Fifth Avenue lab fire of March 1895. A world system, for the transmission of electrical energy without wires, that depends upon the electrical conductivity, was proposed, in which transmission in various natural mediums, with current that passes between the 2-point, are used to power devices. In a practical wireless energy transmission system using this principle, a high-power ultraviolet beam might be used to form a vertical ionized channel in the air directly above the transmitter-receiver stations. The same concept is used in virtual lightning rods, the electrolaser electroshock weapon, and has been proposed for disabling vehicles. Tesla demonstrated the transmission of electrical energy without wires that depends upon electrical conductivity as early as 1891. The Tesla effect, named in honor of Tesla, is the archaic term for an application of this type of electrical conduction, that is, the movement of energy through space and matter, not just the production of voltage across a conductor. Tesla also investigated harvesting energy that is present throughout space. He believed that it was just merely a question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature, stating, "Ere many generations pass, our machinery will be driven by a power obtainable at any point of the universe." Experiments with alternate currents of high potential and high frequency. February 1892, Tesla began to theorize about electricity and magnetism's power to warp, or rather change, space and time, and the procedure by which man could forcibly control this power. Near the end of his life, Tesla was fascinated with the idea of light as both a particle and a wave, a fundamental proposition already incorporated into quantum physics. This field of inquiry led to the idea of creating a wall of light by manipulating electromagnetic waves in a certain pattern. This mysterious wall of light would enable time, space, gravity and matter to be altered at will, and engendered an array of Tesla proposals that seemed to leap straight out of science fiction, including anti-gravity airships, teleportation, and time travel. The single strangest invention Tesla ever proposed was probably the thought photography machine. He reasoned that a thought formed in the mind created a corresponding image in the retina, and the electrical data of this neural transmission could be read and recorded in a machine. The stored information could then be processed through an artificial optic nerve and played back as visual patterns on a viewscreen. Another of Tesla's theorized inventions is commonly referred to as Tesla's flying machine, which appears to resemble an iron-propelled aircraft. Tesla claimed that one of his life goals was to create a flying machine that would run without the use of an airplane engine, wings, ailerons, propellers, or an onboard fuel source. Initially, Tesla pondered about the idea of a flying craft that would fly using an electric motor powered by grounded base stations. As time progressed, Tesla suggested that perhaps such an aircraft could be run entirely electromechanically. The theorized appearance would typically take the form of a cigar or saucer. In the Colorado Springs lab, Tesla observed unusual signals that he later thought may have been evidence of extraterrestrial radio communications coming from Venus or Mars. He noticed repetitive signals from his receiver, which were substantially different from the signals he had noted from storms and Earth noise. Specifically, he later recalled that the signals appeared in groups of 1, 2, 3, and 4 clicks together. Tesla had mentioned before this event, and many times after that, he thought his inventions could be used to talk with other planets. There have even been claims that he invented a Teslascope for just such a purpose. I hold that space cannot be curved, for the simple reason that it can have no properties. It might as well be said that God has properties. He has not, but only attributes, and these are of our own making. Of properties we can only speak when dealing with matter filling the space. To say that in the presence of large bodies space becomes curved is equivalent to stating that something can act upon nothing. I, for one, refuse to subscribe to such a view. New York Herald Tribune, September 11, 1932, Tesla was critical of Einstein's relativity work, calling it a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple whom ignorant people take for a king. Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists. New York Times, July 11, 1935, p. 23c. Nikola Tesla invented the 20th and 21st century. A discoverer of new principles, Tesla was the sole inventor of the alternating polyphase current generators that light up every town in the world today. He was the original inventor of the radio, and placed his ideas in print and demonstrated them before the public 5 years before Marconi. By the turn of the century, he had discussed the feasibility of television. He created an atom smasher capable of evaporating rubies and diamonds. He built wireless neon lamps that gave off more light than today's conventional bulbs provide. He built precursors to the electron microscope, the laser and X-ray photographs. He sent his shadowgraphs to the discoverer of X-rays in 1895, as soon as Röntgen published his famous pictures. Tesla also created Kirlian-like photographs 75 years before they became famous. All of this took place before 1900. Tesla, and not Edison, invented the polyphase alternators that power our modern civilization, and it was Tesla who was eventually awarded Marconi's wireless patents long after Tesla and Marconi were both dead. In all, Tesla contributed over 1,200 patents, and we are currently using only some 200 of them. Near everyone remembers the Tesla coil, but how many remember that he demonstrated wireless transmission of electric power prior to 1900? When offered to share the Nobel Prize with Edison for their electrical inventions, Tesla turned the prestigious award down. Edison never received the Nobel Prize. Tesla is quoted as saying, "In the dark I had the sense of a bat, and could detect the presence of an object at a distance of 12 feet away by a peculiar creepy sensation on the forehead. In Budapest, I could hear the ticking of a watch with 3 rooms between me and the timepiece. A fly alighting on a table in the room would cause a dull thud in my ear. A carriage passing at a distance of a few miles fairly shook my whole body. The whistle of a locomotive 20 or 30 miles away made the bench or chair on which I sat vibrate so strongly that the pain was unbearable. The ground under my feet trembled continuously." Tesla said in an 1892 lecture, "Ere many generations pass, our machinery will be driven by a power obtainable at any point of the universe. Throughout space there is energy. Is this energy static or kinetic? If static, our hopes are in vain. If kinetic, and this we know it is for certain, then it is a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature." Reference http://www.worldmysteries.com/dudgy HTM 220 will be able to reverse engineer the technology. After joining the army in 1942, Philip Corso served in army intelligence in Europe. In 1945, Corso arranged for the safe passage of 10,000 Jewish WWII refugees out of Rome to Palestine. During the Korean War, 1950–1953, Corso performed intelligence duties under General Douglas MacArthur as chief of the Special Projects branch of the Intelligence Division, Far East Command. One of his primary duties was to keep track of enemy prisoner of war (POW) camps in North Korea. Corso was in charge of investigating the estimated number of US and other United Nations POWs held at each camp and their treatment. At later held congressional hearings of the Senate Select Committee on POW MIA affairs, Philip Corso would provide testimony that many hundreds of American POWs were abandoned at these camps. Corso was on the staff of President Eisenhower's National Security Council for 4 years, 1953–1957. In 1961, he became chief of the Pentagon's Foreign Technology Desk in Army Research and Development, working under LT. Gen. Arthur Trudeau. When he left military intelligence in 1963, Corso became a key aide to Senator Strom Thurmond. In 1964, Corso was assigned to Warren Commission member Senator Richard Russell Jr. as an investigator into the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Philip Corso relates in his book The Day After Roswell, co-author William J. Burns, how he stewarded extraterrestrial artifacts recovered from a crash at Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. According to Corso, the reverse engineering of these artifacts indirectly led to the development of accelerated particle beam devices, fiber optics, lasers, integrated circuit chips and Kevlar material. In 1947, according to Corso, a covert government group, C Majestic 12, was assembled under the leadership of the first Director of Central Intelligence, Adam Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter. Among its tasks was to collect all information on extraterrestrial spacecraft. The U.S. administration simultaneously discounted the existence of flying saucers in the eyes of the public, Corso says. Corso further relates that the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, or Star Wars, was meant to achieve the capability of killing the electronic guidance systems of incoming enemy warheads and disabling enemy spacecraft, including those of extraterrestrial origin. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 221. Attuned to the neural network of the craft. Traditionally, the term neural networks had been used to refer to a network or circuit of biological neurons. The modern usage of the term often refers to artificial neural networks, which are composed of artificial neurons or nodes. Thus, the term neural network has 2 distinct usages. 1. Biological neural networks are made up of real biological neurons that are connected or functionally related in the peripheral nervous system or the central nervous system. In the field of neuroscience, they are often identified as groups of neurons that perform a specific physiological function in laboratory analysis. 2. Artificial neural networks are made up of interconnecting artificial neurons, programming constructs that mimic the properties of biological neurons. Artificial neural networks may either be used to gain an understanding of biological neural networks or for solving artificial intelligence problems without necessarily creating a model of a real biological system. Reference, Wikipedia, Org 222, microscopic wiring or fibers. The transistor was invented in 1947. It was considered a revolution. Small, fast, reliable, and effective, it quickly replaced the vacuum tube. Freed from the limitations of the vacuum tube, engineers finally could begin to realize the electrical constructions of their dreams. It seems that the integrated circuit was destined to be invented. Two separate inventors, unaware of each other's activities, invented almost identical integrated circuits or ICs at nearly the same time. Jack Kilby, an engineer with a background in ceramic-based silk-screen circuit boards and transistor-based hearing aids, started working for Texas Instruments in 1958. A year earlier, research engineer Robert Noyce had co-founded the Fairchild Semiconductor Corporation. From 1958 to 1959, both electrical engineers were working on an answer to the same dilemma: how to make more of less. Although the first integrated circuit was pretty crude and had some problems, the idea was groundbreaking. By making all the parts out of the same block of material and adding the metal needed to connect them as a layer on top of it, there was no more need for individual discrete components. No more wires and components had to be assembled manually. The circuits could be made smaller, and the manufacturing process could be automated. Jack Kilby, Texas Instruments, is probably most famous for his invention of the integrated circuit, for which he received the Nobel Prize in Physics in the year 2000. After his success with the integrated circuit, Kilby stayed with Texas Instruments, and among other things, he led the team that invented the handheld calculator. Jack Kilby now holds patents on over 60 inventions and is also well known as the inventor of the portable calculator, 1967. In 1970, he was awarded the National Medal of Science. Robert Noyce, with 16 patents to his name, founded Intel, the company responsible for the invention of the microprocessor, in 1968. But for both men, the invention of the integrated circuit stands historically as one of the most important innovations of mankind. Almost all modern products use chip technology. Reference: Wikipedia, Org 223. Wiring is used for light, sublight, and ultralight spectrum detection and vision. An optical fiber is a glass or plastic fiber designed to guide light along its length. Fiber optics is the overlap of applied science and engineering concerned with the design and application of optical fibers. Optical fibers are widely used in fiber optic communication, which permits transmission over longer distances and at higher data rates than other forms of communications. Fibers are used instead of metal wires because signals travel along them with less loss, and they are immune to electromagnetic interference. Optical fibers are also used to form sensors and in a variety of other applications. In 1952, physicist Narinder Singh Kapani conducted experiments that led to the invention of optical fiber based on Tyndall's earlier studies. Modern optical fibers, where the glass fiber is coated with a transparent cladding to offer a more suitable refractive index, appeared later in the decade. In 1991, the emerging field of photonic crystals led to the development of photonic crystal fiber, Science 2003, Vol 299, page 358, which guides light by means of diffraction from a periodic structure, rather than total internal reflection. The first photonic crystal fibers became commercially available in 1996. Photonic crystal fibers can be designed to carry higher power than conventional fiber, and their wavelength-dependent properties can be manipulated to improve their performance in certain applications. Reference: Wikipedia, Org 224, Fabrics of the interior of the craft. Technical textiles is the term given to textile products manufactured for non-aesthetic purposes, where function is the primary criterion. This is a large and growing sector and supports a vast array of other industries. It has been heard that soon textiles will be merged with electronics in all areas. In future, wearable computers would be launched. These will not be like advanced wristwatches, etc. They will contain ICs in fabric to develop fabric keyboards and other wearable computer devices. These types of products are known as interactive electronic textiles, IET. Research to support IET development is being conducted in many universities. Growing consumer interest in mobile, electronic devices will initiate the demand for IET products. Technical textiles include textile structures for automotive applications, medical textiles, e.g. implants, geotextiles, reinforcement of embankments, agroxtiles, textiles for crop protection, protective clothing, e.g. against heat and radiation for fire, figure clothing, against molten metals for welders, stab protection and bulletproof vests, spacesuits astronauts. Biotextiles are structures composed of textile fibers designed for use in specific biological environments, where their performance depends on biocompatibility and biostability with cells and biological fluids. Biotextiles include implantable devices such as surgical sutures, hernia repair fabrics, arterial grafts, artificial skin, and parts of artificial hearts. They were first created 30 years ago, 1978, by Dr. Martin W. King, a professor in North Carolina State University's College of Textiles. Medical textiles are a broader group which also includes bandages, wound dressings, hospital linen, preventive clothing, etc. Antiseptic biotextiles are textiles used in fighting against cutaneous bacterial proliferation. Zeolite and triclosan are at the present time the most used molecules. This original property allows to inhibits the development of odors or bacterial proliferation in the diabetic foot. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 225, Mechanisms for creating, amplifying and channeling light particles or waves as a form of energy. In 1947, Willis E. Lamb and R. C. Rutherford found apparent stimulated emission in hydrogen spectra and made the first demonstration of stimulated emission. In 1950, Alfred Kassler, Nobel Prize for Physics 1966, proposed the method of optical pumping. The work of Shawlow and Townes, however, can be traced back to the 1940s and early 50s, and their interest in the field of microwave spectroscopy, which had emerged as a powerful tool for puzzling out the characteristics of a wide variety of molecules. The invention of the laser, which stands for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, can be dated to 1958 with the publication of the scientific paper, Infrared and Optical Masers, by Arthur L. Shawlow, then a Bell Labs researcher, and Charles H. Townes, a consultant to Bell Labs. That paper, published in Physical Review, the Journal of the American Physical Society, launched a new scientific field and opened the door to a multi-billion-dollar industry. Many different materials can be used as lasers. Some, like the ruby laser, emit short pulses of laser light. Others, like helium neon gas lasers or liquid dye lasers, emit a continuous beam of light. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 226. There are as many universes as there are bees to imagine and perceive them, existing concurrently within its own continuum. The multiverse, or meta-universe, is the hypothetical set of multiple possible universes, including our universe, that together comprise all of reality. The different universes within the multiverse are sometimes called parallel universes. The structure of the multiverse, the nature of each universe within it, and the relationship between the various constituent universes depend on the specific multiverse hypothesis considered. Multiverses have been hypothesized in cosmology, physics, astronomy, philosophy, theology, and fiction, particularly in science fiction and fantasy. The specific term multiverse, which was coined by William James, was popularized by science fiction author Michael Moorcock. In these contexts, parallel universes are also called alternative universes, quantum universes, parallel worlds, alternate realities, alternative timelines, etc. A multiverse of a somewhat different kind has been envisaged within the 11-dimensional extension of string theory known as M-theory. In M-theory, our universe and others are created by collisions between membranes in an 11-dimensional space. This is unlike the universes in the quantum multiverse. The string landscape theory asserts that a different universe exists for each of the very large ensemble of solutions generated when 10-dimensional string theory is reduced to the 4-dimensional low-energy world we see. A common feature of all 4 multiverse levels is that the simplest and arguably most elegant theory involves parallel universes by default. To deny the existence of those universes, one needs to complicate the theory by adding experimentally unsupported processes and ad hoc postulates, finite space, wave function collapse, and ontological asymmetry. Our judgment therefore comes down to which we find more wasteful and inelegant, many worlds or many words. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 227, Political, religious, or economic expediency. The common denominator of politics, religion, and economics is that they are each based on vested interests. The editor see the definition of vested interest. 1. A survival or non-survival plan or agenda which has been clothed to make it seem like something other than what it actually is. 2. Any person, group, or entity which prevents or controls communication to serve their own purposes, plans, or agenda. Reference, English Language Dictionary. One note. According to the book, The Day After Roswell, reports about microwave and light projecting components from the Roswell flying disc technology were leaked to Bell Laboratories through the Pentagon. 228. Just before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. The attack on Pearl Harbor was a surprise attack against the United States naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii by the Japanese Navy, at 800 hours on the morning of Sunday, December 7, 1941, resulting in the United States becoming involved in World War II. Hostilities between the US and Japan were expected by many observers, including President Roosevelt, who read a decrypted Japanese message on December 1, 1941, and told his assistant Harry Hopkins, "This means war." At 03:42 Hawaiian time, hours before Commanding Admiral Chuichi Nagumo began launching strike aircraft, the minesweeper USS Condor spotted a midget submarine outside the harbor entrance and alerted destroyer USS Ward. Ward was initially unsuccessful in locating the target. Hours later, Ward fired America's first shots in the Pacific theater of WWII when she attacked and sank a midget submarine, perhaps the same one, at 06:37. Closer to the moment of the attack, the attacking planes were detected and tracked as they approached by an Army radar installation being operated that morning as a mostly unofficial training exercise. The Opana Point radar station, operated by two enlisted men, PVTS, Lockard and Elliott, plotted the approaching force, and their relief team plotted them returning to the carriers. The initial radar returns were thought, by the ill-trained junior officer, LT. Kermit A. Tyler in charge at the barely operational Warning Information Center at Pearl Harbor, to be a flight of American bombers expected from the mainland. In fact, those bombers did arrive, from a somewhat different bearing in the middle of the attack. Additionally, Japanese submarines were sighted and attacked by USS Ward outside the harbor entrance a few hours before the attack commenced, and at least one was sunk, all before the planes came within even radar range. This might have provided enough notice to disperse aircraft and fly off reconnaissance, except, yet again, reactions of the duty officers were tardy. It has been argued failure to follow up on DF bearings saved USS Enterprise. If she had been correctly directed, she might have run into the six-carrier Japanese strike force. After the attack, the search for the attack force was concentrated south of Pearl Harbor, continuing the confusion and ineffectiveness of the American response. Another issue in the debate is the fact neither Admiral Kimmel nor General Short ever faced court-martial. It is alleged this was to avoid disclosing information conspirators would not want to see made public. When asked, Kimmel replied, "Will historians know more later?" Kimmel's reply to this was, "I'll tell you what I believe. I think that most of the incriminating records have been destroyed. I doubt if the truth will ever emerge." It is equally, probably more, likely this was done to avoid disclosing the fact Japanese codes were being read, given there was a war on. Reference, http://n, Wikipedia, org/wiki/Pearl Harbor Advanced Knowledge Debate 229, General Symington. His first positions were Chairman of the Surplus Property Board, 1945, Administrator of the Property Administration, 1945–1946, and Assistant Secretary of War for Air, 1946–1947. On September 18, 1947, the office of the Secretary of the Air Force was created, and Symington became the first secretary. Symington once formally requested a report from military sources regarding the possible existence of subterranean superhumans. Reference, Wikipedia, org 230, General Nathan Twining. He was named commander of the Air Materiel Command, and in 1947 he took over Alaskan Air Command. In 1947, Twining was asked to study UFO reports. He recommended that a formal study of the phenomenon take place. Project Sign was the result. When Hoyt Vandenberg retired in mid-1953, Twining was selected as chief. During his tenure, massive retaliation based on air power became the national strategy. In 1957, President Eisenhower appointed Twining chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Reference, Wikipedia, org 231. General Jimmy Doolittle. Soon after the attack on Pearl Harbor and the U.S. entry into World War II, Doolittle was promoted to lieutenant colonel on January 2, 1942, and went to Headquarters Army Air Force to plan the first aerial raid on the Japanese homeland. He volunteered and received Gen H. Arnold's approval to lead the attack of 16 B-25 medium bombers from the aircraft carrier USS Hornet, with targets in Tokyo, Kobe, Osaka, and Nagoya. It was the first and only combat mission of his military career. Doolittle received the Medal of Honor, presented by President Franklin D. Roosevelt at the White House, for planning and leading the successful operation. The Doolittle raid is viewed by historians as a major public relations victory for the United States. Although the amount of damage done to Japanese war industry was minor, the raid showed the Japanese their homeland was not invulnerable. Doolittle was portrayed by Spencer Tracy in the 1944 film 30 Seconds Over Tokyo, and by Alec Baldwin in the 2001 film Pearl Harbor, in which the Doolittle raid was depicted. On May 10, 1946, Doolittle reverted to inactive reserve status and returned to Shell Oil as a vice president, and later as a director. He was the highest-ranking reserve officer to serve in the U.S. military in World War II. Editor, in March 1951, he was appointed a special assistant to the Air Force Chief of Staff, serving as a civilian in scientific matters, which led to Air Force ballistic missile and space programs. He retired from Air Force duty on February 28, 1959, but continued to serve his country as chairman of the Board of Space Technology Laboratories. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 232. General Vandenberg. Lieutenant General Vandenberg was designated Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force on October 1, 1947, and promoted to the rank of General. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 233. General Norstad. On October 1, 1947, following the division of the War Department into the departments of the Army and the Air Force, General Norstad was appointed Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations of the Air Force. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 234. Charles Lindbergh was also in the office. Charles Lindbergh gained sudden great international fame as the first pilot to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. He flew from Roosevelt Airfield in Garden City, New York, to Paris Le Bourget Airport on 20 May 1927, in 33.5 hours. His plane was the single-engine aircraft, the Spirit of St. Louis. Lindbergh's accomplishment won him the Orteig Prize. More significant than the prize money was the acclaim that resulted from his daring flight. A ticker-tape parade was held for him down Fifth Avenue in New York City on 13 June 1927. His public stature following this flight was such that he became an important voice on behalf of aviation activities, including the Central Committee of the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics in the United States. The massive publicity surrounding him and his flight boosted the aircraft industry and made a skeptical public take air travel seriously. Lindbergh is recognized in aviation for demonstrating and charting polar air routes, high-altitude flying techniques, and increasing aircraft flying range by decreasing fuel consumption. These innovations are the basis of modern intercontinental air travel. In his 6 months during WWII in the Pacific in 1944, Lindbergh took part in fighter-bomber raids on Japanese positions, flying about 50 combat missions as a civilian. The U.S. Marine and Army Air Force pilots who served with Lindbergh admired and respected him, praising his courage and defending his patriotism. After World War II, he lived quietly in Connecticut as a consultant both to the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force and to Pan American World Airways. His 1953 book, The Spirit of St. Louis, recounting his non-stop transatlantic flight, won the Pulitzer Prize in 1954. Dwight D. Eisenhower restored Lindbergh's assignment with the Army Air Corps and made him a brigadier general in 1954. In that year, he served on the Congressional Advisory Panel set up to establish the site of the United States Air Force Academy. In December 1968, he visited the crew of Apollo 8 on the eve of the first manned spaceflight to leave Earth orbit. From the 1960s on, Lindbergh became an advocate for the conservation of the natural world, campaigning to protect endangered species like humpback and blue whales, was instrumental in establishing protections for the primitive, Filipino group the Tassidae and African tribes, and supporting the establishment of a national park. While studying the native flora and fauna of the Philippines, he also became involved in an effort to protect the Philippine eagle. In his final years, Lindbergh became troubled that the world was out of balance with its natural environment. He stressed the need to regain that balance and spoke against the introduction of supersonic airliners. Lindbergh's speeches and writings later in life emphasized his love of both technology and nature, and a lifelong belief that all the achievements of mankind have value only to the extent that they preserve and improve the quality of life. In a 1967 Life magazine article, he said, "The human future depends on our ability to combine the knowledge of science with the wisdom of wildness." Reference, Wikipedia, org. 235, Dr. Wilcox, Paul H. Wilcox, MD, The Traverse City State Hospital, Traverse City, Michigan, is the author of the following article, published in the American Journal of Psychiatry in August of 1947, a review of over 23,000 treatments using unidirectional currents. 40% of the most chronic patients showed significant improvement in ward behavior if adequately and repeatedly treated with suitable type of electroshock therapy. Relapses must be treated whenever they occur over months and years. 2. At least 60% of early cases, aged 60 or under, were rehabilitated within 1 year when adequately treated, and 65% by the end of the second year after the start of treatment. 3. Adequate treatment means intensive treatment until the expected improvement has occurred, and intensive treatment of relapses when they occur. No patient, otherwise suitable who still is not rehabilitated after 1 year, has had an adequate trial of treatment, with less than 20 treatments. 4. An ideal therapy is one which achieves beneficial results without causing accumulating brain damage, thus permitting its use repeatedly for years if necessary. 5. This ideal is approached by the relatively low-intensity 60-cycle, pulsating direct current used in the treatment of the patients reviewed in this paper. This technique also has been accompanied by an exceptionally low percentage of skeletal complications. Reference, American Journal of Psychiatry 104, 100-112, August 1947, doi, 10, 1176/AP AJP, 104, 2, 100, copyright 1947, American Psychiatric Association 236, electroencephalograph. Electroencephalography, EEG, is the measurement of electrical activity produced by the brain as recorded from electrodes placed on the scalp. EEG is the measurement of electrical activity produced by the brain as recorded from electrodes placed on the scalp. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 237, introduced himself as Mr. John Reed. John Edward Reed, American criminologist, developed a polygraph in 1945, which was a scientific recording device designed to register a person's bodily responses to being questioned. Popularly known as a lie detector, the polygraph has been used chiefly in criminal investigations, although it is also used in employment and security screening practices. Because no machine can unerringly recognize when a person is lying, the polygraph results are used in conjunction with other evidence, observations, and information. Emotional stress reflected by this test, for instance, need not be due to lying. On the other hand, a subject may be a pathological liar and therefore show no measurable bodily responses when giving false answers. Ordinary nervousness, individual physical or mental abnormalities, discomfort, excessive pretest interrogation, or indifference to a question also affect test accuracy. The polygraph can, however, provide a basis for an evaluation of whether or not the subject's answers are truthful. This test has also been helpful in exonerating innocent persons accused of crimes. A polygraph is actually several instruments combined to simultaneously record changes in blood pressure, pulse, and respiration. The electrical conductivity of the skin's surface can also be measured. Increased sweat gland activity reduces the skin's ability to carry electrical current. Reference, Wikipedia, org. 238, lie detector testing. Dr. William Moulton Marston, May 9, 1893, May 2, 1947, was an American psychologist, feminist theorist, inventor, and comic book author who created the character Wonder Woman. Two strong women, his wife Elizabeth Holloway Marston and Olive Byrne, who lived with the couple in a polyamorous relationship, served as exemplars for the character and greatly influenced her creation. Dr. William Moulton Marston is credited as the creator of the systolic blood pressure test used in an attempt to detect deception, which became one component of the modern polygraph. According to their son, Marston's wife, Elizabeth Holloway Marston, was also involved in the development of the systolic blood pressure test. According to Marston's son, it was his mother Elizabeth, Marston's wife, who suggested to him that, when she got mad or excited, her blood pressure seemed to climb. This would be the basis for Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. The FBI considered William Moulton Marston, who invented the lie detector, and created the comic book character Wonder Woman under the pseudonym Charles Moulton to be a phony and a crackpot. He is alleged to have misrepresented the result of a study he conducted for the Gillette Razor Company in 1938, for which he reportedly received some $30,000, a handsome sum in those days. Despite these misgivings, the FBI today uses Marston's creation, the polygraph, not the lasso of truth, to guide investigations as well as to screen applicants and employees. 239. Truth Serum. Sodium thiopental, better known as sodium pentothal, a trademark of Abbott Laboratories, thiopental, thiopenton sodium or trapanol, is a rapid-onset short-acting barbiturate general anesthetic. It is an intravenous ultra-short-acting barbiturate. Sodium thiopental is a depressant and is sometimes used during interrogations, not to cause pain. In fact, it may have just the opposite effect, but to weaken the resolve of the subject and make him or her more compliant to pressure. Thiopental is still used in some places as a truth serum. The barbiturates as a class decrease higher cortical brain functioning. Psychiatrists hypothesize that because lying is more complex than telling the truth, suppression of the higher cortical functions may lead to the uncovering of the truth. However, the reliability of confessions made under thiopental is dubious. The drug tends to make subjects chatty and cooperative with interrogators, but a practiced liar or someone who has a false story firmly established would still be quite able to lie while under the influence of the drug. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 240, the Witness Protection Program. Also known as the Witness Security Program, or WITSEC, was established under Title V of the Organized Crime Control Act of 1970, which in turn sets out the manner in which the U.S. Attorney General may provide for the relocation and protection of a witness or potential witness of the federal government, or for a state government in an official proceeding concerning organized crime or other serious offenses. See 18 U.S.C.A. 3521 et. Sec. The federal government also gives grants to the states to enable them to provide similar services. The federal program is called WITSEC, the Federal Witness Protection Program, and was founded in the late 1960s by Gerald Scher when he was in the Organized Crime and Racketeering section of the United States Department of Justice. Most witnesses are protected by the U.S. Marshals Service, while protection of incarcerated witnesses is the duty of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Normally, the witness is provided with a new name and location. Witnesses are encouraged to keep their first names and choose last names with the same initial. The U.S. Marshals Service provides new documentation, assists in finding housing and employment, and provides a stipend until the witness gets on his or her feet, but the stipend can be discontinued if the U.S. Marshals Service feels that the witness is not making an aggressive effort to find a job. Witnesses are not to travel back to their hometowns or contact unprotected family members or former associates. Around 17% of protected witnesses that have committed a crime will commit another crime, compared to the almost 40% of parolees who return to crime. This has led to action by congressional committees requiring WITSEC and other witness protection programs to notify local officials of a witness transfer before relocating them. Many states, including California, Illinois, and New York, have their own witness protection programs for crimes not covered by the federal program. The state-run programs provide less extensive protections than the federal program. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 241, Süleyman the Magnificent. Süleyman I Ottoman Turkish. Süleyman Turkish, Suleiman, almost always Kanuni Sultan Suleiman in Turkish, November 6, 1494, September 5-6, 1566, was the 10th and longest-reigning Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, from 1520 to his death in 1566. He is known in the West as Süleyman the Magnificent and in the East as the Lawgiver in Turkish Kanuni, Arabic, Al-Kan Unjay, for his complete reconstruction of the Ottoman legal system. Süleyman became the preeminent monarch of 16th-century Europe, presiding over the apex of the Ottoman Empire's military, political and economic power. Süleyman personally led Ottoman armies to conquer the Christian strongholds of Belgrade, Rhodes, and most of Hungary before his conquests were checked at the Siege of Vienna in 1529. He annexed most of the Middle East in his conflict with the Persians and large swathes of North Africa, as far west as Algeria. Under his rule, the Ottoman fleet dominated the seas from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean. At the helm of an expanding empire, Suleiman personally instituted legislative changes relating to society, education, taxation, and criminal law. His canonical law, or the canons, fixed the form of the empire for centuries after his death. Not only was Suleiman a distinguished poet and goldsmith in his own right, he also became a great patron of culture, overseeing the golden age of the Ottoman Empire's artistic, literary, and architectural development. In a break with Ottoman tradition, Suleiman married a harem girl who became Hurrem Sultan, whose intrigues in the court and power over the Sultan have become as famous as Suleiman himself. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 242. His assistant was a harem girl who rose up from slavery to become his wife. According to late 16th century and early 17th century sources such as the Polish poet Samuel Twardowski, she was born in the town which was then part of the Kingdom of Poland. She was captured by Crimean Tatars during one of their frequent raids into this region and taken as a slave, probably first to the Crimean city of Kaffa, a major center of the slave trade, then to Istanbul, and was selected for Suleiman's harem. Suleiman was infatuated with Hurrem Sultan, a harem girl of Ruthenian origin. In the West, foreign diplomats, taking notice of the palace gossip about her, called her Russelazy or Roxolana, referring to her Slavic origins. The daughter of an Orthodox Ukrainian priest, she was captured and rose through the ranks of the harem to become Suleiman's favorite. Breaking with 2 centuries of Ottoman tradition, a former concubine had thus become the legal wife of the Sultan, much to the astonishment of observers in the palace and the city. He also allowed Hurrem Sultan to remain with him at court for the rest of her life, breaking another tradition, that when imperial heirs came of age, they would be sent along with the imperial concubine who bore them to govern remote provinces of the empire, never to return unless their progeny succeeded to the throne. Under his pen name Muhibi, Suleiman composed this poem for Roxolana: "Throne of my lonely niche, my wealth, my love, my moonlight, my most sincere friend, my confidant, my very existence, my sultan, my one and only love, the most beautiful among the beautiful, my springtime, my merry-faced love, my daytime, my sweetheart, laughing leaf, my plants, my sweet, my rose, the one only who does not distress me in this world. My Istanbul, my Karaman, the earth of my Anatolia, my Badakhshan, my Baghdad and Khorasan, my woman of the beautiful hair, my love of the slanted brow, my love of eyes full of mischief. I'll sing your praises always, I, lover of the tormented heart, Muhibi of the eyes full of tears, I am happy." Roxolana, as she is better known in Europe, is well known both in modern Turkey and in the West, and is the subject of many artistic works. She has inspired paintings, musical works, including Joseph Haydn's Symphony No. 63, an opera by Denise Sachinsky, a ballet, plays, and several novels. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 243. Queen Elizabeth. Elizabeth I, 7 September 1533, 24 March 1603, was Queen of England and Queen of Ireland from 17 November 1558 until her death. Sometimes called the Virgin Queen, Gloriana, the Fairy Queen, or Good Queen Bess, Elizabeth was the 5th and last monarch of the Tudor dynasty. The daughter of Henry VII, she was born a princess, but her mother, Anne Boleyn, was executed 3 years after her birth, and Elizabeth was declared illegitimate. Perhaps for that reason her brother, Edward VI, cut her out of the succession. His will, however, was set aside, as it contravened the Third Succession Act of 1543, in which Elizabeth was named as successor provided that Mary I of England, Elizabeth's half-sister, should die without issue. In 1558, Elizabeth succeeded her half-sister, during whose reign she had been imprisoned for nearly a year on suspicion of supporting Protestant rebels. Elizabeth set out to rule by good counsel. One of her first moves was to support the establishment of an English Protestant church, of which she became the supreme governor. This Elizabethan religious settlement held firm throughout her reign and later evolved into today's Church of England. It was expected that Elizabeth would marry, but despite several petitions from Parliament, she never did. The reasons for this choice are unknown, and they have been much debated. As she grew older, Elizabeth became famous for her virginity, and a cult grew up around her which was celebrated in the portraits, pageants, and literature of the day. One of her mottos was Video et Taceo, I see and say nothing. This strategy, viewed with impatience by her counsellors, often saved her from political and marital misalliances. Though Elizabeth was cautious in foreign affairs, and only half-heartedly supported a number of ineffective, poorly resourced military campaigns in the Netherlands, France, and Ireland, the defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588, associated her name forever with what is popularly viewed as one of the greatest victories in British history. Within 20 years of her death, she was being celebrated as the ruler of a golden age, an image that retains its hold on the English people. Elizabeth's reign is known as the Elizabethan era, famous above all for the flourishing of English drama, led by playwrights such as William Shakespeare and Christopher Marlowe. Reference: Wikipedia.org. 244. He was incarnated as Cecil Rhodes. Cecil John Rhodes, July 5, 1853 – March 26, 1902, was a British-born South African businessman, mining magnate and politician. He was the founder of the diamond company De Beers, which today markets 60% of the world's rough diamonds and at one time marketed 90%. He was an ardent believer in colonialism and was the founder of the state of Rhodesia, which was named after him. Rhodes profited greatly from controlling southern Africa's natural resources, the proceeds of which funded the Rhodes Scholarship upon his death. Rhodes never married, pleading that "I have too much work on my hands," and saying that he would not be a dutiful husband. Queen Victoria reportedly asked him if he was a woman-hater, which Rhodes denied, insisting, "How could I dislike a sex to which your majesty belongs?" Rhodes famously declared, "To think of these stars that you see overhead at night, these vast worlds which we can never reach. I would annex the planets if I could. I often think of that. It makes me sad to see them so clear and yet so far." Reference: Wikipedia. 245. She was a Polish princess. Princess Catherine Radziwill, March 30, 1858, May 12, 1941, was a Polish princess from a famous Polish-Lithuanian aristocratic family called the Radziwills. She was born as Countess Ekaterina Adamovna Arzuowska. She married Prince Wilhelm Radziwill at age 15 and moved to Berlin to live with his family. It was speculated that she was the author of a book gossiping about the German Emperor William II and Berlin society in 1884 under the pen name Paul Vasily. She stalked the English-born South African politician Cecil Rhodes and asked him to marry her, but he refused. She wrote a biography of Rhodes called Cecil Rhodes, Man and Empire Maker. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 246. One was named Kelly. William Kelly, August 22, 1811, February 11, 1888, born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, was an American inventor. Kelly studied metallurgy at the Western University of Pennsylvania. Kelly started experimenting with his air boiling process, a process of blowing air up through molten iron to reduce the carbon content, in 1847. His initial goal was to reduce the amount of fuel required for iron and steel making, because of the immense amount of timber required to make the charcoal. He discovered that, contrary to the expectations of his iron workers, the injected air did not cool the molten iron, but instead combined with the carbon to cause the iron to boil and burn violently until the carbon was greatly reduced, improving the quality of the iron or converting it to steel. His experiments began in 1847. The same process was later independently invented and patented by Henry Bessemer. 247. The other was Bessemer. Sir Henry Bessemer, January 19, 1813 – March 15, 1898, English engineer and inventor. Bessemer's name is chiefly known in connection with the Bessemer process for the manufacturing of steel. Patents of such obvious value did not escape criticism, and invalidity was freely urged against them on various grounds. But Bessemer was fortunate enough to maintain them intact without litigation, though he found it advisable to buy up the rights of one patentee, while in another case he was freed from anxiety by the patent being allowed to lapse in 1859 through non-payment of fees. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 248. Another Isby who did this was Alexander Bell. As is sometimes common in scientific discoveries, simultaneous developments can occur, as evidenced by a number of inventors who were at work on the telephone. Alexander Graham Bell, 3 March 1847, 2 August 1922, was an eminent scientist, inventor and innovator who is credited with the invention of the telephone. His father, grandfather and brother had all been associated with work on elocution and speech, and both his mother and wife were deaf, profoundly influencing Bell's life's work. His research on hearing and speech further led him to experiment with hearing devices that eventually culminated in Bell being awarded the first U.S. patent for the invention of the telephone in 1876. In reflection, Bell considered his most famous invention an intrusion on his real work as a scientist and refused to have a telephone in his study. Reference: Wikipedia, org. 249. It was invented by several others, including Elisha Gray. Elisha Gray, August 2, 1835, January 21, 1901, was an American electrical engineer and is best known for his development of a telephone prototype in 1876 in Highland Park, Illinois, USA. Mr. Elisha Gray of Chicago also devised a tone telegraph of this kind about the same time as Airl. In this apparatus, a vibrating steel reed interrupted the current, which at the other end of the line passed through an electromagnet and vibrated a matching steel reed near its poles. Gray's harmonic telegraph, with the vibrating reeds, was used by the Western Union Telegraph Company. Since more than one set of vibrations, that is to say, more than one note, can be sent over the same wire simultaneously, the harmonic telegraph can be utilized as a multiplex or many-ply telegraph, conveying several messages through the same wire at once, and these can either be read by the operator by the sound, or a permanent record can be made by the marks drawn on a ribbon of traveling paper by a Morse recorder. Bell's March 10, 1876 laboratory notebook entry describing his first successful experiment with the telephone. Bell's patent application for the telephone was filed in the U.S. Patent Office on February 14, 1876. The usual story says that Bell got to the patent office an hour or two before his rival Elisha Gray, and that Gray lost his rights to the telephone as a result. According to Gray's account, his patent caveat was taken to the U.S. Patent Office a few hours before Bell's application, shortly after the patent office opened, and remained near the bottom of the in-basket until that afternoon. Bell's application was filed shortly before noon on 14 February by Bell's lawyer, who requested that the filing fee be entered immediately onto the cash receipts blotter, and that Bell's application be taken to the examiner immediately. Late that afternoon, the fee for Gray's caveat was entered on the cash blotter, and the caveat was not taken to the examiner until the following day. The fact that Bell's filing fee was recorded earlier than Gray's fee led to the story that Bell had arrived at the patent office earlier. Bell was in Boston on February 14 and did not know this was happening until he arrived in Washington on February 26. Whether Bell's application was filed before or after Gray's caveat no longer mattered, because Gray abandoned his caveat, which opened the door to Bell being granted U.S. Patent 174,465 for the telephone on 7 March 1876. Reference: Wikipedia, org. End of footnotes.